Okay, meeting in progress. Testing presenter's laptop, testing presenter's laptop. Do you have the city's website up over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, testing clerk's laptop. Testing clerk's laptop once again. And presenter's laptop, test 2. Presenter's laptop, test. Clerk's laptop, test 2. Back to
Good morning, Council colleagues, staff, delegates, and the viewing public. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting, and members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. I'll now commence a roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Marula.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Councillor Collins. Okay, not yet. Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Ward 6 is pleased to join you, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Pauls.
I'm here, thank you.
Good morning, thank you. Councillor Danko.
Present. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor, present.
Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Ferguson.
I'm present, thank you.
Good morning. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Good morning. I'm present.
Good morning. Councillor Whitehead is absent. And Councillor Partridge.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. So moving on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk Paparella, are there any changes to today's agenda, please?
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there are changes to today's agenda. We have IDA communication items 5.1 to 5.3 EQ, which is a total of 149 pieces of correspondence. Added delegation requests 6.1A to 6.1 BF, 58 delegation requests. Added notices of motion, a request to delay submission of the growth plan conformity official plan amendment, suspension of the timetable for municipal conformity of the growth plan, and an extension to the deadline for the growth plan. As well, to clarify the order of today's agenda for all in attendance, I would just ask a few things. If all members of all the delegates that are there, please not use the chat. It is there for council to communicate with clerks and the chair. As well, the staff presentation for items 8.1 and 8.2 will be provided first, and then the delegates will be heard, and then we will move on to consideration of the reports afterwards, and then we'll move on with the balance of the agenda.
Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Electronic vote, please. And I noticed Councillor Collins is in the meeting. He's going to be using chat to indicate, I believe. Votes carries. Thank you. Moving on to declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, we'll move along to communication items. Is there any discussion regarding communications item 5.1 to 5.3 EQ? None? Thank you. So we will require an electronic vote. So please indicate your vote now. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, I toggled away from the screen. Please go ahead on communication items before we go to vote. We can't hear you yet.
No, it's my time for an apology. I beg your pardon. I had a question on another piece of correspondence that is later from the delegates. Thank you. My apologies.
Okay. All right. To clarify, Councillor Wilson, your question is to a delegate related to one of their delegations and not to the entire bank of correspondences?
No, my apologies, Madam. My question is on a communication item, a written one from a citizen.
And is it within the items 5.1 through 5.3 EQ? Because now would be the time to ask questions based on written submission items that
Okay.
are before committee.
Okay, obviously I need another cup of coffee, so yes. I think you referenced at the top of the hour or at the bottom of the half hour that there are 58 or 149 pieces of correspondence. So beg your pardon while I find it. 5.3 AG. There's a written piece of correspondence from Mary Ellen Scanlon. And if my recollection is correct, in this piece of correspondence, Chair Nan, Mary Ellen references the importance of food security and references the White Belt. And I was wondering if I could ask through you to the appropriate staff member the status of Hamilton's Food Advisory Committee during these deliberations, if they have been able to comment on the information that is before us today.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone from the staff team who is able to respond to Councillor Wilson's question and inquiry?
If I could please ask the delegates to please leave your cameras off and your sound off. Thank you.
Perhaps my question needs to be more refined. Has Hamilton's Food Advisory Committee met since the declaration of COVID and virtual meetings? And have they been able to review and submit an official opinion on the documentation that is before us today? Thank you.
Thank you. So again, turning to staff, is there anybody on the staff team able to respond to Councillor Wilson's question regarding the Food Advisory Committee meeting during COVID and particularly be able to provide comment on GRIDS?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the Food Advisory Committee reports to the Board of Health, so I'm not sure the planning staff would be able to answer that question. I could see if I can reach one of my colleagues in the meantime and find out and let you know.
Well, thank you. Respectfully, I think it's an important piece of information to be had as it relates to the motion. Food security, agricultural land, productivity thereof, in terms of planning and what we do with it. I would appreciate if I could get an answer before the conclusion of the
I
meeting.
understand that, Councillor, and I'm going to try to get you that answer.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. We will come back with information as we get it. Moving forward with
I
the
just need
vote.
a seconder.
Oh, we had Councillor Pearson. No, I apologize. On the communication item, so we need a mover and a seconder.
I have the mayor as the mover. I just need a seconder. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor
you go.
Johnson. And the bulk of the correspondences are before you for.
Sorry, Tamari.
So everybody had a chance to vote?
Councillor Wilson?
And the vote closes. Carried. We'll move on to delegation requests. Is there any discussion respecting item 6.1A to 6.1BF? If there are none, may I please have a mover and seconder to approve the items 6.1A through to 6.1BF? And this is to approve the delegations to be heard this morning, correct? Or today? Thank you. Moved by, my apologies, Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Clark. Electronic vote is before you. Thank you. As soon as eScribe decides to let us vote, that is. There. Thank you, colleagues, and for delegates, that is simply just approving the delegations to speak today. Your item is coming up shortly. Moving on, the agenda is carried. 8.1 is the GRIDS 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review Final Lands Assessment Report PED 17010I citywide. Joanne Hickey Evans, Manager of Policy Planning and Zoning Bylaw Reform, will provide an overview of our growth management and a view of the city in 2051. Manager Hickey Evans, if you could turn on your camera and microphone now. There we go. We see your presentation, and if you're able to put it in full view. Oh. Manager, we can't hear you yet. Your microphone appears to be muted still. So let's try again.
Joanne, you're not muted on our side, so if you want to double check your headset, see that it's plugged in, because we could hear you before.
Okay, the slideshow is coming in fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
excellent.
That is very strange. Technology works while it can. So Heather will be doing the presentation on behalf of Anthony and I, and as well as herself. So good morning, Mr. Mayor, Chair and members of the committee, staff and members of the public. As you can see on the screen today, there will be 3 presenters for this specific presentation. I'll be setting the background context of growth management till the year 2051. Anthony Lorius, our consultant from Lorius & Associates, will be providing an overview of the LNA and the 2051 growth context, as well as the LNA results. And finally, Heather will be reviewing the LNA public engagement and then providing a more detailed description of the recommendations before you. Jason Thorne and Steve Robichaud, along with Mike Kovacevic from Legal Services, are also here to answer any of your questions. So the commentary and the points that we will be making in this presentation today are to address matters and questions and comments that we have heard over the last few months about the LNA and its implications on growth. As you see in in the staff report, we are requesting approval of the LNA, along with 3 separate reports related to the residential land supply, the market demand study, and the greenfield density analysis. Staff are also requesting the community area land need be based on the ambitious density scenario. And the targets within this scenario will be used for the purposes of infrastructure modeling, the transportation review, and the fiscal impact assessment. This step is critical for the identification of a preferred growth option and the associated official plan amendment, the Urban Hamilton official plan amendment, both policies and mappings that are required to implement the growth plan. So Appendix H in the staff report contains a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. In their letter of February 2021, they reminded municipalities that the deadline for conformity is July 2022, and that the implementing official plan amendment should be forwarded to the province for their review by the end of 2021 or early 2022. And they're requesting that because they are the approval authority of any official plan amendment and related to conformity of the provincial plans and the provincial policy statement. Staff canvassed our municipalities within the growth plan to understand what stage of the growth planning exercise they are at. As you can see on the screen, Hamilton's timing of the LNA and the consideration of future growth options is in line with other municipalities that have the same requirements for growth plan conformity. As we all know, the city approved its first growth strategy, affectionately known as GRIDS, in 2006. It was the first of its kind in the newly amalgamated city, which integrated land use with infrastructure and transportation needs. It also included a fiscal impact assessment and social development framework. It was the exact study the city was required to undertake to implement the province's first growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe in that same year. Managing growth is not only about studies, master plans, targets, intensification rates, urban boundary expansion. It encompasses so much more. The city manages growth in a fiscally responsible and forward-thinking manner, both within the existing urban areas as well as in any potential future urban boundary expansion areas. As a result, urban boundary expansion is not considered as sprawl. Sprawl is characterized by uncontrolled rapid growth that is dominated by low density development, minimal transportation choices as well. GRIDS 2 also includes not just a land use planning exercise, but it also includes master plans for infrastructure. So that would be water, wastewater, and stormwater management, along with a transportation review. And these results will then be fed into a fiscal impact model to determine the fiscal impact assessment for growth options. So on the slide before you are a number of different city initiatives that are underway or will be underway. Some initiatives are bigger, some initiatives are smaller, but together they have a positive impact on growth. It should also be noted that planning growth, particularly as it relates to new communities, takes about 15 years before land is shovel ready. There are a number of steps in the process, including the official plan amendment, approval by Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, followed by secondary plans, plans of subdivision, detailed infrastructure and transportation studies, rezoning, and site plan control applications. Since amalgamation, there have been 2 urban boundary expansions, one in Lower Stony Creek, which was for community area, and the second approved by the board in 2015 for employment, which is the Airport Employment Growth District. As we did our work, we looked at what would Hamilton look like in 2051. In terms of population, we'll be a more diverse community with immigration that will continue to increase. We'll have smaller household sizes. We're aging. And along with aging, our population is living longer. But one of the most important things is we will be a larger, more populated community, representing an increase of 236,000 people and 110,000 some odd households. If we look at our climate is expected to be wilder with more extreme weather events. It's expected to be warmer, hotter, with more above 30-degree days, and wetter. Finally, on the technology front, technology is expected to have an impact on our economy and our environment. Heather, can you push the slide forward? Thanks. There will be greater automation within our companies and our workforce. There will be greater use of smart technologies. 90% of our vehicles on the road will be electric. And in addition, there will be a larger number of autonomous vehicles on our roads. So as you can see from our population growth, our technological requirements, and our climate change impacts, Hamilton will be a different community in 2051. And at this point, I call on Anthony Lorius, who will give you an overview of the LNA and the various growth concepts.
Thank you, Joanne. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Anthony. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning. So when we talk about growth management and land needs assessment and long-range planning in the city of Hamilton, it's very important to keep in mind the growth context and simply the sheer scale of growth and economic expansion that's occurring across the Greater Golden Horseshoe. It continues to be one of the most rapidly growing metropolitan areas in Canada and the United States. The structure of the economy continues to shift away from the more traditional goods producing sectors towards the high value, high wage, higher paying jobs in technology, the creative sector, finance, the innovation corridor running through Hamilton and Guelph and Kitchener-Waterloo. It regularly ranks on top 5 and top 7 and top 10 lists of global tech talent attractor and foreign direct investment. And really, the Greater Golden Horseshoe is evolving into a real global economic powerhouse, in the city of Hamilton within that context is anticipated to play a major economic and demographic role, set to grow significantly towards a more mature urban state over the period to 2051. As was noted, adding 236,000 people and 122,000 jobs, which is significant growth by any measure. In a historical context, it's almost triple the amount of growth that's been accommodated over the last 30 years. And from a planning and growth management perspective, really those 236 new people, that's the equivalent of adding the entire city of Guelph plus the entire city of Niagara Falls to the city of Hamilton urban area today. So just the sheer scale and volume of growth to be managed is very important to keep in mind. And of course, as we discussed in December, the fundamental factor driving this growth is migration, especially the level of international migration set annually by the federal government, which is the highest it's been in a very long time and expected to increase over the forecast period, not only to address some of the shortfalls that have been created by the COVID pandemic, but also as part of the broader federal immigration and diversity strategy. So the Greater Golden Horseshoe is simply very, very attractive to newcomers because this is where all the good jobs are. The city of Hamilton, as you know, has become much more attractive as a location for investment, both on the residential and new business side. This is not evolving into a bedroom community. The city has fully resurged as a major economic and cultural center within the GGH, and the forecast is for that pattern to continue. And from land use planning, from a regional planning perspective, the city is very well suited to accommodate growth given its strategic location within the metropolitan area, with access to the trade corridors into the United States and Mexico, an urban structure with a major downtown historic core, established nodes and corridors, and of course, a well-developed transportation network that provides road and rail and transit connections to other markets in the GTA, throughout Ontario and Canada. Really, it just all sets up for a major economic success story for Hamilton over the period to 2051. So if we could just move to the next slide, please. In terms of the land need scenarios, as you know, 3 main scenarios have been prepared to provide a range of future demand for community area lands. And those scenarios are varied by the intensification target, which is the number of units that are allocated to inside the built boundary, and then also by the density of greenfield development in terms of how many units per hectare we're expecting for single and semi-detached and row house units in the greenfield area. The growth plan minimum scenario, which you can see to the left, is based on applying the minimum 50% intensification rate in the growth plan, and you can see that that results in a land need of roughly 2,200 hectares, which exceeds the available land supply and is therefore considered not feasible from a planning perspective. And then the land need is reduced as the intensification target is increased and a steadily denser pattern of greenfield development is incorporated into the analysis. Under the increased target scenario, at an average of 55% intensification, approximately 1,630 hectares is required. And then under the ambitious density scenario, at an average of 60% intensification, 1,340 hectares are required. So although a number of scenarios were considered as part of the LNA, there are really only 2 scenarios that are considered feasible from a market and planning perspective. The no urban expansion scenario is not included because in our view, it does not conform to provincial planning policy requirements. Yes, the growth plan targets are minimums. Yes, municipalities are free to plan for higher targets, which are certainly embodied in the ambitious density scenario. But in our view, the intent of the growth plan is not necessarily to have 100% intensification. If that was the intent of the growth plan, there would be no section on designated greenfields and the target would not be 50%. Instead, the intent of the growth plan, in our view, is to encourage municipalities to plan for a balance of intensification, more intensified development, and compact greenfield areas in pursuit of the development of complete communities. Very briefly on employment area lands, supply and demand are a balance with no new lands required. This results from a number of inputs to the analysis, including intensification on the Stelco site, continued strong performance for the city's major pieces of economic infrastructure at the port and the Hamilton International Airport, but also, as we also discussed in December, a much more optimistic outlook for major office development, which reflects the longer time horizon to 2051, and again, the city's emergence as a significant and much more mature urban center within the Greater Golden Horseshoe over the period to 2051. We can go to the next slide, please. This shows some additional details on the ambitious density scenario. The outlined block to the top right of the screen illustrates that 60% of the units, those 66,190 units, are the units allocated to within the built-up area. And then the remaining 40% is allocated to greenfields, to the existing designated greenfield area in accordance with the supply that's available to accommodate that growth. And then the balance that cannot be accommodated within the existing land supply is shown as part of the urban expansion area total. I should also point out that one of the comments that came out of the consultation process was to do with apartment units. Why are we not showing apartment units in the urban expansion area? Surely you can't be proposing to build communities of only single and semi-detached units and townhouses. And the answer is no, we are not proposing to have only ground-related units. The apartments are not shown in the expansion area because there is a surplus of apartment unit sites within the existing designated greenfield area, which will need to be rationalized as part of the more detailed analysis and evaluation of growth options going forward. It's not a lot of land. I mean, it's not small, but it's not a lot of land. And simply adding that land onto the expansion area would in effect be an over-designation of land because we already have a surplus of those sites within the existing urban area that we can probably make better use of. So how those will be handled are going to be determined in the next steps, especially in terms of the broader objective of concentrating intensification in the downtown area and not having a surplus apartment supply in the greenfield area that competes with that. So just on the next slide, please. Moving forward, again, stepping back and looking at the economic context, looking at just the sheer scale of what's happening across the metropolitan area, the city's evolving role, its transition to a more mature state. There's no question that the city is in a very strong position to shift to more compact forms, but there are limits. There are limits to the amount of change that can be achieved from a market perspective, and there are limits to the amount of change that can be compelled from a land use planning perspective, even at the provincial level. So some urban expansion will be required to accommodate growth over the period to 2051, even with significantly increased intensification, which Ms. Travis will be saying a few words about a little bit later. But rather than seeing it as a competition or a choice between the two, both intensification and greenfield areas are required within an integrated city region system where all of the elements fit together and all play a role as part of complete communities. On the greenfield side of the equation, I think that it's very important to just point out that long-term land designation in and of itself does not necessarily create the market. In Ontario, urban expansion areas are managed very carefully through the phasing of planning approvals, secondary planning, services, and financing. So there is a lot of control at the municipal level. It doesn't mean that this land will all just be developed immediately. And similarly, on the intensification side, establishing that target of 60% in the official plan is really just step one of many. the city will now need to turn its attention to how to actually attract and accommodate this significantly increased levels of intensification. And that means things like encouraging employment growth, especially office in the downtown, investment in the urban environment, infrastructure, public services, transit, as the case may be, but all of those downtown urban amenities that are going to make Hamilton relatively more attractive for high density urban living compared to other competing communities in the marketplace, like downtown Toronto, the Vaughan Metropolitan Center, Kitchener-Waterloo. All of these complex and interrelated factors on both the greenfield and the intensification side are all going to need to be considered as part of the evaluation of growth options in the next phase of GRIDS 2. So I, on that, will thank you and ask Ms. Travis to carry on.
Thank you, Anthony. So following the presentation of the Land Needs Assessment to Committee and Council in December, staff embarked on a comprehensive public engagement campaign, which aimed to spread awareness and educate the public about the available consultation opportunities in recognition of the importance of the LNA as part of the larger GRIDS 2 and MCR process, which will guide the growth and development of the city for the next 30 years. Staff used multiple means and techniques to advertise the LNA public engagement campaign. Both digital formats, including social media and email, and non-digital formats, including newspaper ads and signage, were used to reach as wide of an audience as possible and are identified on the slide above on the screen. Through the combination of social media posts, electronic billboard and signage messages, newspaper ads, and direct emails, staff estimate more than 1 million points of contact were made to spread the word. And who did we reach with our engagement outreach? The statistics on the screen identify the participants in the consultation through the month of January. The city's Engage Hamilton public consultation portal was used to facilitate engagement on the draft LNA throughout the month of January. The Engage Hamilton portal included extensive information on the draft land needs assessment and related reports with user-friendly explanatory graphics, frequently asked questions and answers, an explanatory video explaining the land needs assessment in simple terms and with closed captioning, and information on the open house events and the online survey. A total of 2,200 people visited the Engage Hamilton LNA page during the month of January, and 147 people filled out the online survey. 2 virtual public open houses were held with a total attendance of almost 100 people, and a stakeholder meeting included 23 participants. In addition, staff responded to direct emails and phone calls and held meetings with interested parties. It is acknowledged that concerns have been raised regarding the limitations of virtual public engagement. Staff made extensive efforts to inform the public of the consultation opportunities and the options to contact staff directly through phone or email if that option was preferred. In terms of overall numbers for this round of engagement compared to previous rounds, the numbers are comparable, with approximately 100 members of the public and stakeholders engaging in the GRIDS Round 1 in-person open houses and meetings, 165 engaging in the Round 2 sessions, compared to approximately 125 in this round of virtual meetings. So as noted, the Engage Hamilton portal included a public survey, and 147 total responses were received. The Land Needs Assessment Survey asked respondents about their preference for the increased targets or the ambitious density growth scenarios, preferred rates of intensification, density of future communities, and climate change considerations. I'm going to highlight just a few of the key findings right now, but the full results are available in Appendix E, Consultation Summary Report, before you today. So the first question in the survey asked respondents to identify which land needs scenario was preferred, the increased targets or the ambitious density scenario. 70% of respondents supported the highest intensification targets, with the average of 60%, in the ambitious density scenario. The reasons given for this support included a desire to see the city build up and not out, a need to preserve agricultural lands and open space, a need for a mix of housing types, and a desire to focus growth within the urban area. Of the 30% in support of the increased target scenario, which had the average intensification rate of 55%, the comments stated that the lower intensification rate was more attainable, as well as a need to satisfy market demand. Several comments were also received which indicated that neither of the choices was preferred and that a choice of no urban boundary expansion should have been provided. I'm going to expand on this comment further after I finish summarizing the survey results, as it was a major theme that we heard during the consultation. Respondents were also asked in the survey what were their top 3 factors considered when indicating their preference between the scenarios. The top 3 chosen factors were complete communities, climate change implications, and transit accessibility. Other choices included urban structure considerations, financial implications, and the ability of the city to achieve the targets. And finally, from the survey, in terms of density of new communities, respondents leaned toward higher density of development in new communities, preferring that single detached dwellings be developed on lots with smaller frontages or a mix of smaller and larger frontages. A combined total of 68% supported a housing mix that featured more higher density forms of dwelling units, or even a mix of street and block townhouses or stacked and back-to-back units, as compared to 33% wishing to see all or mostly lower density housing forms. So I'd now like to highlight some of the major themes that we heard through all forms of the consultation, including the survey, but also the open house questions and comments and emails. I'll go over the major themes and the staff response to the questions and concerns. So as I noted, there was an opinion expressed from many commenters that a no urban boundary expansion option should have been modeled in the land needs assessment and offered as an option in the online survey. The staff note while the LNA report did not model a no urban boundary expansion option, this option was considered in the previous staff report from December, with staff noting that this option would require an intensification rate exceeding 80% for the period from 2021 to 2051. An intensification rate of this high would exceed the city's identified market demand for intensification, particularly in the short-term period. Further, staff and the city's land needs consultant do not consider this option as one that would satisfy provincial requirements for a market-based land needs assessment, as it would not result in the provision of a market-based supply of housing to provide the full range of required unit types, in accordance with the mandated method for undertaking the land needs analysis. The online survey was not amended to include an option to prefer a no urban boundary expansion scenario. It is staff's opinion that it's not appropriate to provide an option in a survey that cannot be recommended for approval going forward for the reasons just noted. The survey did include a comment section for respondents to provide open-ended comments on the intensification target and the land needs scenarios, which provided the option to suggest the no urban boundary expansion consideration. Another theme that was widely expressed was that adding less land to the urban area was favored, a firm urban boundary was preferred, and a concern that the proposed land needs scenarios would result in urban sprawl. It is noted that the ambitious density scenario, which is being recommended by staff, results in the least amount of land being added to the urban area of all the LNA scenarios modeled. However, staff acknowledged the opinion voiced by many members of the public that the city should not be expanding the urban boundary by any amount and to preserve lands designated as rural and agriculture and the concern over urban sprawl. To this point, staff note the following information. The recommended expansion land need at approximately 1,340 hectares equates to 1.5% of the city's total rural land area. The remaining 98.5% of the city's rural lands will remain outside of the urban boundary as part of rural Hamilton. Further, within the city's rural area, 60% of the lands, or about 53,700 hectares, are designated as prime, or agriculture or specialty crop, which are the two designations that we consider to be prime agriculture. Approximately 2.5% of this 53,700 hectares of prime land are located within the potential community area urban expansion lands. Therefore, even after urban expansion would occur, almost 98% of the city's existing prime agricultural lands will remain and will be protected. Based on the above, it is apparent that the expansion of approximately 1,340 hectares to accommodate the next 30 years, to accommodate a portion of the next 30 years of the city's growth, is not resulting in urban sprawl, and to the contrary, the overwhelming majority of the city's rural land, including prime agricultural lands, will remain protected. Another recurring theme that we heard was that efforts to increase intensification within the urban area need to be a focus for the city, including opportunities for brownfield and greyfield development. Staff agree that it's important for the city to focus a significant amount of growth within the existing urban area through intensification, and this approach is reflected in the ambitious density scenario. Intensification has long been a planning goal of the city and is reflected in the nodes and corridor structure of the urban official plan, as well as many initiatives within the city, including recently approved secondary plans in downtown Hamilton and the Centennial neighborhood, which encourage mixed-use redevelopment of commercial corridors and areas. The city's downtown transit-oriented corridor and commercial mixed-use zones allow redevelopment of commercial sites as of right, and secondary dwelling units that will be permitted more broadly across the urban area. The intensification supply update undertaken by staff assumed that brownfield and greenfield development will occur. The ambitious density scenario represents the city planning for a much greater amount of intensification than what is required by the province, and which greatly exceeds the amount of intensification which has been planned for in the past. Some numbers of note. Under the ambitious density scenario, the city will be planning to accommodate 66,190 dwelling units through intensification over the next 30 years. This rate results in an increase of more than 11,000 additional intensification units above that which is required by the growth plan minimum intensification target. By decade, under the ambitious density scenario, the required intensification units are 17,700 units between 2021 and 2031, 22,200 units between 31 and 41, and 26,300 intensification units between 2041 and 2051. In comparison, over the last approximately 10 years, between 2010 and 2019, the city experienced a total of 8,260 intensification units. It's apparent from the slide on the screen, under the ambitious density scenario, the city is aggressively planning for far greater numbers of intensification units than what is required by the province and than what has been experienced in the past. A final theme that we'd like to highlight was the opinion expressed by some members of the public that the city should not make a decision on the land needs assessment until 1, the community energy and emissions plan is completed, and 2, in-person public engagement can resume. First, regarding the community energy and emissions plan, staff are continuing to investigate opportunities for incorporating the modeling of the community energy and emissions plan into future phases of GRIDS 2 and the MCR, in keeping with the strong support to connect these projects that we heard through the public comments. Climate change will continue to be a key lens moving forward in future project phases. Second, regarding the comments to delay approval of the land needs assessment until in-person engagement can resume, staff note that the level of participation in this round of engagement was on par with past GRIDS 2 MCR engagement activities, and a significant effort was made to spread the word about the many different activities and avenues for people to engage in the process. There is a concern with delaying decision-making on the land needs assessment or other parts of GRIDS 2, as any delay in the GRIDS 2 process will result in corresponding delays to the ongoing master plan updates and the future development charges bylaw update. In addition, the provincial conformity deadline of July 2022, coupled with requirements to provide the province with a copy of our draft official plan amendment 90 days in advance of a required public open house, and the provincial election in early 2022, mean that the GRID's preferred growth option and draft official plan amendment must be completed by the end of this year. So then moving on, just to summarize the staff recommendations that are before you today. Staff are recommending that the City of Hamilton land needs assessment to 2051, as well as the related technical reports, being the residential intensification market demand study, residential intensification supply update, and the existing designated greenfield area density analysis, be approved by Council. Staff are recommending that Council adopt the ambitious density scenario as the preferred community area land need scenario, with the assumptions that you can see on the screen incorporated into development of growth scenarios going forward, including the intensification target rising from 50% to 60% and up to 70% for the final 10 years of growth, and designated greenfield area density target of 77 persons and jobs per hectare in our new designated greenfield areas and 60 persons and jobs per hectare within our existing areas. and a community area land need of 1,340 gross developable hectares to 2051. In terms of implementation, staff are also recommending that the GRIDS 2 and MCR process and the development and evaluation of scenarios consider phasing options that would ensure that any future urban boundary expansions are controlled and phased, including consideration of options for identifying growth needs beyond 2041 without formally designating the land as urban at this time. And finally, that at the conclusion of the GRIDS 2 MCR process and the final approval of the implementing official plan amendments identifying the land need to accommodate growth to 2051, staff prepare a report to Council with respect to the necessary steps for recommending to the province that any remaining community area whitebelt lands be added to the Greenbelt. And so just to conclude, to show you where we are today on our process and where we're going next. As you can see, we are before you today requesting approval of our land needs assessment and also the next report, which is a draft framework that we are proposing to use to help us with our evaluation and modeling of growth options in our next phase of GRIDS 2 and the MCR. That evaluation and growth options modeling will take place over the spring and summer of this year and into the fall, with the plan is to have our draft preferred growth option identified in the fall, with our next round of public consultation occurring before the end of this year. And so that concludes our presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you all for that presentation and overview, Manager Hickes Evans, Mr. Loris, and Senior Project Manager Travis. Colleagues, the speakers list is open. So far we have Councillor Wilson, and again a reminder to colleagues to please, if you can, direct your questions to the content in the presentation that we've received. Technically the recommendations are before committee in the report. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, the floor is yours.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chair Nan, and I'll rely on you to let me know if my questions are in order according to the content. A question to Mr. Lorius, please. In your documentation, Mr. Lorius, you make reference to income. And if I could just use the correct term, I think you make reference to rising income in Hamilton. Could you comment on that for me? Because I do have a subsequent question to ensure I understand it and the implications of your statement.
Mr. Lorius.
Thank you. Are you referring to one of the reports, or just the comment about how the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the structure of the economy is broadly shifting towards higher paying jobs?
I'm not sure which report it was, but that in general, but specifically, I'm trying to understand where you're finding the evidence of a shift towards higher paying jobs, and where that is occurring also in Hamilton, or you foresee it to occur.
Well, we're seeing a broad shift in the structure of employment across the metropolitan area, including in the city of Hamilton, generally away from traditional goods producing sectors such as manufacturing and towards jobs in professional services, technology, and the creative sector. And the Statistics Canada produces information on employment by major sector, which shows the shift in the proportion of employment away from those relatively lower goods producing sectors and towards higher paying jobs in professional services. And one of the big results that we see out of that is the emergence of what's been called the innovation corridor that stretches from Toronto to Kitchener-Waterloo, the emergence of Toronto and other communities within the GGH as global tech centers and tech attraction. And there's a combination of information both from Statistics Canada and anecdotally that shows the rise of the creative class, as Richard Florida has called it. And prior to the COVID pandemic, the city of Hamilton was also experiencing somewhat of a resurgence in the downtown technology and digital media sectors. So which is not to say that this necessarily eliminates the affordability challenge, but there is certainly a shift broadly towards those higher value, higher paying service and innovation type jobs in the economy.
Okay, thank you. So supplementary, what is the relationship between your statement that the economy is shifting, we're seeing a shift towards higher paid creative type professions and housing, if I could?
Well, there is no question that we are having a bit of an affordability problem, across the metropolitan area. I understand that house prices in Hamilton, for example, are up almost 30% just in the last short while. So, in the residential intensification demand report, there is I don't have the reference handy with me, but there is a reference to the share of median income that's being spent on housing, and it has increased. It has increased significantly, and notwithstanding the shift to higher paying jobs, um, uh, there still remains a substantial affordability problem across all housing types, which is one of the things that's driving the currently very strong demand for ground related housing outside the city of Toronto, in places like the city of Hamilton and further beyond to Guelph and Kitchener Waterloo and a number of smaller centers in the outer ring.
Thank you. I'm mindful of my time. I do have a number of questions, but I'm trying to understand. So I'm looking at something just so everybody knows. It's from the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario, and it's called Income in Ontario: Growth, Distribution and Mobility. And it's from late 2019. And it states that, in fact, Ontario recorded the slowest growth in median family income of all provinces in Canada. And it says that relative income mobility has steadily declined in Ontario. And it talks about, in fact, it's much harder to achieve upward mobility. And it talks about that our economic growth did not, in fact, raise our median income. So when I consider those sorts of things and the shifting economy, and then when you reference Hamilton, you talk about the rise of the creative class, but that very creative class, whether it's in the arts or the film studios, they're seen to be making, in fact, considerably less than the high tech, very creative of class, which are, according to all reports, still staying in Peel and Toronto. Could you comment on that?
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to review the report that you might be looking at, but I would observe that as you know, the Greater Golden Horseshoe as a major metropolitan area and is one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in Canada and the United States, can be expected to show a different income profile when compared to Ontario as a whole. And we have seen a broad trend of migration, not only international migration to major cities within Canada, but also a migration intraprovincially between provinces and from within Ontario to places like the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So I would not be surprised to find that on a province-wide basis, incomes may not have grown as rapidly as they would within a major metropolitan area. So does that help?
Hey, Madam Deputy Mayor, can I just real quick, Councillor Wilson, I'm sorry, we have to really stick to questions regarding the presentation that was provided. You're referring to a document that nobody else on council has before them. So if you refer
no, yep, no, I appreciate that, but I'm being informed, and sorry, Stephanie, just so that you know, technically, it was very hard to hear you, but I did hear you. It just for everybody else, it was fairly hard to hear you. I guess I'm trying to understand. I read a whole bunch of lots of stuff, and is the suggestion that to inform my assessment of these reports, are you suggesting that what I've read in other things can't inform my questions to Mr. Lorius?
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not. I'm just saying, Councillor, you're referring to a document that other members of council don't have, rather than something specific in the report. So other members of council have no idea what you're referring to. Normally, when we're in a committee setting in here, we would provide copies to all members of council.
Okay, I'm just trying to, thank you, Steph. I'm just trying to, if we know that income informs or drives our housing choice and ability, I'm trying to question Mr. Lorius on whether in fact, there has been a general rise in median income in Ontario, and B, whether according to what he's talking about in his reports of Hamilton's economic profile, whether that income is borne out in the very economic activities he's referencing in his report. And I'm just not seeing it. So I'll cede the floor and I'll move on to another question after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And moving on to the speakers list for the knowledge of committee, it's Councillor Johnson, followed by Ferguson, then Jackson, then Partridge, and then Danko. Councillor Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'm going to wait for the rest of the delegates to come through, but there was one question that Councillor Wilson asked earlier about the Food Security Committee, and Heather Travis in her presentation mentioned that they reached out to stakeholders. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to Heather Travis, in part of that stakeholder outreach, were the Ag and Rural Affairs included in that? And for some of you that don't know, Ag and Rural Affairs is the city committee that is made up of farmers from all different sectors of farming. So I'm just wondering if they had any input in this report.
Thank you. Through the chair. So a member of Ag and Rural Affairs does sit on our stakeholder committee and did attend our stakeholder meeting and did provide comments through that forum.
Thank you. Through you, Heather, is it the chair of the Ag and Rural?
Through the chair, it's Mr. Spelstra.
Thank you very much. That's my question for now. We're going to go back on the list after the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Moving on to Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A question also to Heather. Heather, on slide 22, you say that the city should not make a decision on the land needs assessment until in-person engagement can resume. And later on, you also show on another slide that you want this complete by the end of the year due to development charge review and a number of other things that are interlinked and connected to this process. So this pandemic has been dragging on for way too long. As you know, we went back into gray this morning, and I agree with you that we need to have in-person engagement back to where staff can do a brief presentation, but more importantly, can be around a large room and answer questions of the public when they can, get their questions answered in person rather than depending on technology. So I know we're all hopeful that everybody will have their first injection by June. It's not been stated yet that the economy can fully open at that time and hold these type of meetings. So what happens if we're not allowed to do that because this darn pandemic still drags on? What happens if it goes beyond, say, September, when you need to do the public engagement in order to be ready by the end of the year?
Senior Project Manager Travis.
Through the chair, yeah, it's a good question, and it's difficult because we don't have any certainty in terms of when we will be able to resume our engagement. We have looked at our timeline, and for instance, if a decision is not made on the land needs assessment today, but we are able to have a decision made in the fall and resume engagement in the fall, then we should still be able to meet our provincial conformity deadlines. Beyond the fall, though, if we were not able to resume engagement in the fall and we couldn't get decisions made until, say, early in 2022, just judging by some other factors, including different provincial requirements that we need to meet to get the province some information in advance of actually bringing our draft official plan amendment to council. And in light of the provincial election in the spring of next year, we would start to be at the risk of not meeting our conformity deadline at that time. So, you know, if we're able to meet in person in the fall, then we can resume our engagement in the fall, which I think everybody is hopeful of. Then we should be able to you know, meet our provincial requirements and keep our timeline moving. Beyond that, it gets a little bit more tentative.
So Heather, can you assure the public today that if we cannot meet in large groups by the fall, that there will be an extension then to allow this to happen if and when we get out of this pandemic and we're allowed to have groups that are larger in size, if not back to normal? Will we extend these timelines?
Through the chair, that the provincial conformity deadline, that's a provincial decision, and so I can't comment on whether or not the province would extend their conformity deadline.
If I may, Madam Chair, because I know I'm mindful of my time too, just a question to Jason or Steve. What's your thoughts about that?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. I think Heather is correct, and just to note the slide that the council was referring to, that doesn't represent the staff recommendation. That was what we had heard from some of the consultation, that there had been that request to delay any consideration until people were able to meet in person. As Heather notes, there's been no indication that the province would be willing to extend the deadlines for conformity, regardless of whether or not the pandemic is still in place and regardless of whether or not we're able to have in-person meetings. So it would be a risk if that was to be the direction, that we not deal with grids until after in-person discussions can happen. We would have no way as staff of being able to know when that would be, and certainly if it goes beyond that October timeline, it would put us at risk of having our MCR and land needs assessment and OP completed in time for that provincial conformity deadline.
And what happens, what's the risk to the municipality if we don't meet it? Because, you know, I think a lot of members of council, certainly myself, wants to see us back to full consultation because, you know, the virtual meetings and virtual consultation hasn't been perfect. And so what's the risk to the municipality if, because of the pandemic, we are not able to meet that deadline?
So through the chair, if the city does not have its official plan updated in conformity with the growth plan, in keeping with the provincial deadlines, which, as I said, at this point are not related at all to the status of the pandemic, the key risk in my view is that we'd be in a situation where we have an official plan that doesn't conform to provincial policy. And a couple of things could happen. One is the province does have the authority to issue orders to amend an official plan, so they could do that unilaterally. There's precedent for that. There was a number of orders, for example, made to the Toronto official plan a couple of years back, where the province simply ordered the amendments to be made. A second risk of missing that provincial timeline is that, in effect, we would have an official plan that doesn't conform to provincial policy. As council knows, we've reported previously that the provincial rules have changed such that individual developers can now actually apply on their own for site-specific urban boundary expansions. That's not something that was permitted previously. We have already seen at least one of those applications in Hamilton. It was not supported, and one of the reasons it was not supported was it was deemed premature, given that this comprehensive review was happening. If we get to a situation where the provincial deadline has passed, our official plan has not been updated, I would suggest that there's a risk then that we would, as a municipality, lose some control over our ability to plan for our growth. We would be susceptible to individual developer applications for one-off urban boundary expansions, and defending against those would be a challenge, given that we'd be trying to defend them based on an official plan that is out of date with provincial policy. So I would think those are the risks of being able to kind of have municipal control over the process and over the decision making, if we end up in a situation where we have surpassed the provincial deadline.
Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Moving on to Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor Nance, thank you. Deputy Mayor Nance, similar to Councillor Johnson, I have a whole series of questions and commentary but I want to be respectful of the precious time our citizens are waiting to delegate. So as long as you would reserve my right after the delegations to come back and allow me to question the staff presentation, the consultant's report, and give my speech later on, then for now, I don't need to pursue anything at this time, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So what's before committee to consider and ask clarifying questions or comment is on the staff presentation that we just received. Councillor Jackson, if you want to hold your comments and questions as they pertain to the reports that we're dealing with after delegations, you will certainly be placed on the speakers list for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nance. So I will reserve the right for that. Obviously, the report itself, there'll be a little bit obviously of overlapping to the presentation we heard. So I'm not trying to go back on the presentation, but I'm just trying to be cognizant of those out there with their precious time waiting to delegate. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nance. So I reserve the right to stay on your list for later. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And yes, the staff presentation does include data that was in the report. So if other colleagues want to do the same, that would be appropriate as well. Moving on the speakers list, we have Councillor Partridge. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the previous speaker's question, because mine is kind of the same. I want a clarification on that. So I'm going to hold the majority of my questions until after the delegations. Otherwise it could be a very long day for everyone. But I do have one question, if I may, through you to Heather. Heather, can you explain exactly what we are being asked to approve? In the presentation, I'm hearing the approval is for the land needs assessment. I'm also hearing, I think, that staff have gone with the ambitious density target. So is that what we're also being asked to to approve today?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that's correct. We are asking that you approve the land needs assessment report and the related technical studies, and to endorse the ambitious density scenario, which is within the land needs assessment report, as our scenario going forward, which will help us inform the next phase of GRIDS 2 in the MCR.
I very much appreciate that answer. My only question is, the presentation included the recommendation to take, I believe it's 1,340 hectares and expand the urban boundary by that amount. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the ambitious density scenario results in a land need of 1,340 hectares. So we would be asking you to endorse that amount as the city's required land need going forward.
And thank you. And Madam Chair, my final question is, in the 1,340 hectares, for the benefit of those who are going to be delegating and others who may be watching, what does that equate to in acres, please? Because there are still a lot of people that use acres as a form of measure. How many acres is that? Yes, Councillor Jackson, I see you there. How many acres is that?
Through the councillor, it's about 3,300 acres.
Okay, so it's about 3,300 to 400 acres, so that's quite substantial. I'll hold the rest of my questions until after the delegates. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Moving on to Councillor Danko. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Nan. Just two kind of big picture questions that I think are just might be relevant to the remainder of the discussion. The first one is the ambitious density targets of 60% infill and 77 people and jobs per hectare in the new designated greenfield areas. Can I get a clarification from our planning staff what the previous provincial government targets were? I believe the previous governments prior to Bill 66 was 60% infill was the minimum target, and that the city had previously endorsed 80 people and jobs per hectare for new designated greenfield areas. So the new ambitious targets are basically slightly lower than the previous minimums, if I'm remembering correctly.
Through the chair, you were correct. 80 persons and jobs per hectare was proposed as the minimum designated greenfield or density target under the previous version of the growth plan. So we are just shy of that in what we're proposing today. And on the intensification side, yes, there was a previous version of the growth plan that had proposed 60% as the minimum intensification target, which we are in line with our recommendation today.
So I think that's important just for context that previous to the changes to planning policy brought in by the Ford government, we would have been required to plan for 60% infill and 80% people and jobs per hectare. So just for context for the rest of the discussion. And the second question is on the recommendation for 1,340 hectares of land required. So if I remember from our previous discussion, in the total city Hamilton, we have 1,600 hectares available total. And there was, let me just see here, there was 275 hectares was in the Whitechurch lands, which were the other side of the airport contours. And if we subtracted that out, it left 1,325 hectares of developable land, which included Elfrida, 20 Road East and West, within kind of the north side of that contour. So if I'm looking at what's recommended in the presentation by staff, basically we're subtracting out the Whitechurch lands and then we're dividing up the rest for 100% build out by 2051, which mathematically requires us to adopt the ambitious density targets.
Through the chair, yes, your math is correct. If 1,340 hectares would require the city to expand the boundary by most of the White Belt area. And yes, if you remove the Whitechurch piece, or that's what we've been calling it, the Whitechurch lands, that does equate to about 1,300 and a little over 1,300 hectares of White Belt lands, which would be those remaining areas. That determination, though, in terms of where we're going to grow and which lands would come in and when, is part of the next phase of GRIDS MCR. We haven't made that decision yet, and the next report we present will touch on that a little bit more. But yes, you're correct in terms of the land areas and what would be required to be added in to 2051.
Thank you. And again, just for the context of the greater discussion, I just think it's important to recognize that as a city, we have a limited ability to grow, and we're basically planning on growing out to the entirety of the area that we have available, with the exception of those Whitechurch lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Moving on to Councillor Clark, and then followed by Councillor Farr. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So it's a process question. On item number 8.2, I think it is, which is the GRIDS 2 Municipal Comprehensive Review. So I have an amending motion, I think, that was distributed that would in essence receive this report and require a mail-out survey. And on item 8.1, I have a question to Mr. Thorne. I'm assuming then that we're going to be receiving these documents also pending the results of the mail-in survey.
So from a process question, Councillor, are you asking about seeking those clarifications inside this presentation portion of the agenda, or?
I think it's important that everyone know, including the delegates, whether or not we're receiving these two reports today, pending further consultations, or whether or not it's the intention of staff that we approve item 8.1. I think the two need to be received because it would be incongruent to receive and do a mail-in survey on one while we continue to move ahead on the other item.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we are in the presentation process, and without a vote, we could not tell the delegates whether or not that is going to pass. So we're going to have to wait until we get to the reports after the delegates. The delegates can certainly hear, and I'm sure that they will still be listening, but we aren't on the report yet, let alone the motion, the amendment. So unfortunately, we aren't able to give them an answer. And right now, the staff have put their recommendations in front of you, which is what staff has technically got in front of you.
So let me ask Mr. Thorne, that is helpful process-wise. May I ask a question of Mr. Thorne? I think you heard my question to the clerk. Is there concerns from staff about receiving 8.1, the same as 8.2, pending the additional mail-in survey if it is approved by this council?
So through you, Madam Chair, and I might have my numbers mixed up, 8.1 is the report that recommends adoption of the land needs assessment. And I believe, Councillor Clark, that the motion that you'll be presenting is to instead receive 8.1 and undertake the mailing. 8.2, which speaks to generally to the methodology for evaluation. I believe that those staff recommendations are still relevant, even if council elects to defer a decision on 8.1. We would still need direction as staff between now and October as to how we would be doing evaluation of scenarios, and that's what 8.2 speaks to. My sense would be that should Councillor Clark's motion pass on 8.1, that 8.2 could still proceed based on those recommendations, because we would need some direction, as I said, on the evaluative methodology to use in the next phase of work.
Thank you, General Manager. Yep, Councillor
Thank you. And as per my previous council colleagues, I think it's important that we hear from the delegates. So the rest of my questions will be after I hear from the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Moving on to Councillor Farr. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And to that last point, the same, but I'm just looking for clarity on slide 10 to staff through you on the note about apartment units. So when you mention apartment units here, you're referring to what sort of densities? All forms of densities that bring apartment units, whether it's a medium or a high density, or even a single detached with an additional unit added. What is that? And I'm particularly interested, Madam Chair, in the second line, the existing DGA, and under all apartment units, the note here says there's a surplus.
Thank you.
Thank you. The apartments refer to all apartment units as defined by Statistics Canada. So that would include high-rise apartments. It would include the mid-rise apartments. It would include stacked townhouses that often behave like low-rise apartments in terms of density. And the range of apartments depends on a number of factors: market demand, planning permissions. The reference to the surplus apartment unit supply is for the existing designated greenfield area and includes all apartments as defined by the census. So it would be a mix of low-rise and high-rise units. And under the land need analysis, the forecast demand for apartments is not enough to take up the entire supply. So the surplus supply, since we want to have as compact as possible an urban expansion area, that will need to be rationalized through more detailed analysis so that we can make the most efficient use of the land supply. So it's simply not shown in the expansion area for the purposes of the LNA. But it will certainly be considered as part of the secondary planning for those areas going forward, and as part of the evaluation of growth options in the next phase of this study process.
Okay, so thank you. That helps a lot. Appreciate that from the consultant's point of view and expertise. So to staff, historically in secondary planning, because that's the note here, we'll basically we're saying apartments aren't shown for expansion because there's a surplus 2,600, but will be included in secondary planning for new growth areas to meet complete community policy. So historically, in secondary planning outside of our areas where we do see higher densities in apartments, downtown, surrounding areas of our downtown, how well has medium or higher density apartment pitches gone over in the community in secondary planning historically? And that's my final question. I'm just curious as to whether we've taken those historic engagements on secondary planning for higher densities outside of the area I noted, through you to whomever on staff, Jason or whomever.
Thank you. General Manager, we can't hear you if you're trying to answer the question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I was just going to suggest that I might ask if Mr. Robichaud can respond to that one.
Okay.
Good morning, Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning. Historically, when we're planning for our greenfield areas, we do provide that full range of mix of housing. The historical model I'm most familiar with was like in Stony Creek. It was a 65, 25, 10, 65% low density, 25% medium density, and 10% being a medium or medium high density. We applied a similar sort of ratio methodology, for example, when we did the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, which is probably the most current greenfield area, when we were looking at providing for a full range of housing types. And that we very often, I think as Mr. Laurier indicated, that the built form and the land use designation starts to merge or blur into each other. So when we get into stacked townhouses, the masonettes, or even the low-rise apartment buildings, they often may be of a house form in the sense that they're 3 stories or 4 stories in height, and that we try to sort of provide that sort of distribution in each of the greenfield or the new community neighborhoods. We applied the same sort of planning principles in the Waterdown neighborhoods. Waterdown North and South provided for a mix, and as well as we saw that in the Rope and Nine lands in the North Glanbrook lands, where we introduced a mix of apartments. And as Mr. Laurier and as Ms. Travis indicated, as we move forward into this process, we will have to, in order to ensure that we can achieve the density targets, we will be looking for that full range of housing types to provide for complete communities and complete neighborhoods. The net effect may be that we end up with a theoretical over-designation or oversupply of apartments, but that will be providing for that choice in terms of whether it's along the our transit-oriented corridor zoning areas or some of our mixed-use areas, where we're starting to see more and more interest in those sort of low and mid-rise apartment form of housing within established neighborhoods, as well as trying to provide that same form of housing within our greenfield areas. And it may theoretically result in somebody making an application to go from a mid-rise building to, say, a low-rise building, or transforming it from an apartment building to townhouses. But we still have to ensure that what we are providing and maintaining is a complete community and that full range and mix of housing types. So I hope I answered the councillor's question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it was, I think, helpful to a lot of people, but more specifically, and Steve, I think the reason why our GM deferred to you, you've been around a while, I'm not trying to make you feel old, but historically, my question is, when we are pitching initial concepts to those communities in which we're devising a secondary plan, how are those medium and higher density portions of secondary planning for apartments going over, or are they historically modified in your recollection to less medium or higher, even higher densities?
Through you, Madam Chairman. There can be community opposition to the introduction of medium forms of housing within the greenfield areas, either in terms of philosophical opposition or the location of that, because very often the conflict is you have this sort of ribbon pattern of development that's occurred where you have single family homes, rural residential properties along these arterial roads, and those are the exact same locations that lend themselves to medium or higher forms of density forms of housing. So that when people often see, when we go into the community and say, how would you like to see your neighborhood develop? We will come back with a plan that's for 50 or 60 foot lots, all single family homes, reflecting those rural residential properties. And then when we start working through that exercise, in the stakeholder advisory groups and bringing them along, saying we have to provide for that density and mix of housing, we still may find that we get community opposition simply because they're living in on an acre lot, and then they're looking and saying, if there's one house on an acre lot and you're proposing to put a 3-story apartment building that's going to have 50 units on that same 1 acre lot, why aren't you just doing single family homes? So we have to work in time provide for that transition and gradation and the education to some of those existing homeowners who are opposed to seeing that sort of more dense form of housing within those new greenfield developing areas. Thank you.
Sort of established there's historically a challenge. I appreciate the answers. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to the delegations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Just to clarify before we move to further along on the speakers list, Mr. Lorius, there was a question. You'll be remaining on the meeting until we get to the report section of the agenda, correct?
Thank you. Correct. I am available for as long as required.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So moving on to the speakers list, first time speaker is Councillor Pearson, then followed by Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And certainly some of my questions have been answered. I don't want to prolong this either because I will have more later. But a couple of points just to Steve's comments just now with regards to the intensification. So can you just clarify, under the plan, we're proposing 77 persons and jobs per hectare in this new development area. Meanwhile, the rest of the city, we have different levels of intensification currently. If I remember, Stony Creek's 100, downtown Hamilton has a different rate. Could you just clarify that through Mr. Robichaud or Mr. Thorne?
Thank you.
Someone
Mr.
Robichaud?
Through Madam Chairman, there's the 77 persons and jobs per hectare is the target that we are proposing for our designated greenfield areas, which would be used for the purposes of developing new secondary plans. And the word councillor is correct. Across the city of Hamilton, there's a wide, the amalgamated city of Hamilton, there's a wide variety of planned densities in both those greenfield developing neighborhoods as well as established neighborhoods. The official plan has a general policy that for new greenfield areas, we would set a minimum target of 70. When we did the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, it was high 60s or very close to that 70, but there are established neighborhoods and things like the Western Development Area and Lower Stony Creek, which is sort of the green road area and Barton Highway 8 area. Those neighborhoods would be planned at a much lower density, but based on the time of the planning framework happened for those. Heritage Green itself has a variety of planning densities in those neighborhoods. And then as we move into the historic downtowns of the former communities or in downtown Hamilton, we've established different density targets as those sort of nodes or those sub-regional nodes, or being the downtown Hamilton, with downtown Hamilton being the most dense. Eastgate and Lime Ridge Mall are sort of those sub-regional nodes are at the second from a density range, and then the density range drops off from there as we move into the former communities. I think with a planned density of up to 100 persons and jobs per hectare in the former downtown nodes scattered throughout the city of Hamilton, and many of those nodes are at or below that 100 persons and jobs per hectare in the former communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Steve. I appreciate that clarification. Also want to ask, and I hear that Heather mentioned about anything left in the white belt that does not incorporate in this 1,355 hectares, if I heard it correctly, it would be recommended that the province put all of that land in the green belt. Are we saying that after 2051, we're not anticipating any more growth?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the recommendation essentially is to say that based on the planning horizon, we are looking at the mature state for the city of Hamilton, which would then be a balance between how we have the greenfield development and as well as intensification. And for looking for reporting back on opportunities or options for how to treat the balance of those white belt lands that are not required to accommodate growth to 2051. And one of those options might be putting a portion or all of those white belt lands into the green belt, and that would then direct more and more of our city's growth in that on a go-forward basis into intensification and redevelopment. But it's not that we're saying the city will not continue to grow. It'll just be a shift in how we plan and manage growth on a go-forward basis. And then whether or not the province would be agreeable to designating at growing the green belt for those white belt lands, that would be at the discretion of the province. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's just a matter of saying, no, we're going to lock in. This is our area. We want everybody to contain in this area. Thank you for that clarification. And my last question is, I believe there are a number of appeals going on right now out there. Are all of those factored in by developers? Are those factored into any of the scenarios before us now, or are they outside of this process?
Through you, Madam Chairman, You are correct. At the time of the adoption of both the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, there were appeals filed in response to the provincial modifications to the city's planning instruments by the City of Hamilton and or landowners, as well as there were appeals filed against the treatment of the description of the Elfrida area by some landowners to those official plans. The City of Hamilton has officially withdrawn its appeals against the provincial modifications, and now the matter is still an active file in front of the LPAT involving the landowners and the province in seeking a resolution in terms of those appeals. We have suggested to those landowners that based on the timelines and the work that's being done currently on the GRIDS 2 process, our preferred position is that we allow this process to play out, which will then identify how much land is needed when and where that land would be needed in terms of the municipal comprehensive review. However, the appellants and those parties to these appeals to the city official plans, they have maintained their appeals, and if the worst case scenario is that they would be looking at a long hearing in order to argue the merits and or potential urban boundary expansion through the appeals of the 2009 and 2011 approvals of the City of Hamilton Official Plan. Those are live and active files. Mr. Kovacheta could provide any additional details in terms of the status of that, but there is a potential there that the LPAC would have to make a ruling on the treatment of Elfrida as a special policy area and or any landowner's preference to have lands redesignated through those current and active appeals. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'll reserve the rest, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Excellent answers and appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Second time speaker is Mayor Wilson. Or sorry, Councillor Wilson, followed by the mayor. My apologies.
Sorry, followed by is Mayor Eisenberger would like
He's
to
not
speak?
seeking to speak. He is
Okay.
seeking to move receipt of the presentations. My apologies, looking at too many words at the same time while speaking.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I am going to reserve all my questions until after, except for one, which was sparked by a comment by one of our staff. And I was wondering if they could try and help explain the role of zoning in our efforts to try and achieve intensification within already urban areas. And I think the phrase was used, established neighborhoods are to be planned at a much lower density. So in the scenario that is put out before us now, is the suggestion that each time an individual parcel seeks to provide a middle missing housing model or seeks to give people an opportunity who cannot afford to live in an established neighborhood an opportunity to do so through a much more dense housing project, that they're going to have to seek to do that through every single individual application? Through you, Chair. That we're not going to do as of right. We're going to have to make the applicant seek an amendment each time.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud.
In established neighborhoods, sorry.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, no, the intent is actually the opposite. As you may note, on April 6th, for example, we are bringing forward a staff recommendation to implement the provisions of Bill 108 surrounding secondary dwelling units, whether that be a detached standalone secondary dwelling unit or an accessory unit within an existing dwelling. So there's at that sort of the first round of initiatives. As we start moving forward with the rewriting of the city's Hamilton zoning bylaws, we are going to be bringing forward recommendations to pre-zone lands based on what we want to see and not what is there, but ensuring through the development of the appropriate performance standards that development is compatible, both in terms of height, massing, lot coverage, parking considerations, dealing with impervious surfaces and stormwater management considerations. And in some cases, and other cases based on either approved secondary plans, neighborhood plans, and or official plan policies, we will be looking to zone sites with the appropriate zoning designation, whether it's for a medium density form of development or a high density form of development, much like we did with the commercial mixed use zoning and the transit oriented corridor zoning, to effectively pre-zone those sites so that applicants can either go straight to a site plan if it's a redevelopment of a site, or a building permit if it's simply a conversion or an adaptive reuse of an existing building or structure, in trying to remove those sort of zoning regulatory barriers that make it difficult for people to advance their intensification opportunities. So that is the goal, and that is the direction of staff to do that. Essentially to pre-zone as many sites as possible to allow for either gentle intensification through the form of secondary dwelling units, or to respond to the missing middle consideration in terms of the mid-rise buildings, or like we did in the downtown where we pre-zoned many of the sites for high-rise buildings, and that people can go straight to site plan and or building permit to advance their development projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, thank you. And I know that the mayor is hoping to move receipt of the presentation. Councillor Jackson, do you have a further clarifying question on the presentation?
Madam Deputy Mayor, here's my worry respectfully to the mayor. And I'm just again looking to you and Elsie Paparella. I would rather we defer receiving the presentation because there's so much overlap between the presentation and the report. All I ask is this: if we're going to move receipt of presentation, and hours from now when the delegates are done, and I need to refer to the presentation as we're talking about the report with my questions and commentary, I hope that you or Elsie Paparella won't say, Councillor Jackson, a few hours ago now you moved receipt, you cannot refer to the presentation anymore. I just don't want to be boxed in procedurally. So I look to you and Elsie Paparella, please, and or the mayor, if he could possibly hold off receipt of the presentation, because there's so much overlap to the final report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can certainly defer receipt of the presentation until afterwards if you like, but it is also up to the chair if something does come up and you wish to refer it. So, I mean, it's going to end up pretty much all the same in the end. The mayor is also asking to speak.
Mayor Eisenberger?
So I understand Councillor Jackson's concern. I don't think there's any problem anyone referring back to the report that we've already received. There's overlapping interests there. So and we're not like we're moving it at this point. So there's much more information to be had. So I have no concern on getting the presentation out of the way, and then letting anyone who wants to, fish out questions that relate to the presentation that I'm sure are in the upcoming land needs assessment report in any event, that they can have the flexibility to do so. So I have no problem doing that, and I will continue to move to receive the presentation.
I'm satisfied, Madam Deputy Mayor, with what the mayor and Elsie Paparella have said. It's now on the record if I refer back to it later on. Thank you.
Yeah, and as your chair, I did give you assurances ahead of time too that would be fine, given that the content is intertwined between the presentation and the reports. So we will move to receipt of the presentation, moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Pearson. The vote is before you on e-scribe, colleagues. Councillor Collins, could you indicate in the chat? Alternatively, we will close the vote and proceed with those able to do so. Yeah. And that carries. Moving on to public hearing and delegation. Members of the public are reminded of a 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting as well. After you finish your presentation, then there are no questions by committee. We ask that you please exit the WebEx meeting. Should you wish to continue to view the proceedings, you can do so on the city's website or through YouTube. And lastly, I'd ask that members of the public do not use the chat function in the WebEx as previously indicated, as this is used for members of the committee to communicate with the chair and clerks. Thank you. Committee, we will receive all the delegations at the end of our last presentation of delegations, and also we will proceed based on the order on the agenda, and video submissions will be played after all delegates who are in attendance at WebEx, here on WebEx, have concluded. So with that, colleagues and delegates on the line and staff, we are going to proceed with Delegation 9.1A, which is Mike Collins Williams of the West End Home Builders Association. Mike, if you could please turn on your microphone and camera. I see you.
Thank you. Can I share my screen for the PowerPoint, or do you load it up?
No, you may. I believe you may.
Madam Deputy Mayor, the instructions I sent Mike were that you would be doing it. Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and members of the committee. The West End Home Builders Association represents approximately 300 member companies, with our industry employing 27,000 people, paying $1.7 billion in wages and contributing over $3 billion in investment value within the Hamilton CNA. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, the massive amount of growth coming our way. To put the Greater Golden Horseshoe growth forecast into context, this is the equivalent of the entire population of Greater Montreal moving to this region over the next 3 decades. Growth of this magnitude provides both challenges and opportunities for the City of Hamilton. It is absolutely critical that the City of Hamilton recognize the scale of growth that is coming and to make realistic plans to ensure the city is positioned to absorb this population and thrive. As part of pandemic recovery, we can build back better. Hamilton can balance new growth to meet the needs of our community and aim to ensure residents can find housing that suits their needs no matter what their stage in life. Hamilton needs to plan for a balanced approach that protects our environmental resources, increases densities, and recognizes that a small urban boundary expansion will be necessary. The recommended expanded land needed at approximately 1,340 hectares equates to 1.5% of the city's total rural land area. The remaining 98.5% of city's rural lands will remain outside the urban boundary. The WHBA strongly believes in the future of Hamilton and looks forward to building all types of housing for 236,000 new residents. Demographic research recently published by Michael Moffat demonstrates that over the last decade, that growth has actually accelerated in municipalities across the region. This acceleration is being experienced in the city of Hamilton, with population growing by 2.8% between 2010 and 15, and accelerating to over 6.3% increase between 2015 and 2020. Patterns of growth are also shifting as there's an exodus of young families out of parts of the GTA, moving to places like Hamilton and even further out to Woodstock and Stratford in search of more affordable ground-oriented real estate. A mismatch between housing supply and demand across the entire region is being felt right here and has contributed to the escalation in housing prices and rents in Hamilton. This reality of market demand pressures for ground-oriented housing cannot be ignored by policymakers. Additionally, intensification in Hamilton has not materialized as was planned for in the original growth plan. To increase the amount of intensification that occurs in Hamilton, the city must focus on improving the attraction for high-density living through infrastructure, higher order transit, including the LRT, and a much more permissible zoning framework. Council must also recognize that a massive paradigm shift will be required for all city departments, policies, and infrastructure investments to even achieve a base rate of intensification of 50%. The WHB is certainly not opposed to the city striving for higher rates of intensification in the ambitious scenario, but I want to be clear, this is not going to be an exercise of merely approving an ambitious number through this process. Major changes are going to have to occur in terms of planning policy and the entire culture around the politics of development and intensification, as the system we have today won't achieve the targets. Between 2006 and 16, the city struggled to reach the previous growth plan intensification target of 40%. Achieving a 50% rate of intensification requires a substantial cultural shift in housing preferences and a recognition by the city that market distortions may cause increases in the cost of ground-oriented housing. Hamilton is going to need to upzone nodes, corridors, and allow our existing neighborhoods to accommodate higher densities. It is a head-in-the-sand approach to assume that growth is not coming, or a hard urban boundary will not distort the housing market, or that demand for low-rise housing would simply evaporate. Driving demand elsewhere will cause development to leapfrog across the Greenbelt to other communities like Brantford and Woodstock, forcing people to have even longer commutes, further contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Within the ambitious density scenario, the share of apartment buildings in Hamilton would be 47% of housing stock, which does not reflect the high demand for family-oriented housing. especially now with a flight from higher density areas where pricing has exploded in Toronto, Peel, and York. In closing, we don't have much wiggle room going forward. The city needs to make a decision today. Any further delays in this process is a huge risk. Furthermore, the staff report notes that numerous other projects, including the development charges background studies with their own timelines, are all weaving into this, and the city does not have buffer room for additional delays. I want to thank you all for listening. I've shared some concerns about the targets, but I want my message today to be about making a decision to support the city staff report and move on with the process. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Collins-Williams. Any questions from colleagues to this delegation? Thank you. And thanks for taking that presentation down. Seeing none, no indications. Thank you, Mr. Collins-Williams. If you may exit the WebEx and continue viewing online, that would be appreciated. Moving
Thank you very
along.
much.
Thank you. Delegation 9.1B is Don McLean. Don, if you may turn on your camera and microphone.
I think you have both. Can you hear me?
Yes, we may. Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You have a long list behind me, so I won't try to be overly long. I thank you also for the amending motion to the staff report, which I support the amending motion to extend the consultation and include a fixed urban boundary. The consultation which took place in January, despite the efforts of staff, clearly hasn't reached a significant part of the community. 147 people signed filled out the survey. You have over 150 letters in front of you, personal letters from individuals. You have 10 times the amount on a petition launched by Environment Hamilton asking for a firm urban boundary. So we clearly need to do more, and the move to extend that consultation and include a fixed urban boundary is a good move. We've heard quite a bit today from staff and from Mr. Lorius with respect to what they think we have to do. And I want to emphasize that it's what they think we have to do. It is not necessarily the law. We have been in touch with a lawyer, land use planning lawyer, and he has made clear that many of these things, probably all of them, are matters of opinion that can be challenged by other opinions. And there are planners across the province who are actively going out and talking about what the provincial rules are and how they can be challenged and modified. I want to particularly focus today on a problem that you're all aware of, and we come up with reach in our capital budget report every year, and that is the accumulating shortfall in maintenance of existing infrastructure. I believe it's somewhere around $3.8 billion at this point, and it's rising by about $2 billion a year. That's a big problem. Mr. Zagaric was asked what it would take in terms of tax increases just to stop going deeper into that hole. And he indicated it would be a 30% tax increase. That's not something that I think any of you or even I would be enthusiastic to proceed with. So we need a different way of approaching this. And growth gives us that opportunity. It gives us the opportunity to add more taxpayers, because we clearly don't have enough taxpayers to pay for the infrastructure that we already have in place. That's the essence of the problem that we have. And the way out of it, or the way starting to come out of it, is to add more population, but do it within the area we already have paid for the infrastructure, and infrastructure that we're going to constantly have to upgrade and maintain. So that's the situation that we're facing. If you look at the numbers, the older city, basically from Mohawk Road to the harbor, has lost in the last 50 years, 66,000 people. So there's lots of room for growth. And the loss of those 66,000 people has meant we have depleted neighborhoods that can't support schools. They can't support stable small businesses. We're in a situation where our infrastructure is underutilized and dramatically underutilized. And we have the opportunity with intensification to address that and start turning that shortfall around so that we can move in a much more appropriate fashion and a much more affordable direction. The other point that I would like to make is with respect to the climate crisis and the situation we have with the community energy emissions plan. That plan is now, as of Saturday just passed, we are 2 years from when the climate emergency declaration was made by council, and we as yet do not have a plan in place. And that got delayed, I know, because of the pandemic, and staff were shifted from that work to work on the pandemic. I kind of doubt that staff in planning departments were shifted from working on the MCR and GRIDS to work on the pandemic. And as a result, the MCR and GRIDS process is considerably ahead of the emissions and the climate plan that we're still working on. So we need to bring those back into conformity and put the emissions plan in place so that we understand clearly what are the implications, the climate implications of what we're planning to do, whether it is maintaining a fixed urban boundary, whether it is the what's called the ambitious expansion, which, as Councillor Danko has correctly pointed out, is actually less than what the previous government was requiring. And I appreciate the fact that staff are in a sort of a whipsaw position where one government comes in, sets a set of rules, they start to work and follow on those rules, and we were doing pretty well on them. And then we turned around and we got a different government who tore up all those rules and made a bunch of new rules. And we may well, a year from now, have a different government that does similar things to the rules. So jumping ahead, I understand that General Manager Thorne's concerns about what might happen if we don't actually meet the conformity deadline, but it is probably going to be much better for our community to be very cautious in terms of
Mr. McLean, that brings you to your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll have to pause you there. Thank you. If you can, and colleagues, are there any questions for this delegation? Councillor Wilson? Floor is yours.
Thank you. Just looking for some direction, Chair. The delegate did spark a question, but it's not actually to him. It's a consequence of his question. Can I ask that to staff now, or would you prefer that I hold it in abeyance?
Okay, so if it's a clarification on a question that the delegate has raised, clerk is advising that we hold those questions until all delegations are done, just to respect the time that folks are here. And if that will help you clarify your questions, to do so at the end of the delegations. Sorry.
Thank you. I will do that. Thank you.
Moving on, are there any other questions of the delegate? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. McLean, for joining us. And if you could, please exit the WebEx and join virtually to continue observing the meeting if you do choose to. 9.1C is Paul Sartlewitz. Did I get that incorrect? I bet you I got that incorrect. My apologies. And Ed Fothergill from the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. Please do turn on your microphones and cameras. Please do correct my attempt to pronounce your last name. I apologize deeply.
No problem. Just waiting for the authority to share from the clerks.
Paul, you should be able to.
It's not coming up. I don't have the bubble there. Okay, one sec. Pardon me, everyone.
No worries.
I don't know why it's not. If I
Hi,
close
Paul.
that, does this show the presentation, everyone, or no?
It's showing up as a white screen for us right now, Paul.
Okay, sorry about that. It's just
Paul,
showing.
do you have your PowerPoint up on
Yes,
your screen?
I do. Yes.
Okay, it's Steph at the bottom of the WebEx screen. There's a share button there.
Yeah, it's not letting me. Just one sec.
There is a setting for audio and video when you pull that up.
I'm so sorry. I had to enable some. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, everyone. It's prompting me to leave the meeting in order to present, to share my screen. I guess there was something I had to install. So if possible, I will leave the meeting and come back on so that not to take up any more time and allow the next presenters to proceed. I apologize.
Paul, no worries. We'll have you communicate with either Clerk Bates or Clerk Paparella in the background, if you could, to work out those techniques.
Yeah, I will just rejoin
much
again.
appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Okay,
we'll
cheers.
add you back in once you're back in.
Thank you.
In queue. Moving on to Delegate 9.1.D, Rabbi Dave Mevasser. If you could please turn on your microphone and video.
Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And appreciate all the attention you're giving to this critical issue for our community. So I will also try to keep my comments brief. It was said earlier, I think by General Manager Jason Thorne, that there are philosophical issues here, as well as kind of the hard financial and environmental issues. And I'd just like to open with a philosophical issue, which is really what motivates me to even be here at all. And it's expressed very well in a teaching through our Jewish tradition from about 2,000 years ago, when rabbis taught, this is all poetic and philosophical, that when God placed the first human in creation, God said, "Behold my creation. Do not destroy it. For if you do, no one will come after you to set it right." And what motivates me to be here and talk with you today is my concern that if we destroy more fertile farmland, there is no way to set it right after that happens. And I really think that needs to be our highest consideration beyond the current regulations coming from the provincial government, beyond certain kinds of pressures to develop certain kinds of housing. In a way, all of these things are artificial. They're all human creations. They're all artifacts of our society and how we are currently organizing ourselves. But there are hard and fast realities that we simply cannot change. And one of them is the amount of land that we have to grow food and for other creatures as well to exist in this environment. So for me, that really is an overriding consideration. And you can call it a philosophical thing, but in fact, it's beyond our philosophical orientation. It just is concrete reality. If we destroy our farmland, it won't exist anymore, and no one can bring it back. So one other thing I'd like to talk about is a different elephant in the room. And earlier, Mike Collins-Williams from the West End Home Builders Association referred to one elephant in the room. But I think a different elephant in the room is the fact that this entire process of reevaluating land use management is being driven by changes in the provincial government's regimen that relates to it. And those changes, I think, are probably driven by certain financial interests of certain groups who stand to benefit if these changes are put into force. The criteria that our hardworking city staff are struggling to meet, for changes in density and changes that we're being told we have to comply with, these changes, where do these changes come from? Why are these changes happening? And I think there's an elephant in the room that's pushing this, and we don't need to comply with it. And we heard a little bit earlier about the risk of non-compliance or the consequences of not meeting provincial deadlines. And the risk was said to be that we could lose control, and we municipally won't be able to control our own development. But I would suggest that actually by forcing ourselves to comply with it, we're already losing control. The province is telling us, we need to meet certain requirements. And if we just simply accept that without pushing back, we've already lost control. If the greatest consequence of not meeting the deadlines is that we might lose control, I would say that by complying with the deadlines, we're actually losing control because we've just given it up right there. So I know you have many more people to hear from. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, and I just want to encourage you to think about that other elephant in the room that is actually pushing these changes, and then what really are the consequences long-term to people and other living creatures here in Hamilton if we act too quickly to accept these changes that are being pushed on us. And just thank you again for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Rabbi, coming in right at the 5-minute mark. Much appreciated. Any questions by colleagues to this delegate? Councillor Wilson?
Good morning, Rabbi. It's nice to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Proud resident of Ward 1, correct?
Very much.
I just would like to I appreciated your comment of this is an exercise that is infused with a lot of knowns and unknowns, and we tend to think of it as fact-driven, but it is done within an ideological framework that can change with government, and certainly changed with this government, and the purpose of why those policies changed. Was ideologically, I'm sure, driven. Land use is not neutral. It's both science and belief. So thanks for drawing attention to that, and thank you always for your engagement.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you. Any further colleagues have a question for the Rabbi in relation to his delegation? Seeing none, thank you, Rabbi, for joining us this morning, and I invite you to exit the WebEx meeting and follow along virtually. Thank you. Take care. I understand that, Paul, you are back online.
Hello, yes, good morning. Okay. Sorry, everyone.
No worries. So we'll move back to 9.1.c. And there we go. You are sharing perfectly. Excellent.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning, members of committee. My name is Paul Shaklowicz, and I'm the policy advisor for the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. And I'm also joined today by Ed Fothergill of Fothergill Planning and Development to present the Chamber's position on the draft land needs assessment. I'll provide a quick overview of the Chamber's position, highlight some principles that inform that position, cover 2 quick case studies that members will already be familiar with, some details on agricultural lands, and then a quick recap. In terms of the Chamber position, the Chamber has consistently supported long-range municipal land use planning and believes it to be a prudential planning practice to utilize where available. As per staff recommendations, there are many positive outcomes associated with long-range planning that expanding the current urban boundary limits will enable the city to unlock. The Chamber believes that the Greenbelt Plan establishes a clear, long-term boundary for urban growth, and that long-term plans within the city should be defined by those lands inside the Greenbelt planning, including those whiteout lands in question. Doing so will allow the city to properly plan and implement strong staging policies with clear intensification targets, environmental protections, and servicing infrastructure provisions to bring certainty to agricultural, investment, and community stakeholders. So our Chamber position is informed by a few important considerations related to principles of long-range planning and some of the benefits that accrue from long-range planning. These include having an official plan with a delineation of a firm urban boundary to provide a clear sense of direction for municipal growth, coordination of urban services and planning processes enabled through long-term planning. Moreover, time, energy, and resource savings are realized through long-range planning versus short-term incremental planning processes that also ensure that decisions about city land use are made in Hamilton rather than by an outside arbitrator such as an LPAT. Moreover, carefully designed staging mechanisms can be implemented to ensure orderly growth takes place in a controlled, environmentally sensitive manner with the highest planning standards adhered to. And lastly, it also provides predictability for employment lands to maximize local employment growth opportunities. Turning now to a couple of case studies that Council will be familiar with, we'd like to talk about where long-range planning could have benefited in the Elfrida situation, as well as with the Airport Employment Growth District. Unfortunately, the city's now proceeded to implement a long-term strategy, and many of the pitfalls identified in the past have been experienced. There's no overall comprehensive plan for development for Whitebelt area, and staging policies have not been put forward as of yet. So as a result, there's been some mismatch in terms of infrastructure and planning in areas such as Elfrida and the AEGD. In terms of Elfrida, major trunk services have been provided. However, the construction of new homes for this community is still a number of years away, and that infrastructure has not been used. This has led to postponement of income from development charges and taxes to pay for those services well after the financial investment has been made. Additionally, lack of long-term planning has also resulted in considerable amount of expenditure in terms of planning resources taking place over 17 years now. And the continuation of this process will simply delay the inevitable development of each successive community in the Whitebelt area that will ultimately be needed for Hamilton to evolve as a complete community. Turning over to the AEGD, it's sort of a similar but reverse situation where a plan for half of the AEGD has been in place for a number of years, but servicing has not been able to be provided. In this case, the city loses opportunities in terms of investment from employers because of undeveloped lands due to lack of services. So the initial planning process for AEGD identified ultimate development would proceed as far as Fiddler's West Green. However, only the first phase of the development was brought into the urban area, resulting in a second planning process that is now underway before the first phase can even be serviced. This has created some uncertainty through rural designation of Phase 2 lands that are designated rural and intended for agricultural uses. This would be unreasonable to assume that these lands are going to attract any long-term agricultural possibilities or investment. In addition, the delaying of bringing these lands into the official plan simply delays the opportunity for these lands to begin to develop returns in terms of employment opportunities. So these Phase 1 lands are now subject to a review process to allocate services through the Employment Growth District, but the report can only consider half of the ultimate lands. Is the servicing infrastructure for Phase 2 lands going to be put in place at the outset? This could result in inefficient use of infrastructure, which may have to be upgraded later. So this sort of highlights a significant illustration of why it's important to integrate long-range planning use with infrastructure planning. Turning now to some agricultural considerations, this pattern of short-term planning has actually created uncertainty in terms of agricultural planning. Other than just using these lands to minimize assessment and tax generation, these lands are not conducive to long-term infrastructure investment or agriculture infrastructure investment. It's recommended that policies for the Whitebelt areas recognize this reality and not to purport to accommodate long-term agricultural activity. This will reinforce the use of the Greenbelt policy and establish greater certainty with respect to the agricultural community. And wrapping up now, Hamilton has a unique opportunity that other municipalities don't have in the GTHA to determine our own future growth patterns within existing Whitebelt lands. As detailed, the Chamber sees expanding the urban boundary as an opportunity to engage in a long-term planning process for the subject lands that will deliver many benefits determined by local authority. As mentioned, previously, pressures to leapfrog over the Greenbelt increase and are occurring in surrounding communities. Hamilton has the opportunity to adequately plan for our share of future growth in a manner consistent with local priorities. If Hamilton doesn't plan to accommodate, this pending growth will go elsewhere, potentially into Greenbelt lands, requiring significant infrastructure investments that go well beyond the footprint of the current proposed urban boundaries expansion. Moreover, as housing prices continue to increase, Hamilton must do what it can to increase available supply. The Chamber believes that bringing the proposed Whitebelt lands into existing urban boundary can be properly staged to allow the city to meet annual intensification targets in an orderly, predetermined fashion consistent with our own environmental targets and goals. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Satchowitz. My apologies, the timer is going off in the background. Councillor Jackson, question to the delegation?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, are we unsharing or should I wait?
Just 1 second. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan, and Paul and Ed, good to see both of you. And Paul, that was an excellent presentation. And I'm sure the mayor rused the day that he allowed you to leave his office. Just some lighthearted humor. Anyways, okay. So Paul, I'm listening loud and clear. I've heard primarily about Maiden Hamilton's solution versus leaving it to an arbiter. Do you want to possibly expand upon that, please, through you, Deputy Mayor Nan?
Sure, of course. I'm through the chair. Happy to speak to that. My colleague Ed might have something to say as well. But essentially, in terms of onboarding these lands, the city can take the lead in terms of determining how those lands are going to be used. And then you're not going to be potentially facing the challenges that we're seeing developers do in many instances, as General Manager Thorne spoke to, where you're facing challenges and independent zoning changes that come outside of the authority of the city. Whereas as the city plans for these lands now, we'll be able to be the ones determining what is happening within our own municipal boundaries. I don't know if Ed has anything he'd like to add to that as well.
Yeah, certainly. And that's a big factor, I think. And we've seen that happen in the city. Every time there's an urban boundary expansion, there's another OMB hearing or LPAT hearing. So the final decisions about the urban expansion, I mean, the city's involved, but it's an outside agency that makes the ultimate decision. Here we have a chance now to make all the future decisions we need for our city to the year 2051. If there is a hearing on this matter, it will be the last one. And we don't need to go through this horrendous process every time somebody wants to go to the next stage. So we set up the overall framework, and then we go through, put in staging policies so we don't have the big fight every time there's an urban expansion.
Thanks, Mr. Fothergill, Mr. Shakovich, for that answer. And last theme, Deputy Mayor Nan, to Paul and Ed. I noticed in one of your slides you used the word choice in long-term planning. I have used that word consistently for many, many years as our city tries to find a balance of growing. How about you elaborate and expand upon the word choice and why you feel choice is important to families and as our city grows, and not just to put, if you will, all the growth within dense urban established areas, but that choice is important as our city moves forward, Deputy Mayor Nan. And that's my last question, please.
Yeah, maybe I could answer that, Councillor Jackson. It is important. People in Hamilton have to have a choice of where they live. Because if they don't, I think one of the things that didn't come out in the staff report, the home builders talked about, is we're already seeing people going outside the Greenbelt. And that's not the intent. We want to keep the city of Hamilton within the Greenbelt. But if there are not opportunities for them, they're going to be going to Brantford and Paris and Caledonia and all of the surrounding areas. We're already seeing that happen now. It may continue no matter what we do, but we have a role to play in how much of that happens in the future. So do we really want people that work in Hamilton living in Brantford and Caledonia or further away and driving into Hamilton because they don't have the proper accommodation? Or do we want to accommodate them within the urban limit as defined by the Greenbelt? So by not having enough room to grow, we undermine the intent of the Greenbelt, and we start seeing leapfrogging on the other side. So we need the balance that I think the staff has brought forward, and they've done a good job on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fothergill. Thanks, Paul. Good seeing you both again. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you. Any further questions for this delegation? Seeing none, I thank you both for joining us this morning, and please do exit the WebEx meeting and join us virtually to follow along. Thank you again for taking the time. Moving on to 9.1E, Laura Katz. If you could please turn on your microphone and camera. We can see you.
Testing.
And hear you. Wonderful. The floor is yours, and I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Laura Katz. I'm a third-generation settler. I've lived in Ward 1 for the last 5 years. I spent the first 17 years of my life in Ward 13. This is my first time formally delegating to council. Thank you for having me. I'm here today asking that you do postpone decision-making on land use planning until after COVID is over and the general public can be properly consulted. Because of COVID, like many, this past year, I've only seen about 10% of my usual network. Due to COVID, my 2 small children are in remote school instead of in person. Pre-COVID, school drop-off and pickup was where I had a lot of conversations with friends and acquaintances about local and worldwide issues. Since being home, I and many others have simply not had this opportunity to connect and bounce ideas off of one another. In the last few days, I've run into a few friends on the sidewalk. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you not one person I've spoken with was aware that this monumental decision about land use was about to be locked in. I polled a bunch of friends over text message. The only ones who knew about it only knew from my personal social media. In short, Public consultation during a pandemic is nearly impossible. Very few know this is even happening today. The City of Hamilton declared a climate emergency 2 years ago, which tells me that there is some sort of understanding of what ghastly future awaits us. Nothing, and I really mean nothing short of bold and radical solutions must be implemented now to avoid it. Expanding the boundary and destroying precious farmland goes in the complete opposite direction. The two initial options presented of destroying either a lot of farmland or destroying a whole lot of farmland is simply unacceptable. It is a head in the sand approach to not include an option to freeze the boundaries. And as such, I fully support the amending motion that staff be required to fully explore and add a no boundary expansion scenario to the table, please. I could tell you about my day-to-day life and how I live with an environmentally conscious lens, but my personal choices can only make so much of a difference. I'm only one person. Do I want to be using fossil fuels? No, but it's realistically my only choice at the moment. Please make a freeze on urban boundaries our only choice. If it means less single-family homes will be available in the future, so be it. We are all going to have to start making sacrifices, myself included, because our way of life is not sustainable. With no due respect to our premier, Ford does not know Hamilton. You know Hamilton. We know Hamilton. We know that an expansion will not lead to affordable housing. We know that the math does not add up when you start to sprawl. We know that allowing for more density in the existing and quite spacious boundary will help the city crawl out of this deepening deficit. So right now we have two options. One, expand the urban boundary, destroy depleting farmland, increase our bursting infrastructure deficit even further, deepen this growth wealth disparity, totally ignore Indigenous sovereignty and reconciliation, or freeze urban boundaries, change bylaws to allow for middle density housing solutions, take care of our growing unhoused population within the city, reduce car dependency, and build livable, truly vibrant communities. I'm a huge supporter of the land defenders and water protectors, and truly don't understand why we are not taking cues from the people who took care of this land for so long before us. The same land that was ripped out literally and figuratively from under them. This land that we want to protect is already stolen goods. If the city does go through with an urban boundary expansion, I'm wondering what plans council has to make sure people still have access to food grown close to home, or if there will be a subsidy when the price of food skyrockets as a result. I did mention earlier I'm only one person, but I know I'm not alone in this sentiment. I know by the 1,000+ followers the Stop Sprawl Instagram account garnered in only 1 month. So you should know that if the city does go through with a boundary expansion, I'm one of many who will be standing between the land and the bulldozers. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for joining us today, and congratulations on your first-time delegation and choosing to engage locally democratically. Any questions for this delegation? Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to delegate. Just as a mother who did those early morning and afternoon pickups, I just wanted to add an editorial comment that they do provide really rich opportunities to talk about a range of subjects, international and the very local. And I always found them extremely informative and helpful and healthy. When you were saying that your circle of friends were not aware of this discussion, I just wanted to tap into to get your opinion. It's one thing about being aware, or the motion asks for the extension of time to consider the reports. Do we do a good enough job in talking about consequences of our choices in our efforts with local citizens within this context of, which is arguably a really dense discussion, right? Driven by numbers and forecasts. And do you have any insight to offer on how we might communicate if the motion were to move forward?
When I said that they weren't aware of this issue at all. They didn't know a boundary expansion was even on the table, was even being considered. I think someone else maybe will speak to the MCR GRIDS 2 billboard that was flashed over the link. That is pretty confusing. I didn't know about it personally until a month ago. So consequences, I think no one knows that it's happening. So I don't think that I can speak to the consequences because I don't know the issue at all. They don't.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I thank you, Laura, for joining us this morning. If you could please exit the WebEx and join virtually if you are going to take the time to follow along with the rest of the delegations. Moving forward to 9.1F, Ruth Pickering. Ruth, if you could please turn on your microphone and video.
There we are.
There we go. We can hear you, no problem, Ruth. But if you're hoping to have us see you, we can't see you yet.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Excellent.
Oh, it's on. Okay, thank you.
I'll start your time now.
Good morning, almost afternoon to everyone. Madam Chair, Mayor Eisenberger, and councillors. My name is Ruth Pickering. I have lived in Dundas since 1985 when our family moved to this area. I am grateful to live in a city whose vision is to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. I am both proud and relieved that Hamilton declared a climate emergency as early as March 2019, and whose mission includes to contribute to a healthy, safe, and prosperous community in a sustainable manner. It is reassuring that recently the Supreme Court of Canada has also declared that climate change is a threat and has, in fact, overturned some federal legislation and provincial legislation with that. Chief Justice Richard Wagner wrote, "Climate change is real. It is caused by greenhouse gas emissions resulting from human activities, and it poses a grave threat to humanity's future." Now, when I think of an emergency, I imagine something like this. While I might be walking down the street to downtown Dundas to pick up some groceries, I could hear yelling from behind me, "Your house is on fire! Your house is on fire!" If this were to occur, what would any of us do? We would grab our cell phones, call 911, and dash up the street. However, it is our planetary home that is on fire. Politicians and governments at all levels have the capacity and the responsibility to take real action on climate change, appropriate to a genuine climate emergency. Sadly, most of them are sleepwalking down the metaphorical hill, preoccupied with buying groceries, while completely ignoring the reality of the ongoing planetary crisis. At this moment, we face the risk of passing the point of no return, and we will have wrecked our home on this planet. The good news is that one level of government can and is responding, and that is the cities. In David Miller's recent book, Solved, How the World's Great Cities Are Fixing the Climate Crisis, he says, activist mayors of different political backgrounds are taking bold and effective actions that are dramatically reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This could be a guidebook for Hamilton regarding the many solutions that are already working for cities: Los Angeles, New York City, Shenzhen, China, and Accra, Ghana. All of these are making significant progress. At least 35 cities now have peaked emissions, and estimates indicate that by 2021, 50 major global cities will have climate plans consistent with the goals of the Paris Accord. Today, you have heard and will be hearing more about the real and dangerous consequences of opening Hamilton to massive urban sprawl under the misguided intention and direction of our current premier. given that this is a plan till 2051, how many governments are we going to have between now and then? And will they not rip up the legislation? But they can't replace the farmlands. So what we are doing today locks us in to very serious and risky behavior on account of the climate change issue, which is going to be continuing. Governments change. So I'm asking, our GHG commissions will escalate instead of fall. We will have decreased food security and will lose forever the farmlands and natural spaces we rely on for food and to keep the climate stable. We will still not have adequate affordable housing for our citizens, our other citizens than the wealthy ones who are likely to inhabit the expansion, nor will we have a vision for children and aging citizens, nor for a healthy, safe, and prosperous community in a sustainable manner. Would the families who would buy there pay the extra taxes required for the costs of the new roads, public transportation, water, sewage, electricity, policing, and streetlights in the proposed location compared to those costs within the existing boundary? And remember what Don McLean said about all the infrastructure, it is in desperate need of repair within the existing urban boundary and the areas that we have to add density to provide not only wealthy housing, but affordable housing. As taxpayers, we will have to be prepared to absorb these additional costs of development and maintenance of this whole new suburb while we are compromising our vision, mission, and commitment to action on the climate emergency. We can do better than that in Hamilton. The least we must do is delay the decision until we are through the pandemic and have public-wide consultations. I'm willing to offer to buy 5 copies of David Miller's book, because I think it will help to be a guideline for Hamilton staff and counselors, and it's being done. And I think that we can do better than that in Hamilton. I think we should freeze the urban boundary now and make plans based on climate as we need to, and then make future decisions closer to the future that we're in. We're nowhere close to 2050. We've never planned on such a long scale. We know the population is going to increase, but how we house them is going to be one of the really, and how we serve them with transportation. So
thank you, Ruth.
Encourage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for coming to delegate and joining us in this important conversation. Any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you, Ruth. If you could please exit the WebEx meeting.
Yes.
And agreed, it's a fantastic book. Moving along to 9.1.G, Jim Quinn. Jim, if you could please turn on your microphone and your camera. There we go.
I've done so, and I'm here. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor and Council, we're in a climate emergency, and you've been charged with a very important decision. I support the amendment to include the fixed urban boundary in our decision-making and to extend public consultation. We need an option that is consistent with viewing through a climate lens. That option is to keep a firm urban boundary. We need to recognize the extreme uncertainty of growth predictions 30 years out. I think that's an important consideration. This is an option that speaks to both mitigation and adaptation to climate change. If we expand the urban boundary or not, we should consider that mitigation, according to the former Commissioner of the Environment for Ontario, Dr. Diane Sachs, sprawl is Ontario's tar sands. Sprawl increases CO2 emissions through increased use of fossil fuels and land use change. This is necessary because of limited transportation options for people in new areas and a reduced ability to use alternative transportation. This will increase both CO2 emissions and traffic congestion and needs to be avoided. The Alfreda lands are known to be first-class farmlands. Soil stores carbon as organic material when low or no-till farming is employed in particular. Planting of cover crops reduces erosion of soil and exposure of carbon that would be lost to the atmosphere. If farmers adopted cover crops globally, they could reduce CO2 emissions by as much as 500,000 tons per year. Modern farming techniques not only store carbon and reduce CO2 emissions, but saving croplands features in climate adaptation. We need to be prepared for changing climates. In terms of adaptation, fires and drought are having a huge negative impact on croplands in California. We need to preserve our croplands to feed our citizens as sources of food become rarer. We need to reduce flooding from severe weather events, and development of farmlands increases impervious areas, leading to increased flooding risks. If we use Elfrida lands for residential development instead of farmlands, we will also reduce local foods and increase local flooding. The decision must use a climate lens. We know that making decisions based on modeling population growth 30 years out will include unacceptable errors upon errors. There's no good basis for expanding the urban boundary just in case the predictions are correct. We are in a climate emergency, and we need to hold the urban boundary fast. Consequences of failing on the climate change front are much greater than those surrounding urban expansion. Making a conservative-based decision to hold fast on the existing urban boundary can presumably be revisited later in case population growth is extreme. The land needs assessment by Laureus and Associates carries many, many assumptions. Some of them are bound to be wrong. Additionally, options for absorbing growth within the fixed urban boundary were not all considered. So land need is exaggerated. Ground-based housing does not require green space. Gray fields can be developed. Granny flats, garden suites, laneway housing can effectively be used to reduce the pressures of increasing population size. Estimates of number of people per household are based on an assumption that incoming people have the same housing behavior. Different cultures live as extended families, including South Americans and Africans. And these families are bound to make up an increasing proportion of incoming residents. The estimated number of people per household 30 years into the future is not knowable. The bottom line is we need a progressive third option. We need opportunities to consult in groups of citizens post-COVID-19. Decisions about the urban boundary will be the most important decision that we will make in these days of climate change. To have options and to have proper consultation with opportunities to understand more about the options is essential to this crucial decision. Your decision about urban boundary expansion or not will reflect whether or not you see the climate emergency as real. I hope you decide that urban boundary expansion is inconsistent with this emergency, and I thank you for your attention. Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions on behalf of my colleagues to this delegate? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you, Jim, for joining us this morning. If you could please exit the WebEx and join virtually to follow along. We'll move on to 9.1H, Kathleen Livingston. Kathleen, if you could please turn on your microphone and video. Kathleen, can you hear me? Okay, we don't see anyone registered on WebEx with that name, so we'll move down the list. If Kathleen joins us, encourage you to get in touch with clerks. 9.1.I is Akira Urick. Akira, are you with us today? If you could turn on your microphone and video, I see your name.
Yes, I'm here.
And we can see you. Thank you, Akira. Please.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. Thank you for the chance to speak today. I'm a Ward 3 resident. I will begin by stating that I support Councillor Clark's motion to send a survey to residents, which has an option of no boundary expansion. I support a firm boundary because I have seen what happens to cities when their government focuses on expansion rather than intensification. Cities are gutted, while natural and agricultural land is destroyed for new builds. I've lived in Hamilton since I was 5. I grew up in the core. This city means a lot to me because I have many memories here. Hamilton is a place of community. Hamilton is the kind of city where you can walk from the farmer's market to the library, to the parks, to shops and restaurants, and are just a short bus or car trip from hiking trails. Hamilton is a city that needs work, however. My neighborhood and surrounding areas are empty buildings, empty houses, and empty storefronts. Meanwhile, I look out to the countryside and I see fields disappearing, entire swaths of beautiful land torn up, paved, and developed on. We need to find a way to develop economic opportunities and quality housing in the urban core. It's here. It needs care, and it doesn't require us paving over green spaces and expanding outward. Last year, during the Neowise comet's passing, I went with my friend out to the countryside to where he had been stargazing with his family since he was a child. There was nothing but dust and rock. What was once grass and trees and animal habitat was now unrecognizably disfigured. It was being developed on. That whole area was becoming subdivision houses. While our tax dollars will be diverted away from the core where we need development, our farmlands will be destroyed. And it won't be long after that that natural land comes next. Our city is going to be gutted while natural and agricultural grounds are torn apart and paved to make way for million-dollar homes. This expansion does not make sense from any angle, and it only serves to benefit investors and politicians. Even from an economic perspective, these houses will not generate much for our city in tax revenue. Urban intensification would bring more money into the city while protecting exterior lands from destruction. Intensification would be better for the economy, the environment, and support the people living here. We need to do what is best for our city, and we need to do what is best for the rural and natural lands beyond our city, and leave it alone. From childhood, I would go to Burns Conservation Area. It was largely untouched and made up miles and miles of natural land rich in biodiversity. But when I go now, the woodlands are thinning. On some stretches of trail, I can see development encroach on what should be protected natural land. And I wonder, how long until this whole area is houses? How long until government powers like Doug Ford put a price tag on every tree, every stream, every blade of grass? It isn't right. We need to be protecting natural land, and we need to prevent agricultural land from being developed. When I'm old, I want to look past our urban boundary and still see a countryside. I want to see forests past that countryside, with streams of fish and flocks of native birds. I want to see clean lakes and healthy trees. I want a future where people are satisfied and have what they need in this city and treat the natural land with care and respect. This is why I support Councillor Clark's motion to send out a citywide survey with the option of no boundary expansion. I also strongly encourage that the city find a way to make meetings such as this more time accessible and work much harder at public outreach methods. We cannot afford to lose any voices on a decision such as this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Akira. And any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, we'll move along. If you could please, Akira, exit the WebEx and join virtually if you are able to follow along. Moving along to 9.1J, Nancy Hurst. If you could. Yep, I see your presentation is shared.
Good morning. Thank you, Councillor.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm a resident of Ward 12 in Castor. Thank you for the chance to speak here today. When I first heard about the proposed boundary expansion, I was directed to the GRIDS 2 MCR site, which displays this graphic. It took me a while to find it as I had no idea what this acronym meant. Yet, this cryptic image is what is being used to engage citizens on what could be the most important decision facing our city in decades. This image is one reason why we need a better public engagement on the issue. 150 people responded to the survey, and of those, only 4 people under the age of 25 in the entire city were among them. But this boundary expansion issue will have the greatest impact on this very age group, people who will be in their 40s and 50s in 2051. So I hope that Councillor Clark's proposed survey will reach more of this demographic. I noted earlier that staff mentioned that sprawl is defined as the uncontrolled expansion of the urban boundary. And they say that this is not what is being proposed. But I would say that cities should grow organically. Once one community is full and complete and serviced with thriving businesses, amenities, and transit, then a new neighborhood should grow beside it organically, becoming connected through already existing transit. A zero boundary expansion was not originally considered, but I've just noted also Councillor Danko's observation that the new ambitious density scenario that staff is recommending is less than what was mandated as a minimum by the prior government. Thank you for asking that question, Councillor Danko. For too long, Hamilton has favored single-family homes. Our city is full of them. More and more what I see are these homes, which often sit on large lots, being knocked down and replaced by monster homes that house only one family. These monster homes are detrimental to a community, and a better approach would be to replace some of these with medium-density dwellings like this that can accommodate more than one family. Of course, we must be able to be careful to preserve heritage and natural spaces where appropriate, but regular-sized homes that are affordable to regular income families and located in neighborhoods that already have transit and amenities for those that don't own a car are what our city needs to address affordability issues. Boundary expansions are expensive. What would be the actual cost to taxpayers of an expansion? It's widely known that growth doesn't pay for itself, and citizens in our existing city will be the ones footing the bill for this expansion. And I just want to note that the dark green areas in Elfrida are the Class 1 soils. Increasing density in our already existing neighborhoods is important to local businesses who need more residents and customers that live nearby to support them. And of course, loss of precious agricultural land is not sustainable. Class 1 soil shown here in red is a finite resource, and only 4.8% of Canada is farmable. American urbanist Joe Minikazi helps cities around the world to identify where and how they're losing money, counseling them on how to get out of debt and showing how cities either make money or lose it depending on their physical form. Guelph hired them to do an analysis, and I think Hamilton should as well. The 3D graphs by Joe's firm, Urban 3, are not physical maps of Guelph, but rather fiscal maps. The purple and red spikes show the parts of Guelph that produce wealth for the city in the form of taxes, and yellow and green plateaus show the parts of the town that are a drain. Guelph doesn't have tall buildings, but the purple and red spikes clearly show that even low-rise buildings can be potent wealth producers for a city and far surpass single-family homes in tax generation. Urban 3 also made a map which revealed that after roads, buildings, and natural spaces were accounted for, the underused leftover spaces amounted to 49% of that city's area. So the gray areas on the map on the right are all spaces that could be used for tax-producing infill. And I wonder whether Hamilton has an inventory of the underused spaces in our city. These should be identified and measured. A quick look at how low to high density building types shows that even low-rise buildings far surpass single-family houses in tax generation. In fact, single-family houses are a drain on city finances, as you can see at the top left. So why are we so devoted to them? Hamilton is set to pass a bylaw on April 6th, allowing the construction of secondary dwellings and including garden suites and laneway houses. And if staff categorized detached secondary dwellings as single-family homes, this would go a long way to satisfying the province's demand for such housing, and they would all be able to be built within the existing boundary. Intensification along Hamilton's main streets, as they're doing in Brampton, and transit corridors, such as Centennial Parkway, with shopping at ground level and dwellings above, should be encouraged, and we don't need to do it all with tall towers. Even Ancaster would especially benefit from intensification similar to this along Wilson Street. In closing, I would like to show you the difference between the city of Turin in Italy, where I have close ties, and Hamilton. This is a typical building height in Turin. To put it in perspective, Turin is 1/3 the size, but 13 times more dense than Hamilton. Unfortunately, you probably can't see it, but Hamilton is 480 people per square kilometer compared to Turin, which is 6,500. So to say that we have no ability to densify our city is a folly. In closing, I believe that with courage and the decision, if we have courage and creativity in the decisions we make today, we could build our wealth and repopulate the more neglected neighborhoods within Hamilton's sprawling borders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Nancy. If you could take down sharing your presentation so I can see if any of my colleagues have questions for this delegate. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning or good afternoon, Ms. Hurst. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
I took your point when you zeroed in on the participants, the demographics of the participants of the GRIDS and that young cohort, 14 to, I don't have the number in front of me.
14 to 24.
Yes, thank you. 14 to 24, and the acronyms that we use sometimes to describe something which may not illustrate what we're talking about. Just, do you have any thoughts on how we might engage and activate younger persons moving forward? Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. I believe when I read in the staff report that city staff engaged with youth in the city through the city's own youth engagement site, and there was a newsletter sent out to 400 youth. Firstly, if it's not on Instagram or Snapchat, they're not looking at it. Nobody I know under the age of 20 opens a newsletter and reads it. So perhaps my first thought is through schools. I believe that if you want to reach youth, go through the civics class that kids are all forced to take and none of them like, and involve them in a citywide initiative like this that actually will engage them. So the answer to me would be schools and Instagram.
And TikTok.
Yes, I forgot that one. That's the clear one. And to engage adults, not that you asked, but maybe just something that said, hey, we're about to expand our boundary. What does it mean for you? Would have been something a bit more clear. I went to the Engage Hamilton site to look for the boundary expansion. I had to click on all of those things before I realized that GRIDS 2 MCR was the thing I was looking for.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Back to Ms. Hurst. Obviously, I'm showing my bias, but I'm very delighted that you referenced Mr. Menakazi and that movement that is happening south of our border and creeping up as more cities and towns are frankly going bankrupt as a consequence of a low rise sprawl, and the feature on actually looking at the cost side of the ledger, which we don't do. So in your comment, if I could, and it's kind of a setup given my bias, but trying to, your advice on trying to infuse future communication with consequences. Can you comment on that? And that's my questions. Thank you.
To infuse future communications with consequences. Are you referring to, sorry, Councillor, are you referring to the way that the city communicates with the citizens to show the consequences?
So Mr. Menakazi shows that he looks at a city as a big piece of farmland. And he says good farmers try and maximize their crop per hectare. And then he takes a city and a suburb, and he shows through you put one on your screen, those 3D maps, which shows the type of development that enriches a city's coffers, frankly, and the type that drain a city. So my question is, do you think this would be helpful in looking at the cost consequences as trying to inform our understanding of how we develop? Thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for clarifying that. Absolutely. And I felt so strongly about it that I called them one day and asked them, well, I emailed them. And in the subject line, it said, a plea from Hamilton, please. And they got back to me right away. We had a Zoom with 8 of us and their staff. And they were very helpful and gave us some ideas, and really just would like to know if there is a similar outfit here in Hamilton, or if we could engage Urban 3 to do something like this for our city, because I do believe it's crucial that, as he says, do the math. It's a simple mathematical equation to figure out where our city is gaining money and what in our city is losing money, and where are all the empty spaces, which we could turn from drains to wealth building areas. So without finding out the data, you will have only anecdotal evidence, and it's imperative to have the data, and a company like that or an outfit like that would be able to give us the data we need to be able to make informed decisions about how to grow in Hamilton.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hurst, for your delegation and for joining us this afternoon. If you could exit the WebEx. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Pauls has a question for you.
Thank you, Nancy. I won't take long, but what is your thought with the pandemic and about the intensification? I know a lot of people, families, would rather probably live in a little house with a little bit backyard and not on top of each other. What are your thoughts? Because as we know, this pandemic is going to last at least another, I would say, 6 months to a year maybe, and we do not know the future. So what are your thoughts on that? And thank you.
Through the chair to you. Thank you, Councillor. I would like to comment on that. Thank you for your question. I do believe that the pandemic is not something that's going to be happening, obviously, for an extended period of time. And I myself have appreciated the ability to step outside onto my deck during the pandemic. What I wish we could have here in Hamilton is something that I just cut out of my slide deck because it was too long. And that is a picture of my friend's home in Italy, where they build spacious apartments, 2 stories, outside decks, plenty of space, instead of having everybody all crowded in. We have a belief here in Hamilton that an apartment building needs to be a 1 or 2 bedroom affair and a pretty cramped area. And I would agree with people. Many don't want to live that way, except for young people who might want to live in the center of town. But we could build our dwellings, our middle density dwellings, better so that people do have access to outside space. I don't believe that anybody wants to be, well, actually some people do. Not all of us want to be stacked on top of each other. Some do. I can't comment on the others, but we could certainly build our middle density housing better so that there's access to the outside and we're not all stacked on top of each other. There's a lot of space within Hamilton to do that, I believe.
Thank you. And I come from Sicily, and I agree with you. We do live on top of each other, and the main reason is because there's no land as well. All my family and their family live, their children on top, and they keep building up, and they are short of land. But I do appreciate. But I've had a lot of families saying, the thought of living in a condo with this pandemic or in a high rise and going in elevators didn't sound good to them, and because we do not know the future. And that was my question. That's why I wanted to ask you that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any of my other colleagues have questions for this delegate? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you again, Nancy, for joining us. And if you could exit the WebEx and join along virtually for the remainder of the delegations if you have the opportunity.
Thank you.
9.1.K is Senna Thomas. Senna, if you are able to, oh, my apologies. Hold on, Senna. My apologies. Kathleen Livingston, who had previously been called, is back on the meeting. So hold tight, Senna. Kathleen, we see you. If you could turn on your microphone.
Can you hear me? It should be on.
I can hear you. Yes. Excellent. Thank you for rejoining the meeting, and I'll start your time now. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm working with two monitors, so I'm hoping that you can see the one I want you to see, which is the PowerPoint deck presentation. Is that a fact?
We can see it. Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So my name is Kathleen Livingston. I am really pleased to have the opportunity to make this delegation, my first delegation to Hamilton City Council. I'm a retired entrepreneur, and I moved here 6 years ago. A lot of what I'm going to talk about in my presentation echoes some of what Nancy just presented, because I too viewed the video and I attended the Zoom session with Urban 3, and needless to say, I was very impressed. As a resident and a taxpayer of this city, I concern myself every day with the decisions being taken and the means by which the city is managed. Within the context of the decision to expand urban development into virgin prime agricultural land, there are two elements that seem not to have been weighed in the investigation nor considered in the recommendations that have evolved over the last 3 months. Those being the analysis needed regarding return on investment and the infrastructure deficit. Joe Minicozzi is the gentleman that Nancy referred to earlier, a highly acclaimed architecture and acknowledged expert in urban planning from Asheville, North Carolina. He explains why using the return on investment is a wise and effective means of improving urban planning. ROI starts with the fact that our city has already laid water and sewer services, has already paved roads, lighted them, and now carries the responsibility to maximize these investments. The city of Hamilton, my city, carries an infrastructure deficit burden of $3.8 billion. That represents a debt of approximately $6,500 per resident. Every man, every woman, every child, every baby holds $65,000 worth, or $6,500 worth of debt, strictly and only exclusively from infrastructure. I don't want that debt. Expanding low-density housing into high-value agricultural land will only exacerbate the infrastructure deficit. The city has not done a good job of maximizing use of infrastructure assets, and now a recommendation is being made to build more assets that will represent more liability over time, with no mention made of the current deficit of $3.8 billion, nor any projections on how much the deficit will grow with this plan to sprawl into agricultural land. Incredibly, none of the documents or presentations refer to any plans to address the current deficit, nor any analysis regarding how much it will grow under the current recommendations. In fact, the planning process, when viewed from a particular perspective, looks like nothing so much as a pinball game, with decisions being bounced off the bumpers of provincial bullying and make-believe deadlines, old urban technologies, pre-existing plans, and an approach that is informed heavily, if not entirely, from a 1980s and 90s urban culture. Again and again, through tax policy, urban development planning, and financial analysis, Minicozzi has proven that a city can rise from under the burden of infrastructure deficit with wise infill planning. In the process of doing so, communities have become more vibrant, healthier, and more economically potent. There is no downside. Leaving abandoned and disused buildings flies in the face of infrastructure maximization and wise urban development. Nancy already addressed the case of the analysis done by Urban 3 in Guelph, so I'm going to skip that. But fundamentally, refurbishing the abandoned school on Britannia could result in many apartments, good apartments, quality living for people who are living very below the standard. I cannot understand city staff's reticent to building apartments. What is better, this type of housing or this type? Disused, abandoned, derelict buildings are a drain on infrastructure costs and on the energy of neighborhoods. Building up makes the best use of our infrastructure and generates vibrant communities and commercial activity. Throughout this city, commercial nodes have evolved with exclusively 1- and 2-story buildings. Wise infill by building up will increase tax revenues per hectare and ease the financial pressure of the massive infrastructure deficit. The GRIDS study suggests that vital neighborhoods, yes.
I apologize to interrupt, but that does bring you to your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So in the interest of maintaining fairness for all delegates, I do have to cut you off. I apologize.
Of course, I understand.
If you could take down your slide deck, unless any of my colleagues are seeking to extend time. Okay, I can't see them.
I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to do that.
There we go.
That's it. Oh, good.
Oh, we can still
see it.
See your black screen. Unshare is the button.
I'm just not. Tell you what if I do that? Does that help?
No.
Oh my. I think I've turned off my option. I'm very sorry. Obviously not technically savvy. What I will do then, I apologize, I just can't get at what I need to be able to disengage. So what I'm going to do is shut down my system and apologize to council who may have had questions. I obviously can't entertain them while you're looking at a black screen. Can you still hear me, Councillor Nan?
Yes, I can. Kathleen, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so there actually is Councillor Farr would like to ask you a question.
Okay,
so
sure.
Please proceed, Councillor Farr.
Hi, Kathleen, can you hear me okay? I've taken my headphones off, so I'm hopeful good.
Yes.
I was really digging your presentation, so I'm just wondering through the chair if you could just finish that thought on building up, which is a feature of this conversation that certainly hasn't just started today, but one that I'm keenly keeping an eye on, especially considering where we're heading with some of these motions later. So if you could just, I'm not asking you to finish your presentation, but just on that thought of building up, the rest of the info was very well put together.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Through you, Madam Chair. Effectively, the infrastructure being already in place is not being maximized. There is capacity that is going begging. That capacity is reflected in the $3.8 billion deficit that we carry as citizens of this city. And it concerns me hugely that we're thinking about building out instead of up, because building out, in effect, is adding to our deficit, but there's no analysis done on what that looks like. And so I really think that it behooves us to do the analysis. What does the deficit look like with or without that urban sprawl? And to move forward based on data, not a bunch of putative imperatives imposed by the provincial government or previous plans for that matter. Previous plans were made in previous times. Thank you for your question, Councillor.
And thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kathleen, I don't see any other council colleague who has a question for you, but we do still see your black screen. I will ask you at this time. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and for sharing your delegation. If you could exit the WebEx and join virtually to follow along with the discussion, we much appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Kathleen. Moving on to Senna Thomas. Senna, if you are there, just bear with us for a second as we have a moment to clear out the screen. There we go. Senna, are you with us?
Yep.
Excellent. Will you be turning on your video as well?
No.
No, okay.
Okay. Hello, I am a Ward 12 resident and a grade 12 student at Westmount Secondary School. Thank you, councillors and mayor, for your time today. I would like to add my support for Councillor Clark's motion of a survey for giving an option not to enlarge our city limits. I did not know that this was something that would even be considered until recently, and I was really surprised when I found out, because compared to other cities I've visited, Hamilton already has so many vacant lots, empty buildings, and empty strip malls that could be filled, and I don't know why anyone thinks we need more space. For me, as a person without a car and the daughter of a single parent who only has so much time to drive me places, it is challenging to get around. When I heard that the 16 bus route that goes around Ancaster might be canceled, I got really nervous because sometimes I have to rely on that bus to get to work. It doesn't run on Sundays, and I think that instead of spending our city's money on building new neighborhoods, we should spend that money on better transit, ensuring that buses run 7 days a week. I've been really lucky to be able to travel to other cities, and I've seen what a busy, exciting city looks like. It's got shopping, coffee shops, and restaurants along the street, and pedestrian zones and green spaces for people to gather. Vancouver, for instance, has excellent bike lanes and community gardens right in the middle of the city. I wish we had more of that and more lock streets here in Hamilton. I also want to add that building more large houses on farmland is not a great idea. First, not many people can afford those houses. And why are they so big? Do we all need a 17-foot ceilings and master bedrooms the size of a bowling alley? Why not regular size home for people who aren't top earners? When I get my first place, it will be a condo or an apartment in a fun part of town that has a lot of things going on. I don't want to be a slave to my mortgage or rent or car payments, so I hope to find something affordable and close to transit. I think that we should take this opportunity to build within what we already have so that things that I would like to do can be more accessible and close by. On top of that, we are in a climate emergency, and there would be fewer greenhouse gas emissions since we would not have to drive cars to do something so simple like go get a coffee. We have a lot of unused space in Hamilton, and as I get older, I would love to see it grow into a beautiful and more complex city. I think that we should build within this instead of furthering our expansion. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Senna. Looking to my colleagues to see if anybody has a question for this delegate. Seeing none, thank you, Senna, for joining us. If you could exit the WebEx and continue participating and following along virtually if you're able. And moving along on our delegation list, and next up is Michelle Tom. Michelle, if you could please turn on your microphone and camera.
Can you see that?
Hi, Michelle. We can only hear you at this point.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll try again. So,
you're trying to share a presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so at the bottom of your screen, there is a mute button, a stop video button, and a share button. You're going to select the share content button.
Okay. I did that and it showed, I guess it didn't work. I'll try it again. Okay, maybe now it's going to work.
Yeah, we see it loading.
Great.
You can see your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Councillor Farr, the Mayor and Council. As a Ward 2 citizen, I am so glad to support Councillor Clark's amended motion to bring a third option of a no-boundary expansion to the table. This is a reasonable ask. We need this scenario studied by staff to inform important decisions that will impact to 2051 and beyond. I've been assured by local planners and a land use lawyer that a no-boundary expansion scenario can conform to the land needs methodology by enhancing policy for gentle and middle density. The public needs time to be fully engaged in all these three options once COVID is over. So many Hamiltonians have been galvanized by the fire hose of recent changes by the province. We've learned the hard way that the province is ignoring the avalanche of letters sent regarding conservation authorities and MZOs. As citizens, local municipal councils may well be our best and last defense against these new land use policies. Who will pay the cost of flooded basements, climate health impacts, and into the future for services to outlying areas? We will as taxpayers. Here is the fire hose of policy changes. The province has pivoted from a climate lens to a so-called market-driven approach. The public is being bombarded with changes at every level, as are planners and politicians. We need to slow this down and get it right. We have too much to lose to decide with the two sprawl options on the table. We can build up, not out. We are not obliged to extend our urban boundary. we can create low-rise, mixed-use environments which will improve our city and our city's fiscal situation. Cities need to follow these 3 steps to cut emissions. The new changes create pressure to convert more farmland to suburbs. Agricultural businesses contribute to our Hamilton economy. They need to farm the diminishing, non-renewable land. Let's build housing within our existing boundary and not infringe on our important agricultural sector. Hamilton's own SEEP consultant, Yul Hebert, says land use planning is the key lever to locking in or locking out greenhouse gas emissions at the municipal level. How can we do that? We believe a no boundary option gives us the best chance to lock out emissions in Hamilton. Deliberate, enhanced, gentle density policy can build up our neighborhoods throughout the city. More density means less city infrastructure debt, more services like transit and recreation, and more walkable shops and cafes. Our density in Southern Ontario mimics that of Europe. Who doesn't love a walkable city in Europe? Hamilton can intensify gentle density to enhance our neighborhoods and meet our population forecasts. We are glad that Hamilton is looking at rezoning changes to make options available to homeowners to offer affordable rent to others in our neighborhoods. In the lower city, that can be through laneways. In other parts of the city, these smaller bungalows on wider lots can incorporate garden suites in their backyard. Middle density development has always been a part of the heritage of Hamilton, and new low-rises can make this type of street appeal in our neighborhoods. Young families are already choosing this lifestyle over long commutes to distant suburbs. The provincial land needs methodology lays out our types. When you look at this, a laneway home seems to fit the criteria for single homes. Why would we categorize them as apartments when there is an abundance of apartments already? They have their own footprint, they're ground related, their own exit, outdoor space, and they're not attached to a building. These laneways have been here for 120 years. We have 100 kilometers of laneways in Hamilton. Through enhanced policies, we can create affordable options through the city if we are willing to categorize these as family homes and allow these garden suites and laneways in our existing neighborhoods. Then we won't need to bulldoze farmland. Kevin Eby, who quit the Greenbelt Council lately, and many of us know him as a former chief planner, says that Hamilton gets to decide the housing mix. This can be done. Land use is our key to locking out emissions, and there are too many code benefits to ignore a third option on the table. Let's go back to 80% density. We can do it. We need more civic engagement. In closing, we need an option for a no boundary scenario. Thank you to Councillor Clark and others on this council who worked hard on this motion. As you see today, the public is behind you. Let's save our farmland and make our city more vibrant and physically responsible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Michelle. My apologies. Quick second. There we go. Any questions for the delegate? Councillor Farr?
I just want to say, Madam Chair, just a quick thank you to Michelle. Fairly recent Durander, obviously very engaged, particularly on this, but on other neighborhood issues, and organized enough to wrangle me into a meeting a few weeks ago with a number of folks, Environment Hamilton, even Councillor Jane Fogel from Halton, who is referenced throughout a lot of this correspondence and maybe throughout many more delegations. I thought that presentation spoke for itself, so I just wanted to get on real quick and say thanks to Michelle.
Thank you,
Councillor Farr. Thank you, Michelle, for joining us this afternoon and for your presentation and delegation to committee. We will move on. Michelle, you can exit the WebEx and join us virtually to continue watching the delegations and the proceedings if you are able. Next up is Glenn Brown. Glenn, if you're on WebEx, could you please turn on your microphone and camera?
Okay.
I can see you now. Yeah, and I can hear you.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. To the chair and to the City Council members. I would like to just add to this commentary on the urban boundary. I am a long-time Hamiltonian. I'm Ward 4 resident. I'm developing my own little tiny space here to maximize how my soil is able to produce food. And I'm also developing my backyard as much as I can with a new and renewed interest in trying to help our climate and help our soil recover. And so for me, this topic of freezing the urban boundary is very much close to my heart. When I drive through the surrounding farm and agricultural land, I'm so excited to see just how much beautiful space we have. And with my renewed interest in permaculture, reforestation, restoration of natural habitats, waterways, and new forms of agriculture, which are perhaps more cooperative. There are so many things that are on the horizon where we can create new jobs and new opportunities in the agricultural lands that surround us that would also make it more flexible for us if we had a transportation crisis in the future. So much of our food comes by truck from who knows where. We should be more independent as a city, as a municipality, and we should be exploring new ways to grow more food closer to where we live. This is, I think, for me, the most critical reason to freeze that urban boundary. And as a Ward 4 member, we have an alleyway behind our house, and it's not a huge lot, but I'm so proud of our council that has put in place an opportunity for a laneway home if we were to build that. And I just look forward to seeing how that develops as well. So thank you for the opportunity to share with you my heart and my passion about this.
Thank you, Glenn, for joining us this afternoon and delegating today. Council colleagues, anybody have any questions for this delegate? Seeing none, Glenn, if you could, please exit WebEx and continue joining the conversation virtually if you are able. Thank you again. Moving on to Summer Ellie Thomas. Summer, if you're on the line, could you please turn on your camera and microphone?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm Summer Thomas. I'm from Ward 12. I am autistic, and sometimes autistic people develop highly focused interests on certain subjects. These fascinations that we have are called special interests, and sometimes these special interests are about trains or birds, but I have one pertaining to biodiversity. One thing that I can tell you is that biodiversity is inextricably linked to the soil. Though many people may not be aware, dirt and soil are not synonyms. Dirt is what you find in the cracks behind your bookshelf, and it's what stains your shirts. Soil is a living, breathing organism composed of elements that have been decomposing since life on Earth began. Soil is what life on Earth depends on. As I learned in my environmental studies class at Westmount Secondary School, soil is made up of 5 ingredients: sand, silt, clay, organic matter, and living microbes. These microbes live and work in symbiotic relationships with plants to sustain plant life, and therefore sustain life on Earth. When people think of farming in Canada, they often think of Alberta and Saskatchewan. However, the majority of Canada's crop species are mainly grown right here in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. This is due to our unique soil. The Greater Golden Horseshoe has the strongest, most rich soil in all of Canada. The soil of Hamilton in particular is categorized as Class 1. Class 1 soil is the best possible soil for farming. Hamilton's soil is so unique due to our limestone bedrock. Limestone has an alkaline pH, and when it mixes with the rain, which is naturally acidic, it reacts with the carbon dioxide in the air, and this gives it an approximate pH of 7. This is the same pH as purified water. Most plants are generalists, and this means that they thrive in middle-of-the-road conditions. Soil that is both too acidic and too basic is often unable to support generalist plants. This means that the soil in and surrounding Hamilton is able to support an incredible variety of plants and therefore an even greater amount of biodiversity. As the city has recently declared a climate emergency, the need to support and protect local farmland is more important than ever. The importing of food from other countries releases carbon emissions at a far higher rate due to the carbon output from travel. Farms surrounding Hamilton even have the potential to become carbon sinks through methods such as permaculture, which uses ancient farming techniques that work with nature instead of against it. Carbon can be sequestered from the atmosphere by crops and stored in the soil, becoming nutrients that increase the health, nutrient density, and growth of the crops. This is the same technique that previous delegate Glenn was using to grow in his backyard. The climate crisis is a real and looming threat that we can no longer afford to ignore. It will be mine and my generation's responsibility to cope in the world that your generation leaves us. I hope to be able to raise my children in a safe, livable world, and I hope that my counselors will support me. By protecting the farmlands surrounding Hamilton, we can build a more climate resilient Hamilton. But right now, we lose 174 acres of farmland per day in Ontario. Those acres of soil will never be restored, and the perfect soil which has spent millions of years growing has been killed. I ask the councillors to consider the rare and precious soils of Hamilton when they make their decisions regarding the land needs assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer, for joining us this afternoon and for bringing your generational voice to the table on this issue. Do any of my colleagues have questions for Summer? Seeing none, we'll move along. Summer, thank you again. And you may exit the WebEx and join virtually to carry to listen in on the rest of the deliberations and discussion. Moving along to 9.10, Suzanne Mills. Suzanne, if you're here, could you please turn on your video and microphone? Okay, we see Suzanne's name is here on WebEx. Suzanne, if you're able to unmute yourself. We can't hear you even though you're unmuted. Okay, I can see you. Do you want to test your microphone one more time, Suzanne?
I'm here. Can you see me now?
Yes, your voice, my apologies, your voice and video is coming through now. Yes. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Oh. I am unmuted, according to what I can see.
Oh, there's a bit of a delay, it seems. Suzanne, can you hear me?
Okay, I'll try something else. Give me a second. Let me see if I can. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this important issue. I'm here to support the amended motion for City Council to delay its final report and engage in more consultation and consider the creation of a firm urban boundary. So one of the main arguments that's used to support the expansion of the urban boundary is that building more housing is necessary to meet the demand for single home dwellings and to ease the housing affordability crisis. So I'm here to argue that there's no evidence that increasing the supply of single dwelling units at the urban fringe will increase affordability. I also don't think that it will actually help, that is actually the result of simply a supply and demand issue. The desire to build single housing family at the urban fringe is driven not by the needs and desires for housing, but by the desire for profitable returns on investment. According to Dr. Alan Walks, an urban geography professor and colleague of mine at the University of Toronto, while short-term increases in demand resulting from COVID have affected housing prices, the dramatic increase in housing costs over the last 10 years has had great more to deal with the ease of getting mortgages and with real estate being a desirable place to park investment dollars than with individuals looking for places to live. Housing has shifted from being a human need to being a way to make money. Housing indebtedness has risen and housing wealth has come to exceed wealth derived from income for many of the wealthiest households in our society. Real estate is desirable investment in the GTA because of housing policies at multiple jurisdictions. And these policies make investment lucrative and low risk. One of the reasons that investment in housing is low risk is because the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, a Crown corporation owned by the public and by taxpayers, provides insurance for the most risky mortgages and underwrites some private insurance so that banks don't need to assume the full risk of taking on low-risk mortgages. The CMHC also purchases some of the most risky mortgages that are not provided by other lenders. Low interest rates and the ease of getting mortgages allows people with little down payments to buy second homes and become rentiers. This leads banks to provide people with mortgages with very little down payment, allowing many people to take on more and more risk in the housing market. So low capital gains taxes also encourage speculation. So speculation and investment leads to buying up properties even if they aren't immediately used for housing. And this is what's making housing unaffordable. So the solution to the housing affordability crisis and to housing for all is not creating large single-family dwellings far from transit, but rather investing in policies that encourage social and affordable housing, having stronger tenant protections and rent controls, having progressive property taxes so that properties assessed at higher value pay higher taxes, and then also increasing voting for policies at the provincial and federal level that increases capital gains taxes. So all of these things there's other things as well that would decrease short-term speculation. So affordable housing, in short, requires investment in social housing, affordable rental units, and regulatory policies that cool the housing climate rather than stimulating it. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, for joining us this afternoon. Any colleagues have questions? Seeing none. Suzanne, thank you. If you could please exit the WebEx meeting and join along virtually to follow along in the delegations and proceedings. Moving on to David Carson. You're up next for delegating this afternoon. David, if you could turn on your microphone. Oh, we can see you, and I think I could probably hear you if you just say good afternoon. I can hear you, and your presentation is coming through.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Excellent. And we're just waiting for your screen to populate in terms of the presentation you're sharing in your delegation. Mr. Carson, sometimes there is a lag due to connectivity. It might be beneficial to turn off your video so that we can get your presentation loaded. Okay, it's coming through. Okay,
thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for listening to me today. Yes, I am on a rural line, so there is a bit of a slow speed sometimes. And I'm speaking in support of the amended motion today to have more public consultation and to review the no expansion demand. Others today have spoken of the need to protect farmland, foodlands, and green space. I have a larger concern, which is the climate impact of urban expansion. Not only is more consultation needed, but I believe more work by planners to connect the dots from the two largest emitters of greenhouse gases to any urban boundary expansion, those of buildings and transportation. Consider the difficulty that the city and the province is having in meeting the emission reduction targets that have been set. Despite many plans and commitments in recent years to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they're still rising. In the latest year for which data is available, national emissions have risen by 1.5%, and even worse, in the GTHA, emissions have risen by a frightening 5.2%. The bulk of these emissions come from the two major contributors that you will influence with your decision: buildings and transportation, which represent, as you should be able to see here, 3/4 of total GTHA emissions. As others have said, when you decide to expand the urban boundary, you decide to build more infrastructure, build more roads, build more water and sewer lines, more fire and police stations, all emissions-intensive decisions. Yet all of these services are already built within the existing urban area. And furthermore, with an expanded boundary, you'll also stimulate more miles driven. We know the city has a large infrastructure deficit, and that new subdivision development will add to it. That is clearly another major cost of an urban boundary expansion. Further, our current home building methods and consumer vehicle preferences add to the emissions load. If we're going to meet our climate goals, which the UN tells us are far too modest at this time, we must change our building methods and our consumer preferences. We must move to more compact housing, more zero emissions housing, and move away from driving large SUVs and pickup trucks just to go shopping. Data shows that Canada has the dirtiest vehicle emissions of any country in the world. And that's not because of distance driven, but it's because of the size of the vehicles. Our building consultant mentioned the elephant in the room as growth. I believe that both that consultant and staff views didn't really discuss the need for real system change to deal with the bigger elephant in the room, which is the climate and biodiversity destruction impacts that are looming over us all. Your decisions at the planning stage cost the least and impact the most when it comes to emissions. This is illustrated here in buildings, but it also applies even more so to planning. Plan to build nothing outside the urban boundary. Plan clever inside the urban boundary. Plan efficiently inside the existing boundary. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Ryerson study, which is finding the missing middle in the GTHA. And they tested that on Mississauga, which showed it could grow its population by over 400,000 over the next 30 years by utilizing missing middle concepts. That would be planning cleverly and planning efficiently. I haven't seen evidence that Hamilton's plans consider that. The planning decision to build an expanded urban boundary is a 100% decision. Either you'll lock in the additional infrastructure emissions for decades and centuries to come, as well as the additional transport emissions for the years it takes for everyone to shift to zero emission vehicles.
Mr. Carson, I'm going to have to interrupt you for a minute there. Your time is up, and in fairness to all delegates, I am keeping it at 5 minutes for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you could take down your slide, and I'll open it up to see if I can see my colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I rehearsed this speaking more quickly, obviously.
No worries. It often goes that way when we're speaking on a timer to prep. Councillor Wilson does have some questions for you, so we might be able to get some of the last of the information based on her questions. Please proceed, Councillor Wilson.
Just given the richness of what Mr. Carson and others, I just wanted to clarify through you, Chair, that the presentations will be available to all members of the council, please.
Clerk Pepperella? We can't hear you. Let's try that again. There we go.
Sorry about that. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, I have asked all delegates to please send their presentations to me via email, and any that aren't already on the website, I will be putting up after today's meeting, so they will be available.
Councillor Wilson?
That's very good to hear. Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Carson making the link between extension of infrastructure and the emission of GHG. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other delegates have questions for Mr. Carson? Seeing none, I thank you for joining us and for your presentation. If you're able to exit the WebEx meeting and follow along virtually, we'll proceed to Linda Lukasik. Dr. Lukasik, you're up. You could turn on your video and microphone.
Thank you. And I just have to quickly share my screen. Thank you, Chairperson Nan.
Yep,
all right.
it's coming
Is
through.
that good? Okay,
Yes,
wonderful. Thank you, Chairperson Nan, Mayor Eisenberger, and members of the General Issues Committee for the opportunity to speak to you today about the staff recommendations on the land needs assessment and the supporting documents. I want to begin by recapping concerns I shared with you at the December 14th, 2020 GIC meeting when staff presented the draft land needs assessment to you. I told you this provincial government has effectively dismantled core policies of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and that one of the most problematic changes made is the extension of the planning horizon to 2051, a 30-year period over which most planners would argue it is darn near impossible to make growth planning projections with any certainty. I explained that this change comes with a requirement that municipalities plan to accommodate provincial population and job growth projections to 2051, and that this policy change effectively orchestrates a land grab because all lands required to accommodate growth 30 years into the future must be brought into the urban area now. The letter from the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, included as correspondence in today's agenda, confirms this expectation from the province. And based on provincial policy, staff are recommending a scenario that demands a 3,300 acre boundary expansion that will effectively consume most of Hamilton's White Belt, that area of rural land, mostly prime agricultural land, that sits wedged between urban Hamilton and the provincially protected growth plan, lands which I might add are not officially designated as urban reserve, as some may think. This is all based on a modified provincial land needs assessment methodology that now requires consideration of market demand. I'm still seeking more detail on the inputs into the assessment and the assumptions made about these inputs for Hamilton. I'm speaking about things like assumed demographic trends, categorizations of housing types, determinations made about lot sizes for different housing types, and why these assumptions and determinations have been made. It's getting into the weeds, but it really is essential that everyone who wants to understand has an opportunity to fully understand the why and the how of the land needs assessment for Hamilton. I was therefore relieved to see the motion that is before you today from Councillor Clark, calling for more public consultation and the consideration of at least one additional scenario, a firm urban boundary, as a potential way to address Hamilton's future urban growth management needs. This round of urban growth management is more important than ever before when we consider the existential threat imposed by the climate crisis. If we don't get it right now, over the next 10 years, we'll face a grave challenge averting catastrophic climate impacts. The community understands this. We have a petition that now has over 1,700 signatures on it, calling for City Council to freeze the urban boundary. And a key part of what is fueling this public call is the climate emergency. It's been 2 years now since Council declared the emergency here in Hamilton. How are we doing with our efforts to take serious action to build a sustainable, climate resilient, inclusive future for our city? I have two visuals. One is up now to share to help to inform reflection on this important question in the context of urban growth management as it relates to climate and land consumption, the issues we're reflecting on now. This is a favorite of mine. It's the Atlanta versus Barcelona visual, and it pretty much tells the story of how what's obvious. You grow outwards and there are going to be more vehicle kilometers traveled. So if you compare Atlanta to Barcelona, Atlanta is a sprawling US city with 3.5 million people versus Barcelona's 5 million, so comparable population, far greater urban area, almost 12 times as large as Barcelona. And no surprise that the transport carbon emissions per capita also reflect that massive size of Atlanta. So much greater. I think I had figured out the increase there, but it's 6 times as much in terms of those emissions. I'd add here that as soon as you're expanding out, you're also looking at hugely increased costs around infrastructure. A lot of people have already spoken to those fiscal costs, so that's very important to consider. In Atlanta, you can imagine the costs would be very dear on that front. I want to now, sorry, I'm just going to jump to my next slide. This is a slide that helps to give you a better sense of what can happen when you make those spatial land use planning decisions and the implications. This is actually a visual that I found from a report that SSG, the same consultant that is preparing the city's community energy and emissions plan from work that they did for the city of Edmonton, where they actually assessed different urban growth scenarios and paid attention to what the climate impact was of those scenarios. And I think this particular slide is very revealing because it speaks to the issue of carbon lock-in. And decisions like urban infrastructure and urban land use planning, you can see them down at the bottom of this scale, hugely profound impacts for carbon lock-in. So you can head in a good direction or a bad direction on this front. In the case of spatial growth outwards, you're locking into potentially centuries of impact from decisions that then become very challenging to undo. I think it's very useful to see that this consultant is doing this kind of work in other communities, that we haven't had them do this analysis for Hamilton, and that may be something else we want to consider in this intervening period. So I know I'm close to my end of time here, so I just want to say, deeply concerned, excited to see the possibility of a firm urban boundary at least being considered here. So we're certainly in support of Councillor Clark's motion, and excited for better and more meaningful opportunities for engagement on this really critical issue moving forward. This is such an important decision for us in the here and now in this community, and we really do have to get it right. And if more information and more time is what it takes, then it'll certainly be well worth the investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lukasik. If you could please unshare your screen, I can see the rest of my colleagues.
Yes.
And figure out if any of them have questions for you. Seeing nobody waving and nobody indicating Councillor Wilson.
Just wanted, thank you, Dr. Lukasik. You just said something at the beginning of your delegation that caught my ear, and whether you wanted to expand on it or not, or maybe it will come later. I just want to make sure I understand what you said. I think you said moving forward, you're going to be delving into some of the assumptions of the methodology. Would you? I know I have questions on the methodology. I just want to make sure I understand what you said, please.
Yes, so I have been reaching out to planning staff and asking for more information, and I do still have questions, and I know that others in the community do as well. And I think it starts to get down into the land needs assessment methodology and assumptions that have been made in terms of the inputs that are being used in that methodology and on what basis. So actually in my December delegation to you, I pointed to one of those assumptions, and it relates to demographics and demographic shifts. And I had described the baby boomer generation and different perspectives on, as that generation ages, what that will mean for a lot of them who are currently sitting in single family ground-based housing in the suburbs, and how, unlike previous generations, there are planners out there in municipalities in Southern Ontario who will argue that that demographic tends to shift out of those homes into smaller, sometimes higher density housing. So there's one example where I certainly want to get a better understanding of what we've assumed for Hamilton. I would assume similar shifts are happening. I know people, so anecdotally, I know boomers who have already moved out of their larger suburban homes into alternative housing. And I think this is an important piece because there's an analysis happening that includes, a really key piece here is determining how much new ground-based single and semi homes we need in this community. And that's the piece that really we know consumes the greatest amount of land. So there's one example. I know there are others, in my conversations with community members, other questions have come up. You've heard about that categorization of laneway and garden suites, and in our analysis in Hamilton, those are treated as apartments, and people are asking a logical question and saying, well, why isn't that ground-based housing too? So there are a few examples out there. I'm sure there are more, but it points to, I know, an interest in the community to be able to thoroughly understand what the inputs and assumptions are into the analysis that's been done for the city of Hamilton to determine, coming out the other end, that we need to expand out into prime agricultural land to the degree that's being proposed here. So I think those are fair questions from people, and I know that there is a strong interest in the community to be able to talk more about these details.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. I understand what you mean now. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any of my other colleagues have questions for this delegate? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Lukasik, for joining us this afternoon. If you could exit the WebEx and join virtually to follow along. Colleagues, before we proceed, we are, I think, nearing the halfway mark in our delegations. Just a reminder that I do want to check in with my colleagues around lunch and or the need for a bio break. I do acknowledge that some of our colleagues are eating from our desks at this point. So I just wanted to say that we're going to proceed for a few more delegations and then we'll take a bio break. And if it's okay with my colleagues, given that there are so many citizens who are registered to delegate today, we'll do a 15-minute bio break and then come back to proceed and have folks eat at your desks. If you need to, just turn off your video to do so. Howard Katz, you're up next, and then it'll be Becky and then Chris McLaughlin, at which point I think we'll be close to 1:30, at which point I'm hoping to take a 15-minute bio break. Thank you. Howard, the floor is yours. If you could turn on your microphone and video.
Yep.
Hi, I'm a lifelong resident of Hamilton and I love our city as you guys do. And more importantly, I want my children and my grandchildren to continue. Most of them live here to enjoy Hamilton and have their grandchildren and future generations enjoy it. And we've heard from some very impressive younger speakers, and our tendency may be not to listen to them, but I think we're wrong. My generation, your generation, we haven't done the greatest job till date in terms of protecting our world, our environment, and now we're faced with a very difficult decision. I've usually been a sort of laissez-faire type of individual in terms of allowing expansion and building, but now having listened to my daughters and other young people and other people more knowledgeable than I about these issues, I'm convinced that now we have to really take a hard look at everything that's possible before making a decision. Now is not the time to rush into this decision that will have the long-term effects that it will have on our future generations. And we need to give it the best shot that we can to balance the expansion theory against the impact that it will have on our environment. This is all we have, and we have to do the best in the circumstances. We should make every effort we can to hear from as many residents as possible, and this is very difficult at this time. There's also a very important quote I'd like to tell you from legal principles, that justice is of fundamental importance, that justice not only be done, but that it appears to be done. And clearly, many people will not be happy with your ultimate decision, but at least, at the very least, give them the opportunity to have their day in court. Let them express their views. Let them feel that they've had some part of making this important decision. I think it would be grossly unfair to rush the decision at a time when they cannot express themselves. And the better opportunity you give to allow people to express themselves and to feel part of the decision, even if they're unhappy with it, at least you've given them that chance to participate. I think that's vitally important in any process, especially this one. So don't rush. We have time to decide. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on this important matter. Turning to my colleagues to see if anybody has any questions for you. Seeing none, I thank you again for taking time to delegate today. If you could exit the WebEx and follow along virtually if you are able to. Moving forward, we have next up is Becky Katz. Becky, if you're on the call, please turn on your video. There you go. And sound, your microphone.
Hello.
Perfect. We can hear you loud and clear. We are starting your 5 minutes now. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, Mayor Eisenberger, City Councilors. Thank you so much for having me speak to you here today. I will try to keep it short. Good job, Dad. You're the best dad in the whole world. My name is Becky Katz, and I am a lifelong Hamiltonian. Born at McMaster and raised in Ward 13 in Dundas, I moved to Ward 1 in 2007 and to Ward 2 in 2015. Hi, Jason. I'm here today to ask you to please vote to wait until COVID is over before any major decisions are made and to thoroughly explore a no expansion boundary option. Just a reminder that Hamilton is covered by Treaty 3, the Between the Lakes Purchase of 1792. This is an agreement between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. It is also covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt, where those who inhabit the land are in agreement to share and care for its resources in mutual respect and cooperation. Though you must agree that this wampum agreement poses a grave threat to all the money that can be made from land sale and resource extraction. To me, it makes complete sense that our settler colonial capitalist society is trying its very darndest to expand our city limits as far and wide as possible. Because that we all know full well about unfettered capitalism and colonialism is that if there is money to be made and land to be conquered, then you can bet your mother's life on it happening. But hold up. Rezoning farmland into residential development potentiality is absolutely not conducive to our own city's 2019 vow to treat climate change as an existential crisis. How can we possibly achieve net zero emissions by 2050 when we are instead paving the way to increase our emissions by spreading out our urban centers farther and wider? After all, former Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, Diane Sachs, says that urban sprawl is Ontario's tar sands. 2019 was a big year for Hamilton, actually. In addition to declaring a climate emergency, Hamilton also published its Urban Indigenous Strategy, wherein the City of Hamilton has committed to come together with Indigenous and non-Indigenous residents to embark on a journey to reconciliation. The Urban Indigenous Strategy for the City of Hamilton has 8 guiding principles that vow to build trust and respectful relationships to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. One of these guiding principles is consultation, where the City of Hamilton will consult Indigenous communities with integrity and in good faith. I wonder if the City of Hamilton will consult Indigenous communities regarding this particular topic of the land, because if they don't, it seems like 2019 was simply a year of broken promises. Knowing that these land developers are just holding their collective breaths to cash in on their farmland investments makes me want to suffocate myself. Knowing full well that we all still have plenty of land to redevelop and redesign within our existing urban boundary makes it all too obvious that this is all just a ploy to make some rich people even richer. I think those of us willing to admit that the housing crisis is a real estate game can also recognize that the game is fixed. So I leave you with a few questions to consider. Why are we eager to pave over grade 1 soil? How are we so ignorant of our climate crisis? Do we really think slapping more subdivisions onto prime agricultural land is responsible, logical, or sane? Aside from the money-hungry developers and their corrupt associates, who exactly does this proposed expansion benefit? Do you like the taste of houses? I'm afraid if you don't vote to freeze the urban boundary, it will prove how money-hungry and corrupt we truly are. If this is a contest for short-sightedness, I think we might win. And together, we will all be losers. Thank you. Oh, and also shout out to my wicked sister who mentioned standing in front of the bulldozers. And just so you know, sis, I will be there with you, my dear. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, for your delegation. Checking in on my council colleagues to see if anybody has questions for you. Seeing none, thank you again for joining us for this afternoon for this important conversation and for bringing forward your delegation. If you could exit the WebEx and follow along virtually on the proceedings, we'd appreciate it. And moving along to Chris McLaughlin, where I think we will bring us to 1:30. So just a reminder to the rest of the delegates that we'll be taking a break after this delegation. Chris, we can see you. Can you just say good afternoon so I can check your mic?
Madam Chair, good afternoon.
Okay, it's a little faint, so when you do speak, just speak a little bit louder or bring yourself closer to your microphone.
Yeah. Okay.
5 minutes is starting now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. How's that?
Perfect.
Thank you to all the other excellent delegations. There's not much I have to add on the issues of provincial priorities and infrastructure deficits and sustainable municipal finances, other than perhaps to bring a particular way of looking to this issue, to this particular period, and the collection of issues and decisions that are before you. 2 weeks ago, I was quoted on the front page of The Spectator, praising the city of Hamilton for its approach to remediating the spill of sewage into Chedoke Creek. What does the Chedoke spill have to do with the urban boundary expansion, you might ask? Explain with a map. I think I can share, go. Everyone see the map? This is a section from a map of Wentworth County in 1920. The peachy colored area at the top, in the middle is the older city. Below the escarpment, the word Barton in the green area in the middle of the image refers to what was Barton Township. Bottom of the A in Barton is generally where the main of Chedoke Creek originates. It's amazing to consider that a century ago, the Canadian Tire at Upper James and Mohawk Road was a barn on a farm in the middle of the countryside. I will leave it to your imaginations to also think about the number of council decisions that were required over a century to build out our city to the form that we see it in today. However, we don't have to imagine the consequences of those past planning decisions and those past planning approaches and methods, however. In the case of Chedoke Creek, we're only now just beginning to wrestle with many of the challenges to creating a sustainable community that those decisions from the past over the century have left for us today. Challenges that include much more than just water quality problems. I'll simply ask you to consider the direction that we take now in the context of the bigger picture, however you determine how to paint that picture. And I'll ask you to consider whether the decisions that you take in this current term of council will be applauded or regretted by those in meetings like this one in 2031, 2041, 2051, all of whom will be dealing with challenges much greater we face today. We need to push back against those challenges beginning now. To my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris. If you are complete then, perfect. Taking down the presentation. Any of my colleagues have questions for this delegate? Seeing none, thank you, Chris, for joining us for this important conversation.
My pleasure.
You may
Thanks for the
also exit the WebEx and join along virtually. We are at close to the 1:30 mark, so I'll just call it now. We're going to take a pause for 15 minutes and come back at 1:45. Before we do so, Clerk Paparella.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor, I just need a vote on the recess. I just need a mover and seconder.
Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Partridge. The electronic vote should be before committee for a recess. Again, it's 15 minutes. And Vote closes and carries. To a reminder that if you are departing, you can do so simply by keeping your microphone and camera off and staying logged into the WebEx. For those who are delegates, if there's any further instructions, I turn to clerks to provide it to our delegates. Otherwise, council colleagues will see you at 1:45 back up live. Thank you. We are going to resume. Thank you, Councillor Marula. And thank you, Councillor Pauls. Okay, so we'll proceed. We are still in our delegations portion for those who are joining us virtually. Next up is 9.1V. Cameron Croach. If you could please, Cameron, turn on your video and microphone. We can see you. And if you don't mind saying good afternoon, I can make sure we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Perfect. And I'll start your time now. The floor is yours.
Thanks. I hope you can see my presentation okay. Thanks for your time today, and thanks for what will be, I'm sure, a long day. Delegations ahead. Thanks to previous delegates who've spoken before. Overview for my presentation today will be to talk primarily about the context about this sprawl, the costs, the deficits, and then options. So first, the context, and I want to provide first a glimpse for councillors and the public of what the urban boundary is. And I'm not sure this map was included in the reports I saw, but it's a very stark and clear indication of what the urban boundary is. Politically speaking, the urban boundary is wards 1, 2, 3, all the way to 8, 14, most of 10, and all of Dundas. And so we're talking about a huge area here that exists already in the urban boundary. I should say from the outset that I support Councillor Clark's motion and an option to freeze the existing urban boundary. And that's the position I'm taking and the perspective I'm coming from. In terms of the reports from staff and the comments they've made publicly, what we're hearing is that this is about a market-based housing supply, and the lens that this is being looked at is through a market-based housing supply. And also that we're concerned about, or the city is concerned about, or wants to meet the market demands of property developers. And so I want to say that we need to be doing more engagement here as a city. We need to be centering the voices of those. And as Laura Katz said, much more eloquently than I did, centering the voices of Indigenous communities who've been looking after this land for generations. I want to pause here because this quote from the report stood out to me, that there was a concern that the proposed expansion would result in sprawl. And sprawl is in scare quotes here. And I want to kind of draw your attention back a moment ago to what Mr. Fothergill said. He said that the engagement process or different processes we're going through now shouldn't be something we go through all the time. Every time we want to do an urban boundary expansion, were his words. Every time we want to expand the urban boundary. This is going to lead to not just an urban boundary expansion in Elfrida, which you can see here, but continued urban boundary expansion. It's going to set a precedent. And for those who live downtown like I do in Ward 2, I want you to see what this looks like in Ward 2. So this is a map showing exactly how big this area is. We're not talking about a small urban boundary expansion, no matter how the percentages are skewed. This is what it looks like when it's situated in the land it's on, and you can clearly see from this that there is suburban expansion right up into the boundary line. So I'm going to take you in and zoom there. This is what we're talking about. This is the boundary between the urban boundary, and the proposed Elfrida area. You can see in this area, sorry for that racket, you can see in this area that we're talking about building suburban homes right up to the line. So when we get into the white belt, which is going to be bordering the green belt, are we going to have suburban expansion right up to the corner of the green belt? So I think I urge you to think this through and think through what this means in terms of a precedent. Talk about the costs briefly. And a lot of you have probably seen this before. But urban expansion, which we should be doing in terms of building upwards and not outwards, costs a lot less, 40% of what it costs to expand out suburban. We're talking about everything from roads, garbage, libraries, transportation, you name it. And oddly, the reasons I'm not sure about, the staff reports do not include estimates for how much it will cost us to expand. There's no costing here. Although the staff report does seem to acknowledge the financial implications of growth, that they exist, and there are implications of it, when we get to the financial, staffing, and legal implications, the report says not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. And so I think this is really a huge oversight in terms of how we understand what this is going to cost us. What are the deficits in front of us? Well, we have an almost $4 billion infrastructure deficit, and it continues to rise. To stop that deficit from increasing annually, we need to increase taxes by 30%. And we've already admitted that property taxes alone can no longer handle increasingly complex municipal needs. So, freeze the urban boundary. And I was happy to see this line in the Hamilton Spectator today, which said, the chief planner acknowledges the council could adopt a zero boundary growth option. I'll close by saying that expanding will not help Hamilton address its big future needs: more affordable housing, an expanded public transit network, climate change mitigation, and increased food security. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Croach, for your delegation and joining us this afternoon. Perfect. Any of my colleagues have questions for this delegation? Seeing none, you may exit WebEx, and thank you again for joining us this afternoon, and you can follow along virtually if you're able. Next up is 9.1.x, Kathy Garneau. Kathy, are you with us? If you are, please turn on your video and microphone.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy, I can hear you.
Oops, I just hit the wrong thing. Stop the video, share. Okay.
And we can see you.
Okay. Okay. I was just trying to improve one slide a little bit. Okay, so sorry, just a second.
No worries.
Okay. Okay, so I'm ready now. Okay.
Are you going to be sharing a presentation with us?
Yes.
Okay, and
Can
then
you see it?
No, not yet. So you're going to have to hit the share content.
One moment. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
There, it's coming through. Yes, we can see it.
Okay. My name is Kathy Garneau, and I have a background as an environmental engineer, and I have lived in Ward 1 for 25 years. Last year, like other delegators, I attended a fascinating talk at City Hall by Joe Minicozy, an urban planning expert with Urban 3 based in North Carolina. They help cities look at land use, urban design, and economics so they can see how they are doing financially and what they can be doing better. I strongly add to the what Nancy said earlier about how I think it would be great if Hamilton could hire them to do a report on Hamilton's future. When Urban 3 looked at cities all over the country, they found that dense downtown development returns greater investment to the community than putting tax dollars towards sprawl. I found 3 types of buildings in Hamilton to illustrate what Joe is saying. This new single-family dwelling takes up 1/10 of an acre and will generate $7,000 in property taxes. This works out to $63,000 an acre. Home Depot in Ancaster is on 4.5 acres and generates $500,000 per year. This creates almost twice as much taxes per acre as the house. The third example is a multi-use building in downtown, 2 commercial units on the bottom, 4 apartments above. It has the same lot size as the house, but generates property taxes of $20,000 per year. This creates a whopping $261,000 per acre for the city, 4 times as much revenue as the house. According to Joe, the more spread out a city becomes, the more expensive it is to deliver services like streets, utilities, police, and fire protection. This is because with sprawl, every acre of land pays less to the city. Joe's message is simple. Downtown development is the golden goose of urban economics, and it's the best bet for cities that want to prosper in the long run. So what is the present state of Hamilton's bank account? Do we even need a golden goose? Well, it turns out that Hamilton is in a very precarious situation. As many people have already said today, we have an accumulated shortfall for maintaining existing infrastructure of $3.8 billion, and that is rising by $200 million per year. We would need a 30% tax hike just to cover the $200 million annual increase. Yikes. When I heard this a few days ago, it blew my mind. It made me really question my internal commitment to stay in Hamilton. It's crazy. For any hope of financial recovery, we need to stop pursuing sprawl. We need to build up instead of out. And this will allow us to generate a bigger tax base without adding to infrastructure we already can't afford. Let's talk about the environment. Suburbs have a much bigger carbon footprints than dense areas. In this example, GTA suburbs have a per capita carbon footprint of around 8 tons per year. Denser downtown areas have a much lower carbon footprint of only 4 tons per capita per year. So the difference is 4 tons of carbon per year. In other words, for every person who lives in a suburb, they will produce 4 extra tons of carbon every year compared to somebody who lives in a dense area. Land use planning has a huge impact on carbon pollution. Do you remember when City Hall declared that we were in a climate emergency? I was at that protest. It was fabulous. So I remember it, and I take it seriously. I heard that Steve Robichaud said today that when planning for the types of development in Hamilton, in the White Belt, we need to always include a certain percentage of single-family dwellings. Our taxpayers, like me, cannot afford the increased taxes to pay for these houses. We must change our 1950s style of urban planning. A friend of mine who owns two side-by-side duplexes in Hamilton told me the other day she wants to add apartments to the basements of both buildings, but she's been told by City Hall she is not allowed to do this because it breaks rules. Well, I believe we need to have a good hard look at all of our rules to ensure that these types of developments are encouraged and not discouraged. Let's accommodate our growing population through intensification of our urban areas. Let's build apartments, multi-use buildings, laneway and garden suites. By using this approach, we will be able to accommodate a growing population in an economically and environmentally sustainable way. I love Hamilton and I want it to be a great place for generations to come. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Garneau, for your presentation and delegation today. If you can remove sharing, I can see whether or not my colleagues have any questions for you.
Okay, sorry. Oh, gosh. Okay.
So you're just going to head back to that share button and then unshare.
Okay. It's just the thing shrunk. That's the problem. Okay,
Oh, it minimized. Okay.
Oh, there it is. I think I got it figured out. Okay, so user. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'll just
Okay, if any of my colleagues, if we're in this kind of scenario again, just indicate in the chat if you're interested in speaking to a delegate. Or, nope, my apologies, use the speakers list, which is active on eScribe for those who are able. Kathy, I have no colleagues indicating they have any questions for your delegation.
Okay.
So if you're able to just exit WebEx, that will help
I'll
take
just
care
turn
of
off my computer. I'll see you later. Thanks a lot. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much for coming this afternoon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Technology, all the different platforms to manage. Moving along on our delegation list, we have 9.1Y, Gord McNulty from the Hamilton Naturalist Club. Gord, are you with us? If you are, please turn on your microphone and video. And check one more time. Gord, are you with us?
Oh, there we are now, Councillor, I think.
I can hear you and see you. Thank you so much, Gord.
Oh, yes. Sorry for that, Councillor. Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on behalf of the 600 members of the Hamilton Naturalist Club, one of the largest and most active organizations in Ontario, representing the environment. Like many conservation and environmental groups, we're concerned about policies by the provincial government, including mandated land use directives to the 2051 planning horizon that would tend to favor urban sprawl, and a number of other objectives of the government that are kind of outlined quite well in the motion that is before you from Councillor Clark. It's a motion that we do support strongly, and so we do favor an extension of the decision on GRIDS 2 to allow for in-person consultations and to allow for consideration of freezing the urban boundary. In the interest of saving time, I'd like to focus today on Elfrida, where it's not just the loss of farmland, but the loss of habitat that is particularly of concern to the HNC. We support the opposition of the bird-friendly cities Hamilton-Burlington team to any development in Elfrida because of the loss of habitat. The fields, streams, and woodlots of Elfrida host a significant population of year-round resident birds and support a large number of migratory bird species on their journey from Central and South America to the boreal forest and tundra. In addition, they also support winter species and visitors such as snow bunting and snowy owl. Now, it's easy for people to say, well, it's nice to talk about saving habitat, but really it goes beyond that to the whole question of encouraging a greener, more sustainable, more ecologically attractive, and economically stronger future for Hamilton. I would like to close by saying that an extension of the consultation period would really help to send a message to the provincial government that it should change course on many of its environmental initiatives that have really gone in the wrong direction and have caused an unprecedented outcry. I've never seen anything like it in terms of whether it's the Duffins Creek watershed, the Highway 413, the Bradford bypass, the ministerial zoning orders. It just goes on, and really the government does have this particular government has a real track record of energizing the environmental and conservation community like never before. So I know the three opposition parties have already promised to repeal many of these directives. So I think it's important that Hamilton take its time and join with other municipalities that are expressing growing concern about these directives on growth that are ill-considered from the provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. Any questions for the delegate from my colleagues? Seeing none, Gord, if you can exit the WebEx meeting and view virtually if you're able to.
Thank you.
And thank you again for joining us this afternoon. Moving on, next up at 9.1 AA is Kojo Demti from the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion. Kojo, if you're on the line, could you please turn on your video and microphone?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you're good to proceed. Oh, my colleagues are saying not clearly. So you want to try it one more time?
Uh-oh.
It's just faint. We can still hear your voice. It's just faint.
Okay, can you hear me now? That's much better.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Good afternoon, dear Mayor and City Councilors. The Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion is joining Environment Hamilton, Hamilton 350, Stop Sprawl Hamilton, and Hamilton's residents to raise concerns about about expanding Hamilton's urban boundaries. Our concerns are as follows. 1, environmental concerns. 2, future costs to the taxpayers through infrastructure costs. And 3, the lack of community and civic engagement. With respect to environmental concerns, in 2019, Council, you stepped up and unanimously declared a climate emergency. Last week, the highest law of the land, Chief Justice Richard Wagner, stated that the threat of climate change is so great that it demands a coordinated national approach. Climate change is a pressing matter of national concern. He went on to say climate change is real and is caused by greenhouse gas emission resulting from human activities. And it poses a grave threat to humanity's future. Environmental groups here in Hamilton have made it known that expanding the urban boundary will increase Hamilton's greenhouse gas emissions. With more urban sprawl, there's more car dependency, increase of water runoff into rivers and lakes, encroaching of eco-habitants, increase to air pollution, increase to traffic fatalities, increase to harmful effects on human health, high rates of obesity, high blood pressure, chronic diseases, and increase for potential flooding incidents as we saw in East Hamilton. What about future costs to the taxpayers? When we expand the urban boundary, we use current taxpayers' money to subsidize developers' profits as homes and businesses spread out of the existing urban boundary. The cost of providing community services increases, forcing local governments such as yourself to increase taxes or look to upper levels of government for funding. All these options increase taxes for residents of Hamilton. Some will state that the building more homes on expanded urban boundaries will generate more revenue for the city. But as your colleagues in the city of Kelowna witnessed recently, the future capital cost, operational cost, maintenance cost, and replacement cost of sprawl outweigh the property taxes that are generated in the short term. Is this fiscally responsible for Hamilton taxpayers? Lastly, the lack of community engagement and civic engagement. The decision to expand Hamilton's urban boundary will have a seismic effect on the city for generations. As such, the city should be consulting with as many residents as possible. We support Councillor Clark's motion calling for the province to give municipalities like Hamilton more time to assess growth and land needs until all residents of Hamilton are consulted. Lastly, every morning, the chair recites land acknowledgements, and I think that in your report you notice that not an expansive view of Indigenous consultation was implemented. In fact, I believe in the report the Huron-Wendat did not have an interest at this point and wanted to stay informed. The Hamilton Regional Indian Center also wanted more information. So we definitely need to take into consideration the impacts of what expanding the urban boundary will have on Indigenous communities who inevitably own the land, and we have treaty rights that we have to uphold, particularly through the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt. As you can see today, a number of residents, over 200 residents, have come forward talking about the importance of the environment. You've also received over 152 letters from residents to your various offices. There were 85 letters as well sent to members of provincial parliament. So we definitely need more consultation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dempty. Any questions by my colleagues for this delegation? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. Just a quick question to Kojo. You referenced, and I'm not familiar with it, so if I could ask you if you could send it to the clerk to distribute it. You mentioned a Kelowna study which talked about, I think you said, the subsidization of sprawl by existing, and if you know the source now, I'd gratefully receive it. If not, if you could get it for us. Thank you.
Yes, it was reported as a news article. I'll definitely send it to all of you, and then that way you can have access to it. I'll send it to the clerk as well.
Thank you. Any further questions by colleagues? Seeing none, Mr. Dempty, thank you for joining us this afternoon on this important matter. You may exit WebEx and join virtually to view the proceedings if you're able. Moving along to 9.1.AB, Francis Murray, Chair of the Durand Neighborhood Association Climate Change Committee. Francis, if you're there, if you could turn on your microphone and camera, please. We can see you, and if you unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you. Francis, we're able to see you.
Yes,
Can you just,
sorry.
and we can hear you, no problem.
This is different from Zoom.
It is.
I want to thank City Council and City of Hamilton staff for listening to my delegation today. I've read reports 8.1 and 8.2 and commend Hamilton planning staff for their hard work. Council's decision today will have a huge effect on future generations in the City of Hamilton. I have many concerns, including our current infrastructure deficit and the false sense of urgency to plan to 2051. If someone had told me in 1990 what life would be like in 2020, I would not have believed it. How can we predict lifestyles and housing choices 30 years in the future? I suggest we don't use past or current trends to lock in food growing land as housing. However, my main concern is simple: over-reliance on other jurisdictions for the necessities of life. Although these reports acknowledge the importance of climate change in land use planning, the brutal reality of potential climate change consequences are not evident. With rising temperatures, we will have more severe storms, droughts, and heat events. all will affect food crops. A real-world consequence of giving up self-reliance is playing out right now in Canada. We have zero vaccine manufacturing capacity in the middle of a global pandemic. We foolishly gave up that capacity in the 1980s, believing we could rely on global markets. As we now see, countries with manufacturing capacity prefer to give their own populations vaccines before exporting to other countries, despite signed agreements in place. The federal government has to constantly stay on top of fulfillment from manufacturers and play the diplomacy game to ensure vax shipments continue. We can rebuild vaccine manufacturing, but we will not be able to recreate local food growing land and natural heritage. No short-term profit motive is as high a priority as the importance of self-reliance in local food production and maintaining the ecological balance that makes it happen. Please support Councillor Clark's motion and do not hand over the natural heritage we rely on to those who only want to profit, and give us time to engage in person on land use policy and our urban boundary. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Frances, for your delegation this afternoon. Any colleagues have questions? Seeing none, Frances, if you are able to exit WebEx, please do so and join virtually to follow along in the proceedings. Moving along to 9.1.AC, Miriam Sager. Miriam, if you could turn on your microphone and camera.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, my name is Miriam Sager. I live in Ward 1. I would imagine that you, caring about the future as you do, and with your awareness of the current and forecasted impacts of climate change, and being the responsible leaders that you aspire to be, would be frustrated and maybe angry, as I felt, thinking that the provincial government is trying to force Hamilton to Hamilton to expand its municipal boundaries, increasing the city's infrastructure burden in a way that would not pay for its maintenance, and allowing the irreversible destruction of precious farmland and increasing greenhouse gas emissions in the process. Having consulted with a lawyer, however, I was hugely relieved to find out that actually the lands need assessment methodology only requires compliance with very minimal express content. Everything else is open for council to decide. It's absurd to think that even the wisest consultant and the smartest background study can predict the future for the next 30 years. Even in normal times, we know how much can change in the life of a city in 30 years, especially when growth is based mainly on immigration. We don't know who will be coming. What will be the ages and the age structure of the new population? How many children will people have? There's no way for us to tell even what household formation rate will be and what household types will people choose. Society always changes. The youth always have different values than their parents held. And especially nowadays, when young people tend to be much more aware of what is facing them in the future because of climate change, more aware than we are. And who hasn't met young people who have gone vegan because of climate change, are choosing not to have families, or are turning to basic trades and farming because of what they know about what the future holds for them? Sorry, this feels so close to my heart. It's really a matter of survival. These can't be economically driven decisions or purely economically decisions, even though the fiscal bottom line would point us also in the same direction as survival in terms of climate change. One of the questions is, what horizon are we looking at? There will be changes of many governments, many provincial governments will change within 30 years. Many city councils will change in 30 years. And the climate will change in 30 years significantly. It will change the realities, it will change people's choices, it will change what people want. And if people aren't aware of that now, I believe it is your job. It's our job as well, but it's your job as leaders to educate the public. This was discussed when the decision about declaring climate emergency was taken 2 years ago. I don't remember who it was. I believe it was Councillor Farr who was talking about taking time to educate the community. And that needs to happen, because if there's concern about your constituents wanting single family dwellings, most likely that is connected to them not being aware of what's facing all of us in the future and the cost of that choice. One last point I want to make, and it has already been made by some of the speakers before me. The lands we're talking about are stolen lands to begin with. The least we can do would be to uphold our responsibility under the Dish with One Spoon wampum belt, and the Indigenous value of considering the next 7 generations in every decision that is taken. And this is a clear decision that will affect future generations. The decision, if we do decide to expand the urban boundaries, that is irreversible. That soil will not come back and be farmable again. So I'm requesting that you please support Councillor Brad Clark's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam, for joining us this afternoon and for your delegation. Colleagues, any questions on this delegation particularly? Seeing none. Thank you, Miriam, again. You may exit WebEx and join virtually to follow along with the proceedings. Moving forward to 9.1.AD, Aaron Marquis. Aaron, if you are online, could you please turn on your video and microphone?
Aaron, are you there? We're going to just give Chair Nan a moment. There's been a technical malfunction here somehow. So we're just going to give her a second to come back in. In the meantime, Aaron, are you there? Councillor Nan, when certainly, Councillor Wilson, are you able to take the chair for Councillor Nan for a moment?
Yes, of course.
So I will help you out. So Aaron does not seem to be here, so I put a tag next to the name just so we can come back. The next speaker would be Diane Shemchuk. Diane, are you there?
Yes, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Diane, if you could turn on your there you go.
Hi.
And you are good to go while our
Okay,
Vice
thank
Chair
you.
gets settled in. You're welcome.
My apologies. My headset came.
That's okay. She's going to start for you.
Are you good to go now? Okay.
Did you let her in? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Oh, and I'll please proceed, Diane, and I'll also hand the chair back to Councillor Nan, Chair Nan. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I am a resident of Ward 1 under the leadership of Maureen Wilson, and I support Councillor Clark's motion for more public input and a firm urban boundary. I am asking you to delay the urban growth plans until after COVID has passed and can properly participate in the decision-making. I live on a street in a neighborhood that inhabits single families with young children and those with older children, seniors who live alone in their 80s, young couples who rent, a successful small business on a corner, a group home that houses people with brain injuries, a few empty nesters, and some multi-generational family homes. And this profile has changed from when I moved onto this street 15 years ago. Who knows what the next 15 to 30 years will bring into our neighborhood? The age difference of a population varies greatly among neighborhoods, as does a cultural mix. And you cannot forecast who will come to Hamilton. Hamilton's policies will determine who comes to our city. The report does not come to an explanation as to why it thinks people of a certain age will want to live in a certain type of house. It seems to just refer to Statistics Canada to come to these conclusions. But Stats Canada can only tell us what people do now and what they did in the past, and not what they will do in the future. The report gives us no further explanation of how the consultants will get from what happened in the past to what they think will happen in the future. Hamilton Council is not obliged in any way to accept these limited background studies that are listed. You have to decide what to think, and your policies will determine who comes to our city. Change is necessary in growth, and I believe it can be done within our own neighborhoods, where we have the existing infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, schools, transit, utilities, medical facilities, grocery stores, and access to existing highways, along with jobs that are accessible by walking, cycling, taking transit, or driving. Should you vote to sprawl, the infrastructure costs per person grow at an incredible rate, and existing infrastructure will need cash to maintain its useful life. Should you vote to sprawl, you will be squandering the opportunity to make our existing neighborhoods better. People made do as to what was offered in the 70s and 80s. To adopt this old policy now is wrong. Downtowns produce wealth. You need to feed it. All those empty spaces are potential cash flow. Cities are evolving places, and we need to do, and let's do it within our own urban boundaries. If the province is dictating what we need, that we need a certain number of single-family homes, why can't they be laneway and garden suites? Incorporating laneway and garden suites as single-family homes creates a huge amount of potential to comply with what the province says we need, as they are situated on parcels of land. There is no reference to legal lot lines or rental status in the report. There is not a distinction between condo apartments and rental apartments. Therefore, there is no justification to say that a freestanding dwelling rented out does not count as a single-family home. This is a huge opportunity. Stacking stories and building row houses brings in tax dollars with little cost to cities when compared to sprawl. Does the report show what the land efficiency is in Hamilton? If so, how does the tax revenue per hectare compare to other high-functioning cities? When my husband and I ran our business, our success was judged on our profitability per square foot. As a citizen of Hamilton, I hold you to the same level of competency. In conclusion, these are not excess lands. These are farmlands. And as the pandemic has shown, when we give up the ability to produce locally, an example being vaccines, we are at the mercy of others to govern us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Diane. Any questions for this delegation? Seeing none. Diane, you may, thank you again for joining us this afternoon. You can turn off or exit WebEx and join virtually to follow along in the proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you. 9.1.AF is Dr. Megan Davis from Crown Point Family Health Center. Dr. Davis, I can see you. You don't mind saying good afternoon? I'll check if I can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. And I'll start your clock now. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Megan Davis, and I want to thank you very much for the chance to address this important issue. I'd like to speak to the negative health effects of expanding our urban boundaries. I'm a family doc, and for the past 25 years, I've worked in the Crown Point neighborhood of Ward 4, and I've called Ward 1 home. I've received both my engineering and my medical degree from McMaster University. I'm an assistant clinical professor at McMaster Department of Family Practice, and I lead a green healthcare initiative within my associate lead role at the Hamilton Family Health Team. I'm an active member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and we are planning similar advocacy by other physicians throughout our province regarding urban boundaries. So Hamilton is one of the first considering this, and I hope my city will show leadership. Now, as a physician, my primary responsibility is to serve the individuals and families and to identify and address their immediate health needs in clinics and hospitals. But if my goal is for optimal health for my patients, I must also speak out about the upstream causes of illness and injury and intervene on the conditions that shape and constrain well-being. And as such, I want to describe the health concerns that I have with expanding Hamilton's urban boundaries. 3 points. Firstly, urban sprawl has been linked to sedentary lifestyles with less physical activity and higher rates of obesity, which leads to heart disease, diabetes, arthritis, and some cancers. Our own prominent healthcare leader, Dr. Teresa Tam, advocates for the development of new communities located within urban containment boundaries that support active transportation and physical activity by including higher density and land use mix, a range of housing options and affordability, easy access to rec centers and parks, and good links to frequent public transit. Similarly, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada recommends that municipal governments, community planners, and developers work together to establish urban containment policies to manage the outward growth of cities, to promote increased development density and opportunities for active travel. Active travel, so we walk, we bike, or we take the bus, and then we walk or we bike. Look, these are the experts, folks, and the evidence is really overwhelming. Secondly, there's an additional health effect of expanding our urban boundaries. How we use our land determines how we use our cars. Expanding our urban boundaries leads to more driving, and more driving causes collisions, leading to injuries and death, and poor air quality. In 2018, 8,400 Canadians died from air pollution. We should be making planning decisions that reduce this number, not put more citizens at risk of illness and death from poor air quality. Illnesses like asthma, COPD, increased lung cancer, stroke, and heart disease. If anyone here on this call has a loved one or themselves with asthma or COPD or emphysema, you know how vulnerable our lungs are to the quality of the air we breathe. Our air quality is an ecological determinant of health that affects each and every one of us. We really need to breathe clean air to be okay. And lastly, urban sprawl leads to increased greenhouse gas emissions. 25% of our greenhouse gases in Canada are from transportation. These increased gases lead to the warming of our planet or climate change. Climate change is an important reason to establish city plans and policies that are led by public health. The Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change Policy Brief for Canada, published in 2019, states that climate change is the biggest global health threat in the 21st century, and tackling it could be our greatest health opportunity. The health of a child born today will be impacted by climate change at every stage of their life. If Hamilton's vision is to be the best place to raise a child, climate change can't be ignored. I am already seeing the effects of this in my own office with my own patients, with an increase in allergies, more Lyme disease, asthma, COPD, lots of anxiety about climate, and heat-related illnesses. To stay healthy, we need to be able to walk or bike or take easily accessible public transport to our offices, restaurants, stores, parks, schools, hospitals, rec centers, and cultural venues. I'm asking you to put the health of Hamiltonians at the center of your planning decisions, not market forces. We have all realized from this pandemic that health trumps other concerns. I hope I have shown you how expanding our city boundaries will without a doubt worsen all of our health. And you know, I really believe that the flip side of this could be a wonderful opportunity to instead choose to improve our health. People who live in walkable neighborhoods occupy less space, have a higher quality of life, a smaller carbon footprint, they drive less, and they have better health. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for your delegation this afternoon. Any of my colleagues have questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for joining us this afternoon. If you're able to exit WebEx now, you can join virtually to follow along with the proceedings this afternoon. Moving on to 9.1.AG, Veronica Gonzalez from Acorn. Veronica, if you're on the line, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone so we may see and hear you.
Thank you. It's just waiting to load, I think. Oh,
okay. We can hear you.
Oh, there we go. You can see me.
And we can see you. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you, city councilors and staff and people who are here to speak in this important manner. As an Acorn board member and resident here in Hamilton, I'm in support of the Environment Hamilton proposal to delay the urban growth expansion into our agricultural land. I live on the mountain and I've always driven the back country roads to get to work in Ancaster and when I visit my mother in Beamsville. I used to stop on Book Road to get eggs and at another farm to get fresh fruits and vegetables when they're in season. There's also a farm that allows you to feed and pet their animals, and many families show up at this farm. These areas change so much when you add plazas, industrial buildings, and rows of houses. I've seen the development on Rymel East and west of Hamilton, and they demolish all the trees and every living creature's home to a flat concrete land. I don't know what happens with the stormwater when you flatten a land like this, but it must have some bad effects if not managed. And we see coyotes roaming our streets. I ask myself, how come there is no proper planning when we remove the homes of these animals? There's been a lot of development already in our outer edges, and some of these lands are sitting empty until each unit is bought. I don't see why there is an urgency to keep expanding on agricultural land and rural natural areas, where it will be costly to service with good transit, water and wastewater management, and other required amenities. Firm boundaries combined with good municipal policy can work to increase the availability of more affordable housing options in the city, a critical goal to achieve right now with so many people struggling to find affordable places to live in our city and everywhere else, and who are in poverty if not already living in it. Being a member with Acorn and facilitating many meetings, we see the urgency to redevelop existing land and focus on affordability for working people. Hamilton has the ability to intensify the downtown and as well as making these areas that can support higher order transit service like LRT that will help people shift from cars to transit and contribute to accessibility for all. More people will be able to work and will be able to afford a social life and be healthier. We already see the consequences of isolation being disconnected from our jobs and community. We need options. Expanding the boundaries will miss developing 3 to 6 story rental buildings along major arteries of congested areas like Upper James and along the east-west LRT system, and Greyfield redevelopment like transforming Eastgate Square and also by Lambridge Mall. Planning better will include other professions in discussion and creating more jobs and opportunities. Agreeing to this expansion will only pay the developers and those investors. It will be just a transaction with no consultation to the public and again, an isolation to most of the population. I'm also very concerned that we keep taking this agricultural land for development, we will depend more on imported foods, and we are already suffering from food security. All of the above outcomes will ultimately help to create a city that is capable of accommodating growth in a manner that is far more sustainable, climate resilient, and inclusive than the sprawling, car-dependent, high-carbon output alternative. Young adults are making decisions and talking not to have kids and grow a family because of no affordability and climate change. It's our responsibility to think for the best solution for our future generations and not always focus on expanding and profit, but on growth in our communities and our environment. I remember the Action on Climate Awareness Friday, a few years ago at the Gore Park, organized by students from elementary, secondary, and McMaster. Lots of people showed up and they marched to the City Hall to see the mayor. And the mayor said to them, keep up the good work. This is the start for us to show that we will keep our good work. And it's an opportunity for a good response back to them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Veronica, for your delegation and for joining us this afternoon. Colleagues, any questions for the delegation before us? Seeing none, Veronica, you can exit WebEx now and join virtually to follow the proceedings. Moving on to 9.1.AH, Beverly Wagner. Beverly, if you could turn on your camera and microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Beverly.
Okay, am I ready to go?
And I can see you, and we are ready if you are.
Great.
I'll start your clock.
Okay, thank you, members of council and staff. For the past year, we've all been living quite differently. We've been following a strict set of rules to deal with the spread of COVID. They keep us safe. They keep the community healthy. That's the thing about rules. They exist for a reason. And I'll talk more about this later. Right now, climate change. The science on climate change is correct. It's an existential crisis, and the window of opportunity is closing. Expanding the urban boundary to consume more greenhouse flies in the face of the science. Not only is there a loss of green space, agricultural land, and habitat, but home heating and transportation are drivers of greenhouse gas emissions. Auto-dependent, low-density, single-family housing is not consistent with addressing climate change. Staff say these greenfield developments will be transit-oriented developments, but homes built in these communities will be taxed according to area-rated assessment. The transit corridor on which so much depends, this is the 56th Centennial, and it's a weekend service, with so much of it running through an area-rated ward. This council lacks the political will and courage to address area ratings for transit. In a city where every member of council supports transit, we don't even have a single dedicated bus lane. Let's accept the reality of transit and climate change and say no to expanding the urban boundary. I started out talking about rules, especially now that we have all rules about COVID to live by. Hamilton's urban boundary is a rule. We made it so that city could grow in ways we want it to avoid low density, expensive to service, and environmentally detrimental housing development. So many other speakers have elaborated on the appalling destructiveness of growing out and not up, the impossibility of public transit, the loss of carbon sink and green space in the face of impending climate catastrophe, the addition of 50,000 additional vehicles on the roads and the associated costs of road building, and repair, not to mention the impact of all that exhaust, the loss of the agricultural land, and especially when supply chains are breaking and local food security is becoming an issue for everyone, not just poor people. So if you need a reason to follow the rules, ask yourself, do the reasons we made the rules still apply? What has changed? Well, I'm suggesting nothing has changed. This is precisely the situation that the rules were made to deal with. The province and the developers are pushing on limits, and now council is being presented with so-called choice between extreme sprawl and sprawl light. The fact that developers have bought land up there and expect to pay off, it's not our problem. We don't owe them a living. They can and they will make profits elsewhere. That's the nature of risk and speculation. It was their choice to gamble on council's resolve and honesty. So if you need another reason to delay this decision and also provide citizens with the no boundary expansion option, here it is. There are rules. The overarching theme of this debate is growth, and the province forcing municipalities to consult crystal balls and set imaginary density and job targets to plan for it. I want to say something about unfettered growth. Planetary systems that provide food, energy, goods, as well as air, water, food, habitat for all species, not just us. They're teetering. We're looking over the edge of the petri dish because we have not set limits to growth. And infinite growth on a finite planet is impossible. We know this. And each push on the urban boundary shows that we just don't understand it. It's absurd. In the staff presentation, we were reassured that once this expansion is approved, well, the new boundaries will keep further outward growth in check. Well, that's what the existing boundaries were supposed to do. I have zero trust that any new boundaries will be respected. We need to keep these 3,000 acres green, and it's far easier and cheaper to keep it green now than to try to rehabilitate it in 30 years when it's brown and the houses are at the end of their expected lifespan and Hamilton gets saddled with its own version of a suburb in Detroit. I want to urge Council to postpone this decision until we can consult properly. The risks of not meeting a provincially set deadline are all dependent on the current government continuing their unethical bullying tactics and self-serving rule changes, and we can avoid these. Please follow the rules and postpone the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you for your delegation and for joining us this afternoon. Colleagues, any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, Beverly, thanks again. You may exit WebEx and join virtually to follow along with the proceedings. Moving forward on the delegation list, we're at 9.1.AI, Cheryl Patterson. Cheryl, if you're there, if you could turn on your video and microphone.
She may need to speak later. So if she's not there now, just
Thank you, much appreciated. So we'll move forward on the list at 9.1.AJ. Drew Spolstra from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Drew, I see you're already got your camera on, your mic's unmuted. Let me just hear you to double check that your mic is clear.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan and members of council. It's great to be here. I'm happy to be with you again today to discuss the issue of GRIDS 2, the land needs assessment, and the importance of farmland preservation. I'm Drew Spolstra. I farm in Binbrook and sit as the Vice President of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and the Chair of Hamilton's Agricultural and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee. I don't have a PowerPoint today, but I do have a map I'd like to potentially share near the end. So the OFA represents about 38,000 farm family members across Ontario and works as a strong advocate for farms and food forever. Farmland preservation and sustainable agriculture system is a key priority for our membership, and we continue to advocate provincially and locally for fixed urban boundaries to slow the loss of agriculture land. The goal being to benefit the overall agriculture system, agriculture services, agricultural infrastructure, local farm markets, distributors, food processors, etc. As highlighted by former Chief Planner in Toronto, Jennifer Keesmaat, Ontario loses an average of 5 farms per week due to development. That's 175 acres or 132 Tim Hortons fields per day of farmland lost permanently from food production capabilities right here in Hamilton and Ontario. We can better use our land in existing urban areas to build build up, not out. At only 5% of Ontario's arable land base being suitable for food production, agriculture land is a finite, shrinking, non-renewable resource that must be preserved for food production. The farm industry right here in Hamilton is home to about 810 farms producing grains and oilseeds, dairy, poultry, greenhouse, vegetables, and field-grown local produce, to name a few, contributing over $1 billion in economic impact to the city. Not to mention the incredible contribution that Hamilton Port Authority plays in Ontario's agricultural economy as a key player in the export-import market and food processing sector. The agriculture sector plays a key role in climate change mitigation and providing environmental benefits. The OFA also believes the government should recognize the non-agriculture benefits or environmental goods and services provided by agricultural lands, aesthetic and recreational space, air quality, and biodiversity. Other environmental benefits like carbon sequestration, climate change mitigation, nutrient cycling, pollination services, soil erosion, water cycling, purification, retention, flood attenuation, groundwater recharge, and wildlife and endangered species habitat are possible when land is retained for agriculture. Hamilton enjoys a vibrant and historical rural economy with over 70% of our land base being rural. The backbone to rural life in Hamilton is agriculture, an important primary sector to the city. I fully appreciate the effort that staff have made working towards an ambitious density target moving forward, but it's simply not ambitious enough. With respect to the suggestion that removing 1,340 hectares is an insignificant number, with Hamilton's vast rural landscape, I would argue that just because land has been captured in the Greenbelt area or the rural area doesn't mean it's prime agricultural land or the best available land for food production. Now, if I can share my screen for just a moment, I took the liberty of share. Can you see the map, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
Oops, great. So I took the liberty of identifying prime agricultural areas in the Alpharetta growth area through the OMAFRA web portal using the Canada's land inventory. As you can see, so this is the Alpharetta area that I've identified in blue, and if I overlay the Canada land inventory, we have a map come up with the classifications of land, and I'll just flip to my PDF copy. And if the dark brown, maroon area, if you will, is class 1 land, with the rest of the land in the area being class 2 and 3 in the lighter brown and the tan areas. To put that's all prime farmland as defined in the provincial policy statement. To put this in perspective of a local food and production, this is land that every year has the capability to produce 5.3 million loaves of bread, 1.15 million liters of ethanol for clean fuel production, 12.8 million liters of soy milk, and enough hay and forage for 83,800 cows or Clydesdales to eat for a day. Recently, the ag sector made recommendations to the Mayor's Economic Task Force Recovery that identified prime farmland protection as a top priority for the city and Hamilton's economic recovery. Simply put, we can't have it all. Let's focus on higher intensification targets and densities in urbanized areas and supporting our agriculture sector by permanently protecting food-producing land in Hamilton with fixed urban boundaries.
Thank you, Drew. That brings you to 5 minutes, right on time. Colleagues, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Johnson on the speakers list. So hang tight, Drew. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and thank you very much again for being here. I took quite delight in having a farmer quote Jennifer Keesmaat, and I say that being a bit cheeky, but I think it was really important because often so many of these discussions around municipal council tables are forced into what I would argue to be a unnatural to unrelated solitudes. And we absolutely know with great certainty that a viable, healthy, prosperous, rural Ontario is very, very dependent on what we do and how we invest in the urban and vice versa. So thank you very much for that. I just have a question or a request. If you're able, if you had your comments written out in writing, if you would be so kind to forward those to the clerk for all members of council. I was making notes, but it was so rich that I missed some of it. Because you said something right before you referenced the map, and I just wanted to make sure I understood it clearly. And it started with a sentence of just because the land is designated, and you were making a point of I think land in the white belt for whatever reason, but I missed it, and I really wanted to know if you could repeat it and give us your remarks. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson, through you, Madam Chair. The point was, and I hope by you mean the presentation was rich. I hope you mean valuable. But the
like
point
class
was,
1 soil.
there's a lot of land, obviously, that's been identified in the Greenbelt area by the province that surrounds the city of Hamilton, and I think that's been referenced here. But a lot of that land, even though it's greenbelted, is really not suitable for farming. There's some swamp land in Flamborough. There's areas that you can't farm because of high density of rock. You've got specialty crop areas identified along the escarpment that are very close to rock, and in the first hint of a drought, you'll lose your crop. And there's swampland across Upper Stony Creek as well, areas down across Mud Street, 8th Road, those types of areas. They lay wet until it's too late to plant a lot of times. So those were certainly the points around that green belt factor.
Thank you. For a city girl like me, that I understand now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll be glad to share my notes.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Drew, for coming today. I know how busy, especially this time of the season, you are, and really appreciate you hanging in there for us. And I also believe you have an appointment, so I'll make this quick. You talked about how many acres that you harvest. Can you tell us also, can you remind us how many acres you work? How many dairy cattle have you got? How many Clydesdales do you have?
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, our family works about 2,000 acres. We milk 50 or so cows, and my wife keeps adding to the Clydesdale herd, so there's around between 20 and 35 at any given time.
So I think we can all admit that you're just a well-rounded farmer here, and we thank you, by the way. So the first thing I wanted to ask you about was a while back, I asked you if you wouldn't mind sitting on a focus group. And this was the focus group that dealt with the Elfrida Growth Study. And I believe, and you reminded me this morning, it was the Elfrida Growth Study Area Community Focus Groups. And for the record, I asked several farmers to participate, and Drew was a participant in that group, because I felt that our farmers had the best anecdotal information where the good versus the bad farmland were. So, Drew, do you want to please take a minute and give us your impression of how that process went?
Sure. Thanks, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair. That's the discussion was a valuable one around particularly the Elfrida Growth Study area. It was largely a stakeholder group with farm owners, landowners, developers, school boards, everyone, a lot of folks that would be impacted in the development. This is a couple of years ago, and the process since changed to more of a stakeholder type group, which is fine. But, we looked at things like what the community design might be like, how much land, obviously, people and jobs per hectare were going to be inserted into this area. And I think since then, there's been some changes to the growth plan, obviously, and some other initiatives with a change in government that have changed as well. So obviously, we had an opportunity to provide input on the potential development, and our input from a farm sector hasn't changed. That we need to look better at higher and density and intensification targets, and building inwards and up, not out. So I don't think our position on any of that has changed.
Thank you. And through you, Drew, what about the value of the farming and the soil type? Was there any discussion on that?
Sure. Yeah. Obviously, we identified through you, Madam Chair, that most of this area is a prime agricultural area, just like I did today, using Canada Land Inventory mapping. So.
Thank you. And I think it's unfortunate that we don't rely on the farmers a lot more, because they're the ones that are working the ground. So you pinpointed Elfrida. Did you ever have an opportunity to take a look at 20 Road? And if not, do you have any resources that you can send us that the farmers are labeling good and bad land out in that way? So we're talking 20 Road West, 20 Road East.
I didn't personally have the opportunity to look at the 20 Road area, and it wasn't part of the discussion with the Elfrida group. So, I mean, the OMAFRA website is a public website where everybody can take a snapshot of their land and identify the Canada Land Inventory qualifications that way. But I can certainly send the information I have.
Super. And last question through you, Madam Chair. Do you want to just give us one last comment about compatibility? What happens when you put urban right up against farmland? What happens? Just give us a couple of for instances.
Sure. Well, I live it every day, and obviously, agriculture equipment is large. It's we struggle to get around sometimes in different areas here on the upper east side, I'll call it. So, obviously we've got expansion here in Binbrook. We've got a lot of traffic running up and down 56 highway every day. We've luckily had some infrastructure improvements with stoplights and things like that have made it a little more feasible to get around. But obviously it creates great challenges. The biggest challenges are moving down the road, and also nuisance complaints, noise, smells, dust, those types of things. Working on Sunday, we got to go when the sun shines. So those are the types of things we run into.
Thank you. And thanks again, Drew, for coming. Your insight is most valuable, especially to this councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any of my other colleagues have questions for Drew? Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Drew. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. In the last question that was asked, it certainly is an issue. We have a very large chicken farm and a couple of other farms that are right up against the urban boundary in Waterdown, where the expansion is, and the constant the complaints, of the smells and the flies and everything else that goes with that. But if a farm like that was taken out of the greenbelt, is there another area that they could move into? I just look at the price of land, and I'm wondering if you folks have come up against that in any of your discussions at any of the boards that you're on, and you're on quite a few of them. Just if those opportunities are there, because that's what I really worry about, is if we lose a few farms. And when we're looking at taking lands out of the green belt and putting them into the urban area, expanding that boundary, and I'll use Waterdown as a prime example. There's maybe a couple of pieces of farmland that look like it might make some sense to expand that urban boundary, but I really worry about what happens if you lose that. Have you had any of those discussions?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, your question is about removing farms from the green belt. I think that's not a goal here. We're looking at. We want to keep farms viable and able to operate inside of the green belt. So we don't want to see any changes to those protections. When we're looking at taking farmland out of production in the white belt, that's obviously a bit of a different discussion. But there obviously are other areas of the province where farmers can operate and move to freely at their own will. And you're right, it is costly. It's costly no matter where you go. Farmland right now is, as I've said, is a shrinking and valuable resource. And I don't think it really matters where you go in this province anymore, unless it's pretty far north. You're not going to get it cheaply, for sure.
No, and that's a very good point. I sit on the Food and Farm Alliance for the Greater Niagara area. It goes all the way up to Caledon, Guelph, over to Peel, and includes Hamilton, Halton, Niagara. And in our last meeting that we had last week, one of the things that they talked about was that there's some that believe very strongly that anything in the white belt actually needs to go into the green belt and be included in that. Have you had any of those discussions at your board? Because we certainly don't want to see the loss of any greenbelt. Absolutely not, or farms.
No, that's right. And through you, Madam Chair, we haven't had the discussion about bringing white belt land into the green belt. What we have discussed is protecting more prime agriculture land outside of the green belt. So obviously we've got this strip around the Golden Horseshoe that it's currently protecting. But we've still got issues in other municipalities that don't have any of those farmland protections. And when things like MZOs and other issues around the provincial policy statement come up, it's certainly concerning when it comes to other agriculture land in other parts of the province. So certainly we're looking at every avenue we can on all the prime agriculture land in the province to try and protect what's available to us. As I said, it's 5% of Ontario's land is available for agriculture production, and that's not a very big number. So we'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, it's not a huge number, and it is a concern, and even for quarries and pit mining, taking farms out of operation and turning them into quarries. Yes, we do need the products that come out of that, but certainly in Flamborough, it's a big issue. We got a lot of quarries over here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Drew. I really appreciate your input on this. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Just checking one more time. Anybody have any further questions for this delegation? Seeing none, I'm just going to pass the chair to Councillor Wilson. And in doing so, Drew, I wanted to just make sure I had your numbers and stats correctly, and I'm sure we'll see them when you share your notes. But you mentioned 5.3 million loaves of bread, 12.8 million liters of soy milk, and then I think I just got dumbfounded and was listening, so I didn't write down the rest of them. Do you mind going over those stats again, please?
Yeah, so actually I took the total acreage, so it's around 3,350 acres, and I split that up between 4 crops because you wouldn't normally have that all in one crop in a year. So yes, 5.3 million loaves of bread, obviously derived from wheat, 1.15 million liters of ethanol derived from corn, 12.8 million liters of soy milk, obviously from soybeans, and then the rest would be hay and forage, about 83,800 animals fed in a day.
Thank you. And the map that you shared was quite telling, and I really appreciate you taking the time to overlay that information with the Class 1 soil. It was referenced previously in a delegation, and I just appreciate seeing the information visually right before all of us as a committee. Thank you again, Drew. I'll take back the chair. And seeing no further questions, invite you to exit WebEx and get on with your business. If you want to, you can join us virtually to follow along with the proceedings. 9.1.AL, Rebecca Guzzo. Rebecca, if you can turn on your video. Rebecca, are you here? Okay, we're not seeing anybody with that name on the WebEx platform, so we'll flag your name and call on you at the end of the delegation list of those who are here in case you need to log on later. Moving on the delegation list is 9.1.AK. Oh, hold on. Yep, it's Yuki Hayashi. Yuki?
Hi there.
Hi.
Can you see me?
I can see you in that amazing background. Go right ahead.
I wanted to thank you all, Council, Chair, Mayor, for giving me the chance to share my thoughts about these proposed changes to the urban boundary, which could remove protections preserving Hamilton's green spaces and farmland. I've been a Ward 3 resident for the past 15 years, and I am delegating for the very first time to ask you to please postpone decision-making around boundary expansion, and in the interim, solicit more input from citizens about this proposed change, for example, by sending a survey to residents, which has the option of no municipal boundary expansion. The pandemic, as we all know, has curtailed public interaction, discussion, consultation, which is why it's crucial that Council allocate more time to hear from more stakeholders before making decisions that will impact our environment, food security, and economic growth forever. Land use deliberations should not be conducted behind closed doors during a pandemic. There's two things I want to cover off during my 5 minutes. The first thing is why I'm asking Council to freeze decision making on the urban boundary issue during COVID and to send a survey to Hamiltonians to get our input. So first off, what you need to know is participating in this meeting as an average citizen was difficult. Getting on the delegation list was not. Kudos to your admin team for their efficiency, but being able to speak was the tricky part. Although I knew my order in the queue, I didn't know what time I'd be speaking and have therefore been tuned in since 9:30 a.m. Now, I work full time, and in order to be available today, I've been glued to my laptop, I was glued to my laptop today, but also Saturday and Sunday so that I could actually clear my desk of work for today. So I have a question for you. With no officially assigned time slots for individual delegation, how can the average working Hamiltonian participate in this conversation around our city's future? If the price of participation is having a dedicated computer, Wi-Fi, the ability to sit by one's desk on call all day, how are office workers supposed to participate? How are essential workers, including frontline heroes like healthcare workers, supposed to participate? How are teachers supposed to participate? What about the youngest voters, many of whom work in the service sector at entry-level jobs where they can't just take the day off to delegate? What about students who, out of all of us, have the most at stake, a livable Hamilton for the next 30, 60, 90 years? How are these young stakeholders supposed to participate? So I leave it to you to consider that issue. How can City Hall make the democratic process more responsive to its citizens? As for right now, to the matter of proposed municipal boundary expansion, here's what you can do. 1, support the motion to postpone decision-making on the municipal growth plan until after the pandemic. And 2, reach out to your constituents to hear our opinions via citizen surveys and other means. The past year has been a year of unprecedented upheaval. Let's not ram through a policy that affects citizens, businesses, communities, and the environment without complete input from all stakeholders. We need more time. Hamilton is geographically blessed. We can use our natural resources strategically, preserving their integrity and wealth for generations to come, as carbon sinks, as watersheds, as wildlife habitat, as the fertile agricultural land we need to preserve local food security and support family farms, as recreational lands where we can fish with our kids, walk with our dogs, or go on a 5-hour-long bike ride while training for an Ironman triathlon or a century bike race. I'm sure you can guess how I feel about the need to contain sprawl and develop the urban core. I've lived downtown my entire life, and I'm also an avid traveler. And my experience has been that in the developed world, high and medium density urban cores promote economic development, small business growth, public safety, especially for women walking or jogging alone at night, and just generally pleasant, walkable cities rich in cafes, shops, restaurants, bookstores, barbershops, salons, gyms. These densely populated communities also foster neighborhood resources from, say, community gardens to that nonprofit where your teenager earns their volunteer hours, or that subsidized mid-rise building where survivors of spousal abuse can restart their lives. We still have room to grow inside the city proper. We have not run out of space. We do not have to pave over world-class farmland to put in resource-gobbling, single-family home subdivisions. I love the core, but this isn't just about me. This is about the thousands of Hamilton residents who have their own opinions on land use, who didn't know about today's session, who couldn't attend even virtually, who haven't yet shared their views. Please let them be heard too. So please support Councillor Clark's motion to freeze decision-making for now and survey residents on what municipal boundary expansion plan they favor, including the option of no boundary expansion. And let's try to do better. Let's commit to finding more ways of promoting citizen participation. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Yuki, for coming in to delegate, and as a first-time delegate, congratulations. I think it's always really important when our residents engage in the local democracy that's available. So checking if any of my colleagues have questions. Seeing none, thank you again for joining us this afternoon and taking the time to rearrange your work and share your thoughts.
Thank you for hearing me. Take care. Bye.
Take care. You can exit the WebEx and join virtually if you can watch the proceedings. Moving on the list, 9.1.AN, Ian Borsak from Environment Hamilton. Ian, if you can turn on your camera and video, we can see you and
Hey,
hear
Councillor.
you. Hi, go ahead.
Great. So thank you so much, Madam Chair and rest of Council and the Mayor. Speaking to you today, not surprisingly, I'm sure for a lot of you who have been sitting through this entire meeting, to encourage you to vote in favor of Councillor Brad Clark's motion, and as well to really listen to the other community members who have spoken both before me and who are going to be speaking after me, and really contemplate the effects that urban boundary expansion will have on our local environment and everything else we have to do as a city. I don't want to just reiterate everything that's been said already, but I really want to hone in on a few key points. Firstly, Bev Wagar made a really great point with regards to how transit will be servicing these new communities that are being proposed to be built. And that right now, with regards to area rating and how transit is serviced, I don't see how a complete community can be built out there while we still have communities within the City of Hamilton urban boundary that are not serviced adequately. There's also been several references to stormwater management and how expanding outwards and building out onto prime agricultural land will make our challenge of preventing dirty water from entering our waterways and sewage entering our waterways will make it more difficult as well in terms of creating stormwater runoff when that could be falling on providing food for our local people and for our animal husbandry and things like that. But beyond that, what I really want to just hammer home is that what I've heard from staff and what I've heard from some city councillors today is the need for choice. When it comes to housing, I don't think about choice. I think about luck. I'm a renter in the city of Hamilton, and I'm lucky to have a home in Ward 1 that I can both afford. I'm not spending 50% of my income on rent, unlike a lot of people in our city. And on top of that, thanks to changes made by our provincial government, in addition to what's already being put on our plate right now, I have the luck of living somewhere where I know that my rent increases will not be going beyond what is affordable for me on a year-to-year basis. This isn't the case for a lot of people who are moving to Hamilton right now. And with regards to single-family ground-dwelling homes, really, I think at the end of the day, when we're thinking about market demands, I really want to just emphasize for city councillors to think about a choice that people are being forced to make. When you're looking at the market and you have the luck of being able to afford to purchase property within the GTHA right now, a lot of people are looking at either spending well over $1 million on a small condo or $600,000 on a 3-bedroom house in the middle of nowhere. Why is this a choice that we are forcing people to make? Why is this something that we need to continue to expand upon? I'm never going to be able to afford a house in the Elfrida lands, and a lot of people within the city of Hamilton aren't either. Yet we are continuously focusing in on what the market demands, when in all reality, people are purchasing what's available to them. I would appreciate if we had more dense housing within the city of Hamilton that allows me to live and walk and be able to take public transit reliably. And I want more people to be able to experience the same type of living experience that I have in Ward 1. So I really, really encourage you to really listen to what the city of Hamilton is telling you right now in terms of having a larger turnout on this meeting right now than what the consultation brought out with regards to what staff say was on par. If we're having more people at this meeting sending in correspondence and delegating, taking hours out of their day to communicate their concerns and ask for more time to be able to weigh in, then we haven't done a good enough job as is. And ultimately what we need to be doing is we need to, as a city, respond to the climate emergency and think back to the key demands that myself and Dr. Linda Lukasik made of you nearly 2 years ago. And one of those demands was hiring new staff in every department to focus on climate change. I have not seen that focus in an adequate way from the process that has been unfolding right now. And right now, I don't have the faith in staff to continue to do that. We need to bring in new staff who have new abilities and are willing to do things differently to respond to the crises that are unfolding in front of us. And that includes the housing crisis and the climate change crisis that can be handled in hand. I'll leave it at there, and I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me and the other 50-plus delegates who are speaking to you today as well.
Thank you, Ian, for your delegation. Checking if any of my committee colleagues have any questions or comments on the delegation. Seeing none. Again, thank you. And you can exit WebEx and join virtually to watch the proceedings. Item 9.1.ai, we're coming back to Cheryl Patterson, who is able to rejoin us and was mentioned earlier. And so we're just doing a roll call. Cheryl, are you online?
Yes, I am. I will start my video and hopefully share my screen.
Wonderful. I can see you and hear you.
Okay. So I am one of those people that have been juggling, trying to work full time and present to you. So it doesn't, hold on. I should have done this earlier. Just trying to share my screen, but it's not enabling me to do so.
1 second, I'll just check if clerks can walk you through.
Hi, Cynthia. It's Stephanie. If you are looking at your WebEx screen,
yep,
at the bottom, you will see a button that says share.
Yeah, it's I'm really familiar with this, but it's not accessible to share right now. Like I share all the time in meetings, but
what if you try from the top of your screen? There's a share button up there as well. See if that'll work for you.
No. Okay, that's weird. Huh. Layout, share. Oh, well, I will just talk to my slides.
Okay, Cheryl, we did double check on our end. You are unable to share, so sorry about the glitch. You are able, yep. So if you want to go ahead, I'll start the time now.
Okay, so it still doesn't say when I'm trying to share it, it's still not enabled. So
that's okay, Cheryl. Go ahead and present without it. It's
well,
allowing you on our end, so it must be a glitch on yours. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's weird. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much to all of the councillors for stepping up and representing us, the citizens of Hamilton. I'm a Ward 13 resident, and I have been on and off all day. I'm an educator, a consultant with HWDSB, so I was trying to time my presentation with a really full day. I agree with, I think, everyone else today spoke about waiting until COVID is over. Like, this has been a long haul. We're in a global pandemic. We need to wait until we get on settle ground before we make these huge decisions. I support more public consultation, and I support firm urban boundaries. I just want to reflect on trying to project to 2051. I mean, that to me, we've all lived through this year. I can't project what tomorrow's going to look like. Am I going to walk out the door and, catch the variant? I hope not. But I think it's just crazy that we are planning so far in advance. Just as far as housing, I was thinking before I began, my partner is an architect, and the last 12 months, he's been commissioned to do 3 studies on shared use. People don't want to put their folks in long-term care houses anymore. They want them to live in their houses. And so this is an observation for me in the last 12 months. He didn't do this work before, and now he's being consulted to do it. So again, 2051, 2021. On my slides, it was pretty primitive. However, I looked at the urban core and I highlighted, because I'm a teacher, in pink all of the parking lots. And then I looked at a tweet by Jason Thorne saying, used to be a parking lot and now we've got housing. So that made me really excited, because I think we have the will, the political will, to do this. I also wanted to make a shout out to the amazing students, Summer, Akara, Sina, Becky, and I know Katie King is presenting a video later, and super impressed by these young people. I learned so much today, and I'm like pumped by the direction. I also talked about what is intensification, and I don't know how you guys have been getting through the pandemic, but I've been doing a lot of time centering and visualizing, and I've lived in Hamilton for the last 27 years. I've seen a huge change, but when I visualize a city that is truly intensified, I see laneway houses, I see urban gardens, I see food growing, I see bicycle paths, I see transit, I see vibrancy, and that's what I want to see as a citizen. The next slide that I had was, just kind of hitting you over the head with how basic it is that farmers feed cities. And I know Chris Kruger from Manor Run is going to do a presentation, and I missed the last presentation, the farmer, because I was in another meeting, about the importance of growing our own food and sustaining. And again, supply chain in COVID, we have to look at what we've learned in that. So I know I'm under my 5 minutes, but I want to thank you very much. And for me, I think we need to stop. We need to hear people. I mean, I had a hard time making it today. I had to delay, and was super distracted. I would like to hear from more students. I would like to hear from more people that live in the core. I would like to hear from more people that their land is going to be affected if we proceed. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Cheryl, for rearranging your day to join us and delegate this afternoon. Colleagues, anyone have questions for Cheryl? Councillor Farr?
Yeah, I thought Cheryl did such a good job, Madam Chair, that we didn't need the slides. She was very descriptive, and her teaching skills certainly paid off. There's a couple things I appreciate, and I think one of the things that you mentioned a few times was how much you're learning today from these delegates. I think they're doing a great job too. I think all of us probably feel that way. The other thing was you mentioned the Jason Thorne tweet, and that always piques my interest when our general manager, the very progressive expert planner of planning and economic development, when he tweets, lots of people like yourself and others catch that. And I always appreciate his tweets. And I'm wondering, as the originator and so many people around this table or on this Zoom right now, supported some terms ago now, a motion I had, one of about 4 eventually, that said, let's convert all of our useless surface asphalt parking lots in Ward 2 in downtown into greater and higher uses. And there's 4, I can tell you right now, which are on their way, and 2 of them are for housing, affordable housing projects. So I'm just curious. I think I missed that Thorne tweet. So which parking lot was that? Would you have had a slide showing me that picture?
I did have if you go on, well, maybe we should let Jason, is he still here? It was great. It had a parking sign, and then I think it might have been the new Indwell social housing project. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Anyway, well, just go on Twitter and look at Jason Thorne, because
I'll track it down. We made a very large parking lot. I'm talking about city-owned lots into a park. It might have been that one, but I remember those streets. Anyway, I appreciate that, Cheryl. And I'm glad that you're recognizing that in some areas, particularly in the core, we're answering to a lot of the suggestions that we're hearing. Also suggestions we're about to hear from other delegates. But I also want to recognize we have councillors that get this too. And I'll point out, I unofficially or officially, I think Councillor Danko's headed in the right direction as it relates to Upper James. I think he sees so much potential for some very attractive growth, as you were describing. Even without your slides, I could see the things you were talking about. And there's obviously other areas of our city where we can accomplish these things. It's not hard to sort of look at those gasoline alleys or those traditional, even Upper Centennial. When you look at it now, and maybe, with a little bit of vision, there's things that you could probably do to make it an actual attraction for people. And you were very good at describing that vision, even without your slideshow. And I wanted to come on, not only because you waited a long time and you're trying to do 2 jobs today, but the technical difficulties, you deserved a little bit of extra credit there. So thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate it. I didn't even catch which ward you're in, but that was well done. And thank you.
I'm in Ward 13, and I just found Jason's tweet. It's from 1 day ago. So I really just want to encourage you to be bold and to make Hamilton the city it's time to make it the city that it can be. Like, let's not keep looking at the potential of this amazing area. Like, let's do it now. And thank you so much.
Be bold or be bolder through you, Chair.
Oh, did you have a question, Maureen? Sorry, or you just saying bye?
Hang on, Councillor Farr actually had a clarifying question. Bold or bolder?
Yeah. Do you want us to be bold through you, Chair? Do you want us to be bold, or do you want us to be bolder?
I want you to be the boldest. I want to put Hamilton on the map for a sustainable city. That's what I really want to do. I want bike lanes everywhere, and I want to be able to walk down the street and pick raspberries and celebrate this amazing city. That's what I want, and I think we can do it. So be as bold as possible.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the time and date on Thorne's tweet. It's hard to keep up to that guy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. It happens to be the modular build for a CHH on the lot in Ward 2. Councillor Wilson is next. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Cheryl, your enthusiasm is contagious and wonderful. And I actually think necessary if you're going to go into the business of city building, you have to be positive about your city because you see its potential, and particularly when you see its unrealized potential, right? I wanted to ask you actually a question because you referenced that you were a consultant with the HWDSB, and you also, and I agree with you, you referenced how enthused you were and delighted with the youth delegates thus far. And I know, speaking personally, when I was that age, I wouldn't have been able to do what they have been doing. So it's really encouraging. But because you are familiar with that cohort and you work in that business, there was a delegate earlier today, I don't know if you caught them, but they were talking about in the survey results, there were actually very few youth who participated. And I am a mother of 3 teenagers who are never short of reminding me of how old I am and tell me that, Mom, Facebook is for old people, Twitter is for old people, no one reads emails anymore, and, get with it. And I'm saying that a little bit in tongue in cheek, but it is rooted in the reality of where they get their information. Mm-hmm. And so as someone in the education business, would you have any advice for us on reaching out and doing a better job trying to get those people involved, because they are the ones who are going to be the inheritors of this city? Thank you.
Speaking as an educator, I'm worried about our youth. This has been a really hard go.
Me too.
And if ever there's a time that it takes a village, is now. And I think, again, we can speak to the mental health of youth and how it's necessary for safe environments, walkable environments. I think that, it's magically, we're not going to work on TikTok, but we need to have these conversations with our kids around the table. There's so much going on right now in Hamilton with, anti-racist, LGBTQ2+. There's so much global pandemic. We need to talk to our kids, and we need to feel safe. Someone mentioned, I'm almost 6 feet tall. I feel unsafe walking downtown, and a lot of it has to do with the parking lots. And if those parking lots were not parking lots and they were laneway houses or they were multi-use houses, I would not feel as unsafe. And I think, so, I don't know, we could, get an advertisement on a video game, but that's not where I want our kids to be that's where they are right now in the global pandemic. But I think we need to really vision what our kids need for mental, physical health. And the climate crisis, for me, it was the nuclear bomb, and now it's climate crisis. And we are seeing the effects on our children. So anyway, I think I've talked enough. So move on, and thank you so much for your time. I have faith in you. I really do. Thanks so much.
You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. You may now exit the meeting. Thank you again for coming to delegate today and get on with your work. And again, thank you for all the delegates and all the ways you're pivoting to be with us this afternoon. Moving on to 9.1.80, Rue Sherrard. Rue, if you're here, please turn on your video and microphone. Okay. Okay, we will come back and call the name, Rue, if in case you're here under another name. I'll just ask you one more time to turn on your video. Okay, so we'll move on to 9.1.AP, Lily Noble. Lily, if you can turn on, I can see you and hear you. Wonderful. And you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a new resident of Ward 12, 3 months so far, and mother of 2 sons who hopefully will want to settle in Hamilton too. They will live in the types of homes we decide to build now, and with the challenges of climate change that we leave them. 2050 is a crucial year. We need to plan very carefully now. We should not use old data and old thinking from the 1950s on how to accommodate an increasing population. 30 years ago, we didn't think much about climate change, and now we must. And the housing and the associated travel needs to be carefully considered, or we risk creating a community in Hamilton where no one wants to live. And over, we hear that people want walkable, bikeable, green communities with enough density to provide frequent transit. They want vibrant local shops and community hubs nearby. They want clean air, parks and trails, and urban forests to cool the streets. They want local farmers to produce their food. And they want a stable climate, and sprawl doesn't provide these wants. And what have we been desperately missing this last year? Going to our local restaurants and sitting in a cafe. People are regretting moving to what they thought was an affordable home in the suburbs when they realize how costly it is with respect to having to buy 2 or 3 cars and spending so much time driving to get to the built-up areas of the city. Many young people today do not want to own a car or cannot afford a car. This makes suburbs unreachable for many families. Seniors who can no longer use their cars also don't want to live in the suburbs. But we've been told by this provincial government that we need to use their land needs assessment methodology. So we must, but that doesn't mean we need to use sprawl to meet their requirements. There's no requirement to use sprawl in their methodology. We can adopt this no expansion of the urban boundaries option and still reach the goal of housing all these new people without sacrificing local farmland and without increasing our carbon footprint. Hamiltonians can decide how we do this. We need to not have the pandemic to distract us from this important task. So I'm hoping Council can delay making any binding decisions today, or just accept that motion to use the non-urban boundary expansion. I'd like to thank Council for already moving forward with the zoning changes in Bill 108 to allow the laneways and garden suites in either detached structures at the back of a lot or inside an existing home. These garden suites are great for young families or seniors to live close to family and affordably, and while making use of existing infrastructure and community services. There are also other underutilized spaces in Hamilton that we could use for housing. Example already given about parking lots. And if the LRT is built, there will be so many more opportunities we haven't even imagined yet. But the point is, there are so many ways that we could put people in existing neighborhoods. And in 30 years, we'll have more innovative ways to come up with doing that. There's no need now to lock into a permanent loss of farmland. And many people have already mentioned how expanding into farmland and making the suburbs, the taxes generated from those homes do not pay for the services that the city has to give them. So the cost to pay for all that new infrastructure like roads and sewers gets subsidized by current city residents. So then our taxes have to go up, or our roads and arenas don't get fixed in a timely manner. And nobody likes that. People need options to where to live and what types of houses to live in. So let's use all the available land in the city first to give people a place to live that doesn't bankrupt the city, doesn't destroy farmland, and doesn't increase our carbon footprint. Let's use a climate lens on all these types of decisions. There is a climate emergency. The city should be providing more incentives to developers, like lower development charges for these infills and using things like brownfields. As a city, we should be creating beautiful neighborhoods that people want to live in the city. So let's hold the urban boundary and think about better ways to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily, for your delegation. Council colleagues, any questions? Again, thank you again for joining us. You can exit WebEx now and follow along on the virtual platform to observe the delegations and proceedings. Take care. Moving along to 9.1.AQ, Lisa Hind from Hamilton Acorn Mountain Chapter. Lisa, are you on the call? If so, please turn on your video and microphone. Okay. Also, we'll come back to Lisa. Looks like we can't see you online. And we'll move along to 9.1.AS. Mark Nosquias from Goodman's LLP on behalf of Elfrida Landowners Group. Mark is here. Please turn on your camera and microphone.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, councillors. Thanks for patiently listening to everyone today. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of Elfrida landowners, including Multi-Area, Paletta, Mars Homes, and others. Our clients support the staff recommendations, including the endorsement of the ambitious density scenario. We wrote a letter to this committee back in December indicating that the land needs assessment report confirms that the city needs to support strongly both intensification and responsible urban boundary expansions to meet its growth needs. And that's effectively the advice you have from your staff and from your consultant, Mr. Lorius. Mr. Lorius indicated that this is not a competition between intensification and responsible, sustainable greenfield development. You need both to meet your substantial growth expectations. As you heard from Ms. Travis, there's been significant consultation on the land needs assessment. Your staff have evaluated all of the options. They've clearly considered all the consultation comments. Their December report indicated that the increased targets scenario would be challenging to meet, but notwithstanding that, they are recommending the more aggressive, ambitious density scenario. They've also considered the no urban boundary expansion scenario, which you've heard a lot about today. Their clear advice to you is it would not meet provincial requirements and policies. And in saying that, I think it's important to say that your staff are not simply rigidly following provincial direction. The ambitious density scenario proposes intensification in excess of growth plan minimum targets, and it proposes intensification that's significantly in excess of the intensification levels that Hamilton has achieved in the past decade. And I think it was Mr. Laurier, or it might have been Ms. Travis, who put up a slide which showed you achieving intensification of 35% in the last decade, and the scenario they're proposing for your adoption and endorsement would increase that significantly to 50%, 60%, and ultimately 70% over the planning horizon. I mean, obviously, consultation is important. Obviously, consultation during COVID has been less than ideal, but I think It's clear that there has been significant consultation. You've heard from many people today. You heard Ms. Travis referred to the consultation that staff did. There's, I think, a 57-page appendix in the material before you that talks about the consultation they did. And in the end, you've got pretty clear advice from your staff. And respectfully, consulting on an option that does not meet provincial policy and which cannot realistically be approved is will end up being misleading. And I think that our request to you is to follow your staff and consultant recommendations and endorse the ambitious density scenario, recognizing that you're not making final decisions today as to how that will all be implemented. There's no official plan amendment before you today for adoption. The specifics of how this will be implemented will come back before you in the fall. Staff are clearly taking seriously everything that they're hearing. They are applying a climate change lens to their recommendations, and but they are also mindful of the housing needs that exist in the city, mindful of the fact that there has been no urban boundary expansion in the city since 2002, and one of the consequences of static land supply is increasing affordability concerns. So again, we'd ask you to endorse your staff recommendations, and those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for being with us this afternoon. Colleagues, any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, Mark, thanks again. You may exit WebEx now and follow along on the virtual platforms for the remainder of the discussion. Moving down along the list, we have 9.1.AT, Stephanie Brash. Stephanie, if you're here, could you turn on your video and microphone?
Hello.
I can see you. Can you say hello one more time so I can just make sure I can hear you?
Hi, everyone.
Okay. If it's able to be a little bit louder, go ahead. And council colleagues, please do turn up your microphones if needed.
Can you hear me now? A little bit better?
A little bit better. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead,
All
Stephanie.
right. Sorry about that. Chairperson Nod, Mr. Mayor, members of council and the committee, thank you so much for having me today. It's been a really exciting and interesting conversation that we've had so far today. And I have to say, I'm a little bummed to be following that previous speaker, given the little bit of loss of momentum on our part here. There have been lots of great information today, lots of stats, lots of really, really important information. But I want to talk a little bit more emotionally today. And I have to tell you folks that I'm starting to get a little bit scared. I'm scared for the community and the world that my daughter is going to grow up in. She's 6 years old now, and 2051, I know she'll be 36 years old, right? And that's scary to me, but I'm scared for the world that she's going to live in. When I look at where I see my daughter in 30 years, I think about this beautiful Hamilton that reaches its full potential of walkable streets, communities that support one another, homes that allow for connection, which is something that we've really been lacking over this last year. I'm sure that all of you have felt that. What I don't see for my daughter is a 35-minute drive into the city from her McMansion. And I don't see that isolated feeling of needing to take a bus or not even a bus, but drive to get into the city to do things. I see a world where she can grow food in her neighborhood and, more importantly, have other local food sources. I'm really nervous about trade breakdown and what's going to happen when we destroy the land that we have to grow in now, and that's no longer available to us. I don't want to reiterate all of the things that have been said today. I know that you've heard it over and over again, so I do just want to say that I hope that you will support Councillor Clark's motion. Please wait. Please allow for a greater sense of consultation. Open up the floor to as many constituents as you can, and please just take your time in making these decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for joining us this afternoon. Colleagues, any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, again, thank you, Stephanie. You can exit WebEx now and follow along virtually if you're able. Moving on, 9.1.AV, Alex Wilson. Alex, if you're here, could you please turn on your video and microphone?
Hello.
There you are. Okay, Alex, we can see you. And if you could just one more time, hello.
Hello.
Okay, can hear you, and go ahead. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alex, and I'm a Dundas Ward 13 resident. I'm also a first-time delegate. I'm one of the young people in the 14 to 24 range that Nancy pointed out were not really represented in the consultation so far, and also one of the people who are going to be most impacted by the next 30 years and the generations following me, in terms of where we can work, what houses we're living in. And I really want to echo what many have said, where there's no choice in housing. It took me a year to move into Ward 13 to find a rental I can afford. I moved there because it's something I could afford. This idea of I'm picking whether I live in an apartment or a semi-detached or detached, me and people of my generation are living where we can find homes. And I hope you're reflecting on your responsibility to ensure those homes are available. And I think one of the things I struggle with coming here is that just what we're doing is ridiculous. Linda Lukasik mentioned that it's impossible to plan this far ahead, and to echo Linda in saying that this is a land grab by the province that benefits land speculators. I think we've just heard 2 delegations ago, like the clear impacts when, you have money to gain, the way you read these reports changes. And we've seen that, for example, just this week, MPP Jeff Birch, and the official opposition critic for municipal affairs, wrote to the Auditor General, saying that these numbers do not make sense from the province, and is asking for a provincial Auditor General review of the province's process. They're not the same targets that the Ontario government's Ministry of Finance uses to do its own planning. We have the government using 2 different sets of numbers when they suit them. So what we're doing here is ridiculous. And I think we need to acknowledge that. I think we need to say to your constituents, hopefully, and say broadly that we are in a conversation we don't want to be having. But because we're here, I do really want to push back on this idea that we can't do anything, even though we're having a conversation that we don't want to be having. You do have power when it comes to timeline. Michelle from GASP has asked that you as decision makers slow down and get this right. Regarding the timeline, we've heard from staff themselves that we can accommodate the extension of the consultation period and the delay of a final land needs assessment as recommended, and we can include a zero boundary expansion option in the consultation that we so desperately know is needed. It's clear that even sticking with the provincial plan and methodology, that we can and we must include a fixed urban boundary option, and that none of the justifications offered for refusing this, refusing to include this option or refusing to delay, hold up. There was a claim, for example, that a zero boundary option would not comply with the provincial policy direction as to the range of housing types that we must provide. And this isn't true. You as council are required to comply with the letter of the lands needs assessment methodology in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, not with the intentions of the present provincial government or its consultants. It's possible to accommodate the same range of housing types with zero boundary expansion as included in the options presented by staff. Sorry, the same range of housing types as included in the options presented by staffs. Linda again mentioned that it's possible through playing with lot dimensions, classifying laneway and garden suites for single family homes, as you as council are entitled to do. We can provide the same mix of housing types as we could through sprawl. So again, you as council not only have the power to impact the timeline, but you also have the power to fill this housing need and use policy to shape which types of houses we have. Where I rent in Dundas, I live on a lot that could easily be separated under the new alleyway potential considerations that you're talking about in the future. And I can see firsthand the benefit that would have not only to my community, having a new neighbor in my backyard, but also in just how we use that garden space and the more people that can bike and get around. We've heard that this so-called ambitious approach would leave us with only 60 people and jobs per hectare in existing neighborhoods, and that's far less than the areas of the GTHA and Hamilton that perform well on active transportation that have 90+ jobs per hectare. It's far less than what we need to make the infrastructure we already have it's far less we need to maintain the infrastructure we already have without a massive tax increase. As I close, I just want to share again that I'm very frustrated that we're having a conversation about how to mitigate our harm when 2 years ago we've declared a climate emergency. As a resident of Ward 13, I've reached out to my councillor, Councillor Vanderbeek, and hope we can continue talking after this vote about how the city continues to engage citizens on the climate crisis. And I think this should be seen as one of the first chances you have to change your approach, to say we really need to be looking at how to engage on the climate crisis, bringing people in. And I'd be excited to answer any questions, particularly about how to engage youth in that as well.
Thank you, Alex, for your delegation and for joining us this afternoon and almost doubling our youth input in total. Colleagues, any questions for the delegate that's before us? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you again, Alex, for joining us. And you may exit WebEx now and follow along virtually on the proceedings. 9.1. Oh, my apologies. We're actually going to go back. Lisa Hind was able to rejoin the meeting. She was 9.1.AQ from Hamilton Acorn Mountain Chapter. Lisa, if you can turn on your video and microphone.
Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Alex. Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hi, Lisa. Yes. And if you are able to turn off the audio that you can hear of the video that you're watching. Otherwise, it presents some background noise and we can't hear you as clearly.
Okay. Is that good?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Lisa Hine, and I just want to thank Mayor Eisenberger and Madam Chair and fellow delegates and guests that are here. I am in Ward 14, and I want to thank Acorn Hamilton for allowing me to be a delegate here. It's really an honor for me. This is the first time I've been in here. As I said, I've been in Ward 14, and I support environmental issues. I'm an environmental activist. I have done some research about what's happening, that may be happening in Elfrida. I cannot support that. I do support Councillor Brad Clark's request that there be questionnaires given to every household in Hamilton, so every family will be able to make their own decision about what needs to be done in regards to Elfrida and possible urban sprawl. I want to also say that all three levels of government and the citizens of Hamilton need to work together to make sure that what we have in Hamilton, the brownfields, the buildings, and the alleyways need to be used to be turned into building areas for people to live. There are so many locations in Hamilton, both on the mountain and downtown, that can be used instead of spreading them to rural areas. I've walked downtown, I've been downtown, and that's what we should be focusing on right now, not urban sprawl to prime agricultural land in Elfrida. Going to rural areas will only cause more highways building, which will cause more cars, which will make more pollution and noise pollution, just regular pollution, which is not going to be helpful in the long term. To talk about 30 years from now is something that we don't know how it's going to work. We don't see that it may be beneficial for the future. I have done a few notes here about the population growth in Hamilton. From 2021 until 2046, it will go from 586,000 people approximately to 743,000 people. That's a lot of people. And we got to figure out how to make sure those people don't just keep spreading out to those areas and keep them within Hamilton and Stony Creek so that they can live here and work here, have businesses here, and that's what needs to be done. I also want to say that agricultural land provides us with food security, which is a big issue. That's a basic need that we have, as well as housing. Those are two basic needs: housing, food security. Without those, we can't really have a stable society. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much for listening to me as a delegate.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Lisa. Council colleagues, any questions or comments for the delegate? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you again, Lisa, for joining us. You can exit the WebEx meeting now and follow along virtually for the rest of the proceedings. Moving on to 9.1.8X, John Corbett, John Corbett of Corbett Land Strategies, Inc., on behalf of the Upper West Side Landowners Group. John?
Good afternoon, Mayor Eisenberger, Councilor Mann, and members of committee. Thank you very much for entertaining my delegation this afternoon. We've had an extremely long day, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to congratulate staff on their report. And I know how complex this kind of exercise is, having been Commissioner of Planning in my previous career. It is very difficult to balance all the interests that you're dealing with this afternoon as a committee as well. Having said that, we support the staff report and its proposed allocation of population projections and intensification objectives. And I'm going to abbreviate my presentation by just focusing on one map for a second. If we can bring that up. I'm not sure. Is that able to be seen by the committee at this point?
We're not able to see it just at this point. So use the share button at the bottom of your screen, alternatively in the menu section.
Yeah, I'm in the menu section. While that tries to load here, what I'm about to try to demonstrate to you is that we are in fact the only non-prime agricultural solution that is available to council at this point in time. Speaking to the delegations this afternoon, that we're very mindful of the agricultural production. This proposal by the Upper West Side Group does not offend that. And furthermore, the situation resides that we are an infilling situation. We're surrounded on the perimeter by their boundary on 4 sides. And we've been part of discussions with the city on our land holdings for over 30 years. So this is not new. And we are just want to be part of the solution on intensification because we can meet the density targets that are being prescribed in the report by staff. And we look forward to working with them on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, John, for your delegation. And if you want to send anything from your presentation that you were not able to share with us via email, you can do so by emailing clerks@hamilton.ca.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, I see Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, John. I just wanted, if you could reiterate, you said the Upper West Side is pure infill?
Yes.
And it's not agricultural land?
That's correct.
So,
sorry.
So I just wanted to be clear. So it's not like, I was going to ask about the white belt. So it's not the white belt, but it's just all infill, pure infill.
We're part of the white belt, but because we were different in that respect from all other white belt lands, because we are literally the hole in the donut. We're surrounded on all 4 sides by urban development, either existing or designated and planned to be built in the next few years. So we're part of the intensification solution in that respect.
Well, that's good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls.
Any other colleagues? Questions for the delegate? Seeing none, John, thank you again for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Mann.
Exit WebEx now and join virtually to follow the proceedings. Moving on to 9.1.AY is Lee Parsons from MGP City Plan Limited on behalf of the Upper West Side Landowners Group. Lee, if you're on the line, can you please turn on your video and microphone?
Hi there.
Hi.
Mayor,
Hi,
Chair.
Lee, we can see you. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm not going to speak. John Corbett has really summed up everything that we think we need to say right now. So I'm here to say hello, but I'm not speaking.
Record time delegation. Thank you, Lee. Much appreciated.
I could just tell that you wanted that to be.
No. I wasn't pushing anything. But I do appreciate that. If you feel your comments are covered by our previous delegate, John, I appreciate that.
Yes, they are.
Lee, at this point, you can exit the WebEx meeting and follow along virtually on our delegations and proceedings. Moving forward. Thank you. Good afternoon. To 9.1.AZ, which is John Doherty from Gowling's WLG Canada LLP. So please, John, if you are on the line, turn on your video and microphone.
I'm just going to speak for John Doherty and myself, unless he's in the group. I'm the next one up.
Can you just state your name for the record?
It's Jonathan Minnis. I'm right after John. We're from the same firm.
Oh, thank you, Jonathan. John Doherty, just one more time. Not there? Okay. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. Gowling WLG's legal counsel for number company 1507565 Ontario Limited. They own approximately 106 acres in the Elfrida community area. First, we want to thank staff and Mr. Lorius for their continued work on this matter. We echo the comments of Mr. Noskowitz and the other Elfrida group, so I'll try to bridge my comments, bearing in mind how many people we've had today. We've reviewed the Lorius Land Needs Assessment. Our client supports the balanced approach of strongly supporting intensification, but also providing for urban expansions in a responsible and controlled way. We submit that the city ought to proceed with staff's recommendation of adopting the ambitious density scenario of 1340 hectares today. And we note the following. We're not aware of any other municipality with proposed intensification targets as high as the ambitious density scenario. Our planner, Paul Lowe's, is coming up, so I'll leave some of those details to him. But just generally, with intensification targets that graduate at 50%, 60%, and 70%, and a designated greenfield area rate of 77 persons and jobs per hectare. This is much more aggressive than York Region, Peel Region, and Brantford, just to give a few examples. As noted by others, the City of Hamilton cannot meet its provincially mandated growth plan without urban boundary expansions. We also need to meet the provincial mandate for a variety, range, and affordable housing mix. We also believe that Elfrida should remain the preferred growth option coming out of GRIDS 1. The city's already expended tens of $1 million in infrastructure in that area, so a number of people have noted that they want to make sure that we're not spending extra money on infrastructure. And just to name a couple of examples, the Upper Centennial Parkway trunk sewer and the Dickinson Road trunk sewer have already been paid for, and there's a number of other line items from DC bylaws going forward. Further to this, we need to meet the provincial deadline of July 2022 with no further delays. Public input is important and can continue after the ambitious density approach has been adopted. The public can participate in setting the phasing principles for growth, and they can participate in the subsequent secondary planning process. That's everything for me, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan. I see Councillor Danko has indicated that he has a question or comment for you. Councillor Danko?
Thank you. Could you just reiterate who it was that you're representing?
Sure. It's 1507565 Ontario Limited.
And who is that specifically?
The Elfrida Group is the owner of that property.
Which is who?
It would be the Fresina Builders.
Is that Fresina specifically? That's just one builder, or is there multiple?
It's just Fresina Group is the one that owns that property only. Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors' questions here? Seeing none, thank you again, Jonathan.
Thank you.
You may exit the WebEx meeting now and follow along virtually on the proceedings. 9.1.BB. Paul Lowe's of SGL Planning and Design, Inc. Paul, I see you. Can you say good?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
And Mr. Mayor, members of committee. As noted, my name is Paul Lowe's. I'm a planner with the firm of SGL Planning and Design. We represent also the Fresina Group, who are a landowner in the Elfrida community. We support the staff recommendation for the ambitious density scenario. However, it is a very aggressive scenario as indicated by your staff. No municipality in Ontario has implemented or proposed targets this high, either for the intensification target or for your greenfield density target. For example, if I look to York Region, they recently released their new MCR, Municipal Comprehensive Review. They're proposing 50% intensification and 60 persons and jobs per hectare in their DGA, their greenfield area. Peel Region is proposing 50% intensification and 65 persons and jobs in their greenfield area. These areas, these communities have been achieving far more intensification at far higher heights and densities than intensification in Hamilton. Staff's proposal is very aggressive and will be a challenge to implement, but it does address climate change. It does provide a balance of intensification and greenfield growth. Intensification is a must. You need to achieve more intensification in your downtown, in your nodes, along your corridors, but you also need greenfield growth to provide for market-based housing. That greenfield growth, though, must be a different form of housing than you've seen in the past. It has to be more compact. And I've heard a number of references today to urban sprawl from the delegates. A density of 77 persons and jobs per hectare is not urban sprawl. It is far denser than most of the city's current neighborhoods. As your staff indicated, a no-growth option will not implement the PPS, Provincial Policy Statement, or the growth plan requirement for providing market-based housing. Mr. Lorius said this morning there are limits to the targets. There is a housing supply constraint in the Greater Golden Horseshoe in Hamilton that has pushed up housing prices and has affected housing affordability. So there has to be a balance. The city can address climate change while providing for market-based housing, including family housing, through the staff's preferred scenario. Climate change can be also further addressed through the design of your new communities, through secondary plan studies that you'll be doing on your new communities, the focus density along your transit corridors and new nodes, and design for a 15-minute neighborhood, as your staff had indicated. 15-minute neighborhoods allow people to walk to get their day-to-day needs. That's how you need to design your new communities. That's how most of the delegates today have talked about their vision for their communities. That should be a focus of your new neighborhoods. So we urge you to approve staff's recommendation, and we urge you to listen to the experts, your experts, both your staff and your consultants. They've thoroughly addressed this matter, and what they're recommending is a very aggressive scenario that does provide a balance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul, for joining us this afternoon and for your delegation. Council colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, Paul, at this time you can exit WebEx and follow along virtually with our proceedings. Moving along on the delegation list, we have 9.1.BC, Alice Park. Alice, if you're here, could you please turn on your video and microphone? I can see you.
Hi.
Hi, and we can hear you nice and clear.
Okay, great. So my name is Alice Park and I work in Ward 3, live in Ward 4. I moved to Hamilton 3 years ago after my son was born because I truly believe that Hamilton is the best place to raise my son. So here I am as a concerned mother. I'm also a nutritionist and a social entrepreneur, so these experiences and knowledge inform my opinion today. Did you know that there used to be about 6 foot of topsoil in the world, and now we're left with less than 1? In Canada, despite our massive land area, food can only be grown in just 5%, like it was discussed today. And only 0.5% is classified as Class 1 farming, meaning there are no restrictions to grow food there. Heather noted in her presentation that only 2.8% of prime farmland is going to be impacted by this expansion, so it's okay, but I would argue that it's actually not. Firstly, prime farmland is Class 1, 2, and 3. So how much of Class 1 farmland is affected? Whatever the number is, we cannot afford to lose more farmland. It's mostly in Southern Ontario, and we can't forget the special responsibility that we hold to protect this land. Different analogies were used to describe the amount of people expected to move to Hamilton by 2051, including the entire population of Greater Montreal area. What is the expectation then to feed this massive population? More big box stores with vegetables and fruits picked several months before coming from places like Chile, California, or Mexico? Or lab-grown meat supplied by Bill Gates? How has that business as usual served us so far? Feeding this growing population should be a part of the conversation because it is impractical, unrealistic, and, to be frank, immoral to assume that this is someone else's problem. Transit, energy, and infrastructure are all part of the conversation when it comes to land expansion, but why isn't food? Why isn't there discussion about nutrients we need to feed so many people? As a nutritionist, I have never seen a client without a single nutritional deficiency. Even looking at this pandemic right now, we wouldn't be in such a crisis, and it wouldn't be as threatening if people were healthier and more resilient. Land expansion plan is not an economic conversation. We need to move away from that and look at this issue as a whole, which moves me to my second point. All nutrients are required for healthy bodily functions. People already know this, and we only get them through food, not processed foods, but whole foods. In fact, most of these processed foods that come in a box or a plastic wrap actually deplete nutrients in our body and increase inflammation, which causes most chronic diseases responsible for death and lower quality of life today. We're scared of rising COVID cases and we want to protect the elderly and other vulnerable population, then let's plan for a future that nourishes them with proper level of nutrients. Planning to accommodate a growing population without talking about food and nutrition is like buying a house without a kitchen. My last point is, in order to grow food, not only do we need to protect farmland, but we also need a generation of farmers who can grow the food. Currently, we're losing farmers. Young farmers have issues accessing land because of affordability, and renting proposes its own set of problems. Outside of the Greenbelt, land is being grabbed for commercial and industrial development, so farmland owners rent 1 year at a time, waiting for the right time to sell. Farming requires investment into the soil that takes years. How can farmers be expected to invest in their soil as well as the capital cost of getting things like tools and equipment? How can we expect nourishing food on the table when we are failing the next generation of farmers? And how can we talk about a future that's thriving without putting proper nutrients and ecosystems that allow us to thrive? To say only 2.8% of farmland is decreasing by this plan while we welcome 4 million people to live here is insane. It is so disconnected. So let's go back to the fundamentals: soil, food, nutrition, along with sun, clean water, and air. This is most common sense. So let's not be confined by old way of thinking and not turn Hamilton into other mediocre cities in North America. Let's do more because we can be more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, for your delegation. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again, Alice, for taking time and for your patience to wait until near the end of the line for delegating this afternoon. You may exit WebEx now and follow along virtually on the proceedings. Thank you. Moving on to 9.1.BD, Mary Love, Indigenous Affinity Group, Extinction Rebellion Hamilton. Mary, if you're there, please turn on your camera and microphone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, there I am.
And I can see you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm thankful for the bit of rain that we had yesterday and for the opportunity to address you. The Extinction Rebellion Hamilton Indigenous Affinity Group has 4 demands, the first 3 of which are also international demands of XR. 1, tell the truth. 2, act now. 3, go beyond politics. 4, listen, respect, transform. The 4th demand is our own, which we now publicly share in part for the first time. We steadfastly affirm and will uphold demands for and acts of self-determination and sovereignty by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. The response to the climate crisis must center the voices, rights, and needs of communities who are most disproportionately impacted. I will skip to our 4th demand for the moment and how it relates to today's topic. Hamilton's urban Indigenous strategy includes a special responsibility to consult with the Indigenous community. Heather Travis's slide this morning only listed 1 Indigenous community engagement. It is important to hear Indigenous voices and to learn from Anishinaabe and other Indigenous peoples' worldview of the land, that it cannot be commodified to $18,000 an acre, $4 million if it's smothered by a subdivision, cannot be commodified at all, ever. Land is to be respected and listened to with due humility, as are the voices of one's ancestors. Only then can you hear what Mother Nature and those who went before you are guiding you to do. As sprawl often destroys wetlands, this is another area that has to be understood, as Indigenous people never surrender their care of and duty to the water, no matter what agreements they or their ancestors may have made on their land. That is because water is life. Hearing diverse voices takes effort on the part of established ones, and during the pandemic is even more difficult to bring about because Indigenous and racialized communities are especially absorbed in taking care of their vulnerable elders and their families. The special duty to consult with Indigenous peoples should include the knowledge that our settler society has, since contact, perfected sprawl, and that many of our own families have amassed land and its wealth at the expense of the life and health of Indigenous families, nations, and peoples. Even immigrants without the benefit of old wealth, old stealth, gain a foothold in this country and get to thrive, become developers, lawyers, landlords, professors like my own father, bankers, or city councillors, not because of their hard work alone, but because of the privilege Canada's ongoing genocide against First Nations and Indigenous peoples affords them. The XRIA group suggests that land consultation should include honest, diffused conversations about the concept of land back. Understood, instead of being feared, the concept of land back should fill us with hope of true reconciliation and also of healing the land and water upon which all living beings depend for life. One important question that Schuyler Williams, spokesperson of 1492 Land Back Lane, asks is whether only settler communities are recognized as needing to grow or as being allowed to grow and thrive. The implications of that question are vast and deep, and they need to be discussed in a peaceful way. In closing, we want you to know that the Extinction Rebellion Indigenous Affinity Group, who are your constituents, are counting on you to act now to freeze the urban boundary and to extend the time frame for decisions about it until in-person delegating resumes. We need detailed conversations, such as would happen in a citizens' assembly. What time do lobbyists have to speak to you, I wonder? By creative use of as much infill building and gentle intensification in the existing boundaries in the next 10 years as possible, there would still be time to expand the boundary in responsible ways if the population growth predictions mentioned by the provincial government and home builders associations appear to be accurate. The term market-driven forces often masks greed and land speculation, of which we should all be wary. Your constituents are also counting on you to tell the truth about why this push to lock in boundary expansion is even happening during a pandemic, and to speak up against this land and power grab by the provincial government and its backers on our behalf. Slow that Mustang down. And we in XRIA are counting on you to follow the City of Hamilton's Urban Indigenous Strategy Plan. Talk with the circles that have been set up in that strategy.
Thank you, Mary. And that brings you to your 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions for Mary Love? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Nan. Thank you, Mary. I'm just trying to be consistent in my questions in keeping with the motion that is before us about consultation. You referenced consultation with Indigenous communities. Do you have any advice on how to identify or engage on that realm? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Wilson. I think you say through you to the chair, something like that. The part I mentioned is action 3 from page 23 about meaningful consultation with Indigenous community. And I mentioned a circle. There is, I understand, a partnership circle and a coordinating circle within the Urban Indigenous Strategy team. And I think they're, if not all women, mostly women, I think those women would be the best people to know where and how to take it from there and reach out to the various Indigenous communities within the area that we're talking about today. But I thought it was not very good that only one engagement was, on those slides that Heather showed. I'm not sure with whom that was, but that's not, we're all saying we need more consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, any further questions? No. Colleagues? Seeing none? Thank you, Mary, for joining us this afternoon and for delegating. You may now exit WebEx and join virtually to observe the remainder of the proceedings. 9.1.BE, Chris Crucker from the National Farmers Union. Chris, if you're here, could you please turn on your video? Oh, I can see you. Excellent.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Great. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and city staff, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about farmland preservation and the importance of a fixed urban boundary. My name is Chris Kruker. I am president of the National Farmers Union, Hamilton Local 351. In addition, I'm a member of the Collaborative Regional Alliance for Farmer Training and a founding member of Farm Crawl Hamilton. As a past member of the Hamilton's Local Food Advisory Committee, I have gained a deep appreciation for the work that you as councillors do, representing the needs of Hamilton citizens, and city staff do supporting that work. I've been farming in Hamilton with my family for 25 years. Over the course of that time, farmland has gone from $3,000 to $20,000 an acre. And in many cases, farmland is $40,000 to $60,000 an acre. This increase in farmland prices is in part caused by development pressure. Farmers cannot afford to buy that land and make a profit. My family is becoming a second-generation farm as my children take up farming. We're planning to increase our farmland base, but don't know how we can with land prices as they are. Why is preserving farmland important? Farmers grow food for everyone, with over 95% of people living in cities. Farmers can use practices that are good for the environment. For example, store carbon and offer a range of habitats for wildlife. Paving farmland is not reversible. Farmland in southern Ontario is high quality, close to urban populations, and in an agricultural climate zone that is conducive to a wide range of foods. We also get a good amount of rain during the growing season. In many ways, this is an ideal place to grow food. We have very little of this kind of farmland in Canada. Food security for Canada means having a secure source of food that is independent of international politics and does not put our nation at risk, either through increase in food prices or political pressure. We recently experienced a form of this with the last administration in the US regarding milk quota. I've reviewed what different organizations say about farmland protection and would like to share this with you today. What the United Nations has to say on urban sprawl. Land degradation has accelerated during the 20th and 21st centuries due to increasing and combined pressures of agriculture and livestock production, urbanization, deforestation, and extreme weather events. These social and environmental pressures have impacts, and the UN include these impacts as being more water and foodborne diseases, respiratory diseases, and the spread of infectious diseases. The Center for Disease Control says on farmland protection, conservation easements on active farmland and preservation of agricultural land close to cities have co-benefits such as contributing to food security through local production, making fresh produce available, preserving biodiversity, decreasing carbon emissions by reducing the need to import foods into the community, and helping support the local economy and job market. Pardon me. They say preserving agricultural land can be encouraged through land grants, preservation of farmland, and interestingly enough, city government action. As a representative of the National Farmers Union, we have a very clear policy on the importance of preserving farmland. They state the most important resource for family farms is access to land, land that is healthy enough to produce food for citizens of Ontario now and in the future. In addition to representing farmers that are members of the National Farmers Union in Hamilton, I've spoken to farmers that are members of the Ontario Farmers Association and the Christian Farmers Federation, and they are not in support of urban sprawl. I received an email from Carl Lowith. The Lowiths are longtime multi-generational dairy farmers in Hamilton. They agreed that I could share this with you today. Carl's email reads, the one point I would like to add is that expanding the development boundary has a compounding effect. Not only does it obviously take farmland out of production, it also impedes existing farms from expanding, especially as it relates to animal production. Where once you had an empty field, now you have houses. Any livestock operation that wants to expand has now to deal with minimum distance separation requirements, which impact what and where new facilities can be built. Politicians keep saying that they want to protect and maintain the farming community. I'm going to make it. Sometimes I feel that when what they have in mind is a community that existed 2 or 3 decades ago. Today's farms, like all businesses, have to keep increasing revenue if they're going to survive. If we put in place policies that limit that growth, what we are saying is that we are willing to sacrifice the viable farm community for urban expansion. I'd like to end by saying that we are all experts and we are all consulting with you now. And so I'm very appreciative for the opportunity. Whether we're listening to the UN or to a farm organization in Canada like the National Farmers Union, or directly from farmers, we are all of one accord. Farmland needs to be kept as farmland. I support delaying this decision until more people can participate, and I support a decision to make a firm urban boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for joining us this afternoon and for your delegation. Council colleagues, any questions for Chris? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And Chris, thanks for coming on today. I hope you're getting to start seeding. You're probably 2 to 3 weeks away from starting that. And that's always an exciting time in the farming community. I was struck by your thoughts that farmland is jumping all over the place because you're very knowledgeable on this. And if you had a very hard, clear, defined urban boundary, and there was areas for growth in the city, does that not hold the price of agricultural or farmland down because there's no need for developers to go out and land speculate then and drive the price up?
You know, I'm not an expert on land speculating. I do know that land speculating does impact farm prices per acre. I don't know if I can speak as an expert to that particular question.
Okay. And well, I do support your concept of waiting till this pandemic is over to allow for public delegations and proper public facilities where people can go out and ask questions and look at maps and get a better feel for it. And I also agree with you, firm urban boundaries to protect the balance of the farmland and stop speculation by developers so it doesn't drive the prices up. But thanks for coming on today, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues indicating? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question of clarification. The gentleman said he was here on behalf of the National Farmers Union, but I thought I heard in his remarks that he was active on the city's food advisory committee, but I'm not sure because I don't know the gentleman, and if he could just clarify that for me, please.
Sure. Thank you. I was a past member of the local food advisory committee, and that was where I gained a clear sense of the type of work that councillors and staff do in representing the citizens of Hamilton.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Seeing no further indication by my colleagues, thank you again, Mr. Crocker, for joining us this afternoon and for delegating. You may now exit the WebEx meeting and follow along virtually if you have the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. 9.1.BF, Jackson Hudecki. Jackson, are you on the line? If so, turn on your camera and your microphone.
I am. Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, it's not lost on me that I'm the last speaker today. I've been tuning in all morning and afternoon, and I know that there's still much more to be discussed with council. So I would like to first of all thank you for having me today. You know, this is my first time presenting or speaking to the Hamilton Council, but it is not my first time participating, at least as a viewer. And this is a serious topic. You know, it's not lost on me the importance of the decisions that need to be made by council, not just with this, but with the next several years of decisions, trying to decide what the future looks like, and how can that even be decided, right? How can we predict that? And I've heard many people earlier today speak about, like, well, let's think about the past and making decisions for 2020 back in 1990. You couldn't have predicted any of this happening. We can't predict what's going to happen in the future. However, this is the time to be sitting and thinking and reflecting and listening. And you've done a great job today listening to the delegates. I mean, we've had a great list of speakers today. You know, Jim Quinn, Don McLean, Dr. Lukasic, the Bay Area Restoration Council, the Hamilton Naturalist Club. Listening to Drew Spolstra might have been the only thing you really needed to hear today, to be honest. But listening to Acorn, the Farmers Union, Cheryl Patterson, I mean, these speakers are all bringing up great things. These are all people who are speaking passionately about this because it all pertains to this earth. It pertains to this planet. And we have to be really careful about the decisions that are made for the soil that we are all standing on. We all living things rely on food, water, shelter, air, and space. And we're talking about all of those things when it comes to housing, when it comes to people. But when we look at this land, as soon as you start scrapping some of that soil, you can't grow on that again very easily. It takes a lot of time. And if we think about what climate change, what they're predicting with this, they're not. Climate change seems like a buzzword for a lot of people these days, right? You just hear the word climate change, you think, I got climate change is coming, it's going to happen, it's going to be big. It's going to be serious. This is going to be serious. What's going to happen if we all of a sudden can't start getting food sent to us from various parts of the world, and we have to rely on the lands around us to grow it? And I heard Councillor Nan ask about the bread. how much bread can be produced in 1 year? 5.3 million loaves of bread can be produced right here to feed our people if necessary. That is massive. So we need to be very careful about what goes in and onto our land. And you as councillors have to make those decisions. And yeah, can you wait? Yes, you can. You can wait. You can freeze. And of course, I'm going to support Councillor Clark's motion to freeze the urban boundary because we need to just be patient with this. Yeah, we're in a climate emergency, right? And so again, another buzzword, but to be sitting back and waiting and consulting with, and you've heard this with quite a few, with some of my friends and with some of the other delegates, with the Indigenous communities. That's crucial. That's a must. But of course, with those who have already presented today, go sit down and meet with Environment Hamilton. Sit down with the Naturalist Club. Sit down with these organizations and really listen and plan, and be extra careful. That care is completely necessary. And with only a minute left, we talk about. I heard recently through the Bay Area Climate Change Forum to talk about how climate change is personal. All right, so I work in the environmental sector. I work with youth. I volunteer also with the Hamilton Naturalist Club. I have 2 children myself, and there is a lot of worry. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of concern about the future. And you see documentaries and you hear things and you look about what's happening around the world. That you hear stories like, whoa, the things are happening with the oceans. That's crazy. Things kind of seem a little bit untouchable. So then you look inward at what is touchable around here, and that is exactly what's being presented in front of you today. So I do wish you all the luck. And Ian Borsuk did mention luck earlier. I do wish you luck in all of this going forth. Take care, and thank you so much for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you, Jackson, with 4 seconds to spare. Colleagues, any questions for Jackson? Seeing none, just thank you again for joining us this afternoon and for delegating and for remaining patient to being among the end of the delegations list. You may exit WebEx now and join virtually to follow the proceedings. Next up, we have Cynthia Meyer. Cynthia, if you are here, you may turn on your microphone and video.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, great. Well, hello, Councillor Mayor Eisenberg and Chairwoman Nunn. I'm Cynthia Meyer, and I was born in Hamilton on Bold Street. And I was raised there for 18 years when I left Hamilton. And in that time, I had the opportunity to live in different parts of the world, from Reykjavik to rural South India. So I got to see lots of different ways that people live and live in their homes. And having a background in architecture, it was particularly interesting to me. I returned to Hamilton 25 years ago and have seen our city grow in important ways, including the city's declaration of the present climate crisis. I want to say here that I do support freezing the city's boundaries and Councillor Clark's motion to defer till after the COVID, the consultation with the citizens of Hamilton. I want to share my personal experience here since I returned to Hamilton, and that is the home where I presently live is in a residential Hamilton neighborhood, and it was originally a bungalow. The previous owners entered the difficult process then in the 90s to obtain permission from various governing bodies to convert their home to a multifamily dwelling. As well, they sought the support from their neighborhood, which they received. Finally, permission was granted. This also allowed the owners to age in their home with increased income from the second dwelling and having therefore a family to look in on them. So I think that this is very pertinent as we refer to our population in Hamilton aging, that those single homes that boomers live in could very well be converted. And former councillor David Braden in 2019 suggested that the city address its density challenges by allowing homeowners to build second and third floors to create multifamily dwellings. As he said, there would be no expense for added infrastructure for the city, and there would only be increased tax revenues. So why not make this possible in an unencumbered way? And I encourage you in this process. One of the previous delegates said that we don't know who will be coming to Hamilton in the next years. And they come from different cultures that have such different ways of living and collecting themselves. So a single family home is not necessarily everyone's ideal. So I ask, what good is it to have a spacious home to live in if we can't afford our food because the exceptionally rich farmland has been paved or built over it? So I say, please don't extend our city limits. And I want to also add, before I leave you, is that when I think of the soil, of this rich soil being paved over, it just crushes me. My property has become a community permaculture lab. That is an urban garden, and there's been and it's a teaching and learning center, and there's been such great community support by local gardeners and a farmer or two to teach people to grow their own gardens. We work on a shoestring, but budget, I mean, but we've really been successful in transforming it. So all these people have gathered because they're concerned about our food sustainability. So to take farmland away, which further detracts from our food sustainability in the Hamilton area, is just working counter to what many of us are working towards. So I thank you for your attention and for your time.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Cynthia, and for delegating and for waiting until near the end. Council colleagues, any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again, Cynthia. You may now exit WebEx and join virtually to observe the rest of the proceedings. I'm now going to call on other delegates had been previously called on who are not available virtually at the time. So 9.1.AD, Aaron Marquise. Okay, so 9.1.AL, Rebecca Guzzo. Also not on. And 9.1.AO, Rue Sherrard. Also not available or online with this WebEx. So colleagues, we're at the point on the agenda where we're moving on to video presentations that are also part of our delegations today. We have a number of them, at least 7, I believe. And Clerk Pepperella will sequence through so that we can listen in on those video delegations. First up is Dr. Gail Kranzberg, followed by Patricia Baker, then Catherine King from Hamilton 350, Zoe Green, Peter Armand, Elizabeth Ellis, and Lauren Stephen. Those are the video delegations that we have to receive as a committee.
My name is Dr. Gail Kranzberg. I'm a professor of engineering and public policy at McMaster University. I'll be speaking on the adverse impacts of expanding the urban boundary into what is currently rural lands on water, nature, and the climate change emergency declared by your council. Urbanization of the upper reaches of our watersheds is extremely harmful in many ways, and these impacts come with environmental, social, and economic consequences and costs. I'll first speak to our water and the life it supports. Loss of rural open spaces eliminates nature's capacity to filter water, to reabsorb rainfall, to recharge our groundwaters. More hard surfaces means more stormwater runoff getting into our creeks, contributing contaminants that put our drinking water sources at risks. And flashy flows that result from hard surfaces cause bank erosion, which suffocates aquatic habitats and could put both private and public properties and residences at risk due to flooding, for example. Urbanizations around natural waterways can quickly transform cold water ecosystems into warm water systems, eliminating critical habitat for cold water species such as fish, putting their survival in this region at risk. Importantly, the city is in the midst of the CEE process in which I'm involved. We need to analyze different scenarios for urban growth management to protect green spaces that absorb CO2, since urban expansion is a climate issue. More hard surfaces, more roads, more cars means more emissions. More outward growth exacerbates the climate emergency. So the push for urban expansion is at direct odds with finding solutions to the climate crisis. Thank you for considering these facts in your deliberations.
My name is Patricia. Baker. My husband lived in Hamilton until he went to university. His career took us abroad to several different countries, and we ended up retiring back in Hamilton over 20 years ago. We lived for a while in Germany, and we lived in 3 different cities there, each one with a very tight urban boundary restriction. At the time, in the 70s and 80s, climate change was not a problem, or at least not a recognized problem, but farmland was a vital necessity. Each city had many good medium density residential buildings, and these are 4 to 6 story buildings. With significant climate change approaching, we need all the farmland we have. We cannot pave over some of the very best in Canada. Expansion will have a negative effect on climate change due to vehicle emissions. In Hamilton, many areas are available throughout the city where medium density residential buildings are both feasible and suitable. These buildings accommodate all family sizes, they encourage community spirit, and they result in very pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods. We will probably need a change in our public transit system, but right now we're ahead. We have the first carbon-negative bus in Ontario. Let's continue. The medium-density properties will be a major help to the city's current financial picture. Currently, the city has a debt of several $1 million, and it's hard for them to maintain a really good level of service with the existing infrastructure and buildings. Expanding the boundary will simply exacerbate the problem, and medium-density properties will provide significant property tax revenue. That would help reduce the debt. In Blainville, a town north of Laval in Quebec, they have many of these attractive buildings throughout the town. Due to COVID, many people are not aware of the proposed urban boundary expansion plans, and so I ask you to freeze the existing urban boundary and pause planning until in-person consultations are feasible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine King and I live in Ward 3, and I have a problem. I have this worry line, and I've been worrying about climate change for a long time, since high school. See, look at that worry line. I don't know how to get rid of it, but I think that freezing the urban Hamilton boundary would help to get rid of the worry line, because that would take a little bit of stress off my worried shoulders, because then I don't have to worry about creating suburbs. I can I can hope that the city would densify the urban core and find housing for people that are living in the urban core right now, instead of creating sprawling housing that people have to drive to and that destroys food lands. So yeah, help me with my worry line. My name's Catherine King, Ward 3. Please freeze the urban Hamilton boundary, and please vote to delay decision making on growth plans until post-pandemic so the public can consult. Then I won't be so worried. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Zoe Green, and I am a resident of Ward 13. I've lived in Hamilton for 35 years. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today before the General Issues Committee about this important matter of future land needs in Hamilton. Until recently, seeing the acronyms MCR, LNA, GRIDS 2, I barely knew of these and what they mean. They may look like simple acronyms, but as I've recently come to learn, they really couldn't be anything further from simple. What they mean, what they truly mean to our city, to my family, to our future health and environment, to our taxes and infrastructure. It's so much more than what these innocuous looking acronyms first look to be. They mean so much more once you look beneath the surface. It's like an iceberg. A distant one floating offshore may catch the eye of somebody happening to pass by, but most people aren't even aware that it's floating by. Until, that is, when the iceberg rolls over. People hear it, they see it, and they feel the ripple effect of the waves. It's only then that the people can truly see it for what it is and understand just how significant it is. And that's what's happening right now with the land use issue in Hamilton and planning for future growth. Ideas about expanding the urban boundary are complex and significant and important. But don't forget that we're living through a pandemic. My children have been my focus, my family, my neighbors. The pandemic has changed every aspect of our lives, and that's where my attention has been, just like many other residents of Hamilton. I'm not out driving around. I'm not reading billboards at the side of the road. I avoided much of the news because it was constantly about COVID and statistics. But now that the proverbial iceberg has flipped over, only now can I, the residents of Hamilton, start to see how significant this land use iceberg is. People are talking about it. They're talking about it now because they're hearing about it now for the first time. Some do know that the main reason this proverbial iceberg is so big is because of the provincial government. They've made many changes, and most everyday citizens aren't aware, let alone understand. And yet those changes and the impact they're having at the local level and on our city staff and our representatives, they've been put in this position. It's one that's analogous to being on a small wooden boat with a half-broken oar next to that big iceberg when it flips. They are directly feeling its effects, and so do the people of Hamilton. With the province requiring that the city only consider market demand when attempting to calculate the next 30 years of growth, that in no way can represent the subtleties and the flavors or the needs of the people of Hamilton. If farmland is built on, it cannot be replaced. If new roads and infrastructure keep reaching out further and further, then existing infrastructure cannot be maintained, and we're already facing billions of dollars of debt just to address the current infrastructure. And residents just can't keep absorbing the true cost of sprawl. Our taxes are some of the highest already, and now we're all dealing with the pandemic and job loss and changes in financial situations. Yes, people need places to work and places to live, but the single-family homes nearing 7-digit price tags that developers want to put into a sprawling subdivision, void of basic needs within a safe walking distance, is not the solution. It does not create livable, climate-resilient cities. The city declared a climate emergency. The proposed urban boundary expansion does nothing to address that crisis. Nothing. It will make it worse. And why are the deadlines imposed on the city by the province the same as those that were in place before the current government made all of these changes? This is so important in our future and everyday lives. This is not something to rush. And there is no question that more thorough public consultation is imperative on this significant matter. We have the opportunity right now to learn from how things have been done in the past and make sure that the path moving forward is a better one.
Hi, City of Hamilton councillors. My name's Peter Ormond, and I oppose the encouragement of more sprawl in Hamilton. I've been involved with the Green Party for about 14 years, including running 8 times, 4 times provincially, 4 times federally. And with every election, we're always pushing the same ideas that are often scorned initially and then finally adopted as something that is so innovative. So urban sprawl is one of those facets that we know does not work from any perspective, right? Even an economic perspective. And right now we're amidst an ecological crisis that threatens the very survival of the human species down the road. And this inequality, until we address inequality, we can't even address climate change. So it's time to stop making the rich richer and start investing in the community that exists right now. So let's build up, be more innovative, and invest in the infrastructure that will make the lives better for ourselves now, who are paying our tax dollars to you to manage responsibly, and also for future generations. So let's say no to urban sprawl. It's a sunset approach to managing population growth and development. And it's time to show some courage, because we know that all of these things are in, right? Let's retrofit the buildings, put in some mass transit. Let's build green spaces, build a forest, and start harvesting the forest within our city. Like, we can be doing so much. Urban orchards, let's have some fun with it. But urban sprawl doesn't allow that to happen. So this is a great opportunity to be innovative, and thank you for showing courage, which I hope you will do. Thank you. Take care, guys and gals. And we know this is so important. This is everything. So let's please understand the seriousness of this decision right now. Thank you. Bye.
City Councilor Samuel, Mayor, my name is Elizabeth Ellis, and I am the co-chair of ACORN, East Hamilton Chapter, and a tenant in Ward 4. I'm declaring today in solitude with groups like Environment Hamilton, asking the City of Hamilton to freeze the city's urban boundaries to stop urban sprawl. I live in Hamilton almost 9 years. All as a tenant, I work downtown as a personal support worker. In a housing and climate crisis, it would be a huge mistake to grow into farmland. It will reduce food security. We need agricultural lands close to Hamilton to feed people. I use transit every day, 46 trips a day, to go to work, visiting family and friends, and doing grocery shopping. We need communities with reliable public transit. As a member of ACORN, we see how urgent we need for affordable housing. Sprawls including affordable and low-income housing. Lastly, it makes sense to delay making a decision about growth plans until the pandemic is over. Many low-income residents do not have internet access, making it possible for them and for the voices to be heard. Well, thank you for listening to my delegation.
Members of City Council, thank you for allowing my video delegation. I am working today and cannot attend live. Hamilton is a huge city geographically. At 1,138 square kilometers, Hamilton is 80% larger in size than the amalgamated city of Toronto, with just 1/6 the population. Hamilton is about the same size, the same geographic area as Toronto, Mississauga, and Brampton combined. Those three cities have a combined population, a total population of 4,300,000, with a surface area of 1,183, and again compare that to Hamilton's area of 1,138, almost the same size. Hamilton is inefficient in our use of space. We're disorganized and wasteful in our use of land. We have so much land, but somehow we need more. Our population density is low. That translates into higher property taxes, more expensive delivery of city services, and it translates into a much higher carbon footprint for Hamilton families. Our sprawl is costly and inefficient, and it is unethical. There is an ethical challenge facing families who want to live in Hamilton, buy homes in Hamilton, start a business, or raise children here. How many people are likely to die this century because of climate change if we do nothing to mitigate it? 25 million, 500 million, and how many people will die next century if we do nothing? 250 million, 5 billion. If Hamilton families continue to have a higher and growing carbon footprints compared to families in neighboring and peer cities, it means that Hamilton families will be responsible for more economic hardship, more environmental degradation, more disease, and more deaths due to climate change than in our neighboring and peer cities. There's an ethical challenge facing people who want to live, work, buy homes, have children, start families in Hamilton. A heavier carbon footprint is built into our city design, built into our sprawl, our reliance on the automobile, our lack of pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, our transit myopia. And we are not seeing enough movement in the right direction. Council is forcing a terrible burden onto young Hamiltonians and Hamiltonians yet to be born. They are going to have to work that much harder to solve this climate crisis because we collectively have failed to take meaningful action in the last 20 years. And young Hamiltonians and Hamiltonians yet to be born will face a terrible ethical burden in the knowledge that their families are responsible for more economic hardship, more environmental degradation, more disease, and more deaths due to climate change than in our neighboring and peer cities. This is going to affect quality of life and mental health in deep and profound ways going forward. With Hamilton as massive as it already is, the size of Toronto, Mississauga, again the size of Toronto, Mississauga, and Brampton combined, it seems greedy and irresponsible to gobble up more land and not even consider the possibility that we might have enough for our needs. I urge Council to at least consider the possibility of freezing Hamilton's urban boundaries given our already huge geographic area and low population density. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our video delegations. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to all 59 delegates who rearranged your workdays and lives to share your thoughts and research and experiences with General Issues Committee today, as well as those who submitted your video submissions as delegations as well. Truly appreciate your democratic engagement on the future growth of our city And with that, may I please have a mover and seconder to receive the presentations and the delegations that we have had today? Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Wilson. We will have an electronic vote to receive all of the delegations. Just bear with us for a sec, folks. It's popping up. I promise it's coming. Okay.
Folks, I am sorry. For some reason, my computer has frozen. So, oh, here we go. Just because I said that. And it's still not. Just bear with me, folks. I'm so sorry. What I might do, since eScribe is, I'm going to try one more time, and here we go. I'm going to open the vote.
It's coming through. Yep. Okay, colleagues, if you can indicate your vote electronically. For those who are unable to via eScribe, please do use the chat or indicate with thumbs up or thumbs down. Councillor Collins, if you could. Okay, he might not be on the meeting still. Votes closed, 15-0 carries. Thank you, colleagues. So next on the agenda is item 8.1, GRIDS 2, Municipal Comprehensive Review, Final Land Needs Assessment Report, PED 17010I, citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder to bring the report on the agenda? And then we can open it up for our speakers. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you both. Discussion respecting item 8.1, if you could indicate via the microphone icon on eScribe. The speakers list is open. Councillor Jackson is up first. You previously indicated.
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, is this the time to allow me to ask staff now some questions on both the report and the presentation of 7 hours ago?
Yes, Councillor Jackson. Has it really been 7 hours? My goodness. Yes, Councillor Jackson, the floor is yours for your questions on the report and the content that was in the presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. And two quick comments, Deputy Mayor. Very sincerely, Deputy Mayor, you were masterful in the way you handled 6 delegations today. Sincerely, very thoughtful, compassionate throughout. I mean that very sincerely. Secondly, as the guy who's often known as the retro guy on council, I am so emboldened by the overwhelming number of delegates who want to do traditional communication. They want letter mail, they want face-to-face, they want town hall meetings, they want in-person dialogue. I'm emboldened by that. I'm being a little bit lighthearted, but very serious at the same time. Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, my questions of staff, I got a feeling I'm going to take up the 5 minutes, and then I'd like to come back on the list when Councillor Clark, who I anticipate will put his motion, because I may have a couple of questions for the mover of his motion. Okay, first of all, through you to whoever wants to answer this on staff. And by the way, since it's been so many hours ago, I never got a chance to thank Manager Joanne Hickey-Evans, Consultant Laureus, and Senior Planner Travis. for your outstanding presentation, in my humble opinion, for leading off the conversation today. Okay, so whoever wants to handle this from staff, and of course GM Thorne and Chief Planner Robichaud are available. Let me ask here, first of all, this is a provincially mandated mission that council has to submit the land needs assessment in order to maintain the ability to have. Otherwise, we fear it could be, if we don't submit by the deadline of next summer, we could have one imposed upon us. Some of these may have been answered earlier, but it's been so many hours, Deputy Mayor Nan. Forgive me if something seems a bit repetitive, but I need it fresh in my mind. Through you, please, whoever wants to answer that first question.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Heather Travis. Yes, that is correct. We need to have our official plan amendment before the province by the deadline in order to maintain municipal control of the growth plan that we want to put forward.
Thank you, Heather. Supplementary to Heather. Staff obviously were prepared to, they were recommending today the ambitious density option with consultant Laureus. So your desire obviously was that with the hope that committee would move today, adopting that. I'm sensing that will not happen today. So when is what is the very latest then that committee and council should be making a final decision? If it wasn't today, then when would it be? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, please.
Through the chair, so really we need a decision. What we need is to have our official plan amendment into the province for their draft review, because they need to review our draft official plan amendment 3 months before we actually even go to a statutory public meeting on the document. So we need to have that into the province for review by this fall in order to allow for that 3-month review period by the province, and then held our own statutory public meeting, and then make any revisions following that public meeting, and then get our final amendment to the province following that window after the provincial election next year, where we can't submit anything to the province for approval. So in our minds, fall of this year is when we need to have decisions, our preliminary preferred growth option put forward. So have completed our modeling, know our land need requirement, and have a preliminary draft or a draft official plan amendment that we can submit to the province for their preliminary review.
So Senior Planner Travis, thank you. I'm going to make that very mindful for at least myself. I hope for hopefully all my colleagues, but I'll obviously speak only for myself. I'm going to put a big circle around my October month for this year, the calendar, that will be a decision time for me one way or the other, because again, ideally I sense you would have preferred a decision today while still working forward overall on the land needs assessment, but I'm sensing that won't happen today. So for me, Deputy Mayor Nan, October will be a final decision day one way or the other. Halton, can I ask through you to Chief Planner Robichaud? Chief Planner, I have heard many a delegation, I've seen many a correspondence leading up to today of asking me to follow the Halton model, that Halton froze any future urban boundary expansion. That's exactly what the regional council did. Freeze everything, stop everything, put a pause on everything. And yet the more I do a little bit of quick research and digging into it, I'm not interpreting that that's exactly what Halton did. Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, to Chief Planner Robichaud, please explain exactly what Halton did.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. On February 17th of this year, Halton Regional Council dealt with a number of items related to their growth management strategy, and in two particular items relating to the work that we've been doing here in the City of Hamilton. One is that they directed staff to release the Regional Official Plan Review Integrated Growth Management Strategy Growth Concepts Discussion Paper, as a basis for public consultation on the Regional Official Plan Review to conclude at the end of May 2021. So Halton Region was doing their municipal comprehensive review, and they released their draft urban concept structure for consultation to end in May of this year. And secondly, the other aspect was they passed a separate resolution where the regional council directed the regional chair to write to request the province to allow the region to delay its final report on the official plan review until proper in-person informed consultation with the public has been conducted on the growth concepts and the preferred growth concept. And that they also requested the province to suspend the provincial timelines. Those resolutions did not put a stop to the work that Halton Region was doing. As I indicated, the first direction and decision they made was to continue in adopting the draft staff reports and direct staff to have public consultation ending in May of this year. The second resolution was where the regional chairman was instructed to write the premier to see if there was an opportunity to extend the timelines, but in no way by the action of the regional chairman requesting those extensions to the timelines was Halton Regional Council putting a pause or a stop on their MCR process. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, how am I doing for time? Because I'm happy to go back on your list.
Sorry, my apologies. I was speaking and I was muted. You have a good minute and a half left on my clock.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Chief Planner Robichaud, thank you for that answer, because that's not leading up to today how many a communication was being portrayed to me about what Halton did or didn't do. The agri lands and rural issue, Chief Planner Robichaud, you've got to help me with this. I am so confused. We heard experts from the farming community, Mr. Spolstra, Mr. Kruker. We heard them say agri-land's going to be lost with staff's recommendation. I thought I heard Senior Planner Travis and Manager Hickey Evans talk about, nope, 98.5% of all rural lands will be preserved in our city, even with the ambitious density option. Something's not reconciling. Please help me, Chief Planner Robichaud, because I'm extremely confused on that particular point, Deputy Mayor Nan.
To you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, perhaps Heather Travis can clarify. I don't have the, it was slide 19 that she presented. Well, effectively, that information demonstrated that even with an urban boundary expansion, the predominant land use within the city of Hamilton will remain rural. Effectively, it'll be a shift from a 77 to 23% rural urban land use to a 75-25% split between the rural and the urban area. So the rural land use will be the predominant land use within the city of Hamilton. That goes a little bit further within the White Belt area in terms of what is the difference between the rural and the prime agricultural split. But again, even if with the ambitious density assumption, the predominant land use in the city of Hamilton will stay as a rural land base, with the majority of the city of Hamilton being protected by the provincial Greenbelt plan. And I also would like to point out that in 2015 to 2017, during the last round of provincial initiatives on growing the Greenbelt, the city of Hamilton added the largest amount of land out of any municipality governed by the provincial Greenbelt area to the Greenbelt. That was the area in and around the 20 Road, 20 Creek area, on the basis that those were very important prime agricultural lands, and council took the leadership position in asking the province to add those additional lands to the Greenbelt in order to protect those prime agricultural lands for agricultural purposes. Thank you.
So, Chief Planner, you would put your professional designation right on the spot of what you've just said about 77 now to 75% of rural lands preserved, even if we adopt eventually the ambitious density option. Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
That is correct. And one of the other aspects when you look at the staff recommendation D in 8.1D is we were also talking about developing a very stringent phasing strategy. So although the land needs assessment talks about planning for growth, and that is the ultimate population, what we want to investigate and report back is how we manage that growth using a very cautious principle. Rather than expanding the urban boundary to include all of these lands to 2051, we would look at options for a phased urban boundary expansion process to be identified into official plan policies. That will allow us to monitor and review the situation and that we can make any adjustments. So if there was a slower rate of growth than anticipated, we would not have over-designated land. We would be keeping those lands outside of the urban area, and then we would be looking at them, but we would not bring the lands into the urban area until such time as they were needed. The report talks about We need some lands in 2031, about 300 hectares. We need about an equivalent amount in the 2031 to 2041 time period, and then an equivalent amount of land in that 41 to 51 time period. But in each decade, we would reassess whether or not it is now the appropriate time to redesignate those lands to urban. And as such, they would stay as a rural land use designation until such time as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Planner. And I think Councillor Johnson, if I recall, deserves some credit for the several hundred acres that were put back in to the rural designation, if memory serves me right, Chief Planner Robichaud. Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. Councillor Johnson demonstrated the leadership in advocating for the inclusion of those lands into the Greenbelt during the last provincial Greenbelt plan review. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Nan, do I have one more question for staff I can sneak in, or I've taken up my 5?
Councillor Jackson, you have reached your 5-minute limit.
Okay.
I'll
me
put
back
you
on,
for the
please.
second. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thank you.
My pleasure. Moving forward, Councillor Ferguson, followed by Partridge, Clark, Wilson, Eisenberger, Farr, and Danko, and then we'll move to second-time speakers. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I too heard loud and clear that, and we've been hearing it for a year, that the public are not terribly comfortable and not engaged in the virtual public meetings, and that I think they need to hear it in a public information center where staff can do a summary and then staff can be around a room. I've been to many of those things where individuals can ask their individual questions and get answers to it. And so question through you, Madam Chairman, to Steve. Steve, if we put an amendment to your recommendation that we have public information centers for 60 days after the pandemic is over. And I know that's not a definitive timeline. However, things are looking promising on the vaccine side. We're already down to the age 70 plus group for getting vaccines, and we're exceeding what we told we were going to do. They said by March 1st, or April 1st, we would start to move into the phase 2, which included that 75 and over. And so we seem to be making good progress on this. So in all likelihood, according to the General Hillier, that everybody's going to get their first shot by June 20th. So by September the 1st, a good number will get their second shot. And in all likelihood, the pandemic was over, but none of us can forecast that. So if we put an amendment to your recommendation that we must have 60 days public consultation, by public, I mean public information centers, traditional public hearings, what would your reaction to that be?
To you, Madam Chairman. Yeah. I guess it's the uncertainty element in terms of when the medical officer of health or the province would allow us to actually have public gatherings such that we could deal with this. I don't think staff have any issues or concerns with having in-person meetings. It's just the element of uncertainty as it relates to when that date will be. And just looking at the timelines, we had envisioned that there would be public consultation in October and November in terms of reports to General Issues Committee, as well as end of November, early December, some additional public open houses to talk about this process. Unfortunately, because of those provincial timelines, what the information or the materials that would be presented would have to align with the work plan in order to achieve the conformity exercise based on those provincial timelines and targets. But as soon as that, I'm saying as soon as we get the okay to start scheduling in-person public information centers based on whatever those protocols would be, we would look at having those public information centers. I just don't know, given where we're at in this process, what that date would be when the medical officer of health would say it is okay for us to start having those in-person gatherings in traditional public information centers. Thank you.
Okay, and I was very interested in your answer to Councillor Jackson about Halton, because it sounds like they're thinking the same thing. And I would think it would be pretty difficult for the province come September, if the pandemic's not over, that they would give us an extension, because they can't suck and blow at the same time. They can't say you got to have social distance, but you got to do public consultation. And to ask for an extension right now may be premature because we don't know. Based on what we're hearing by September, it certainly sounds good, but of course it sounded good in February too. So I'm just not prepared to support the recommendation unless there's an amendment put to it that we must do public consultation through public information centers, not do it on by, I'm just not on to send every household a survey and ask them to fill it out because they won't be educated then. It's a very complex issue we're looking at. And for those that are really interested, they would go out to a public information center and pick up a survey there, get educated, and then fill it out. We get a true representation, get the balanced response, because you know, if somebody came to me and says, I want to take 4,000 acres of farmland and turn it into houses, of course you'd have reservations about that and probably say no if you just mailed you know, an information flyer to the house. Plus, a lot of people just wouldn't fill it out. They would trash it because they don't understand and don't really care. And so my big hang up on approving the staff recommendation is it's got to have a condition there that we have to have public consultation, public information centers before we make a final decision. And we're not making a final decision today, I don't think, Steve. What I'm seeing in the recommendation is to take it to the next step. There's still an off-ramp. Is the expression we use quite a bit on council. It sounds like the GIC meeting in October, November, and ultimately next late spring when we got to submit our final document to the province. Is that correct? So if we accept the staff recommendation with amendment to do the public information centers, we still have more off-ramps if we decide not to go ahead, correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. Looking at the GRIDS timelines, we are anticipating that the statutory public meeting to consider an official plan amendment to adopt the results of the GRIDS 2 process is in April of 2022. So between now and then, subject to the advice of the medical officer of health and our provincial colleagues, as soon as we can have those statutory in-person or the non-statutory in-person public information centers, we will make the necessary arrangements, give notice, and invite people to come and attend those sessions. So there is no, it's not like in a planning committee meeting where there's an official plan amendment in front of committee right now. What we are just seeking is council to endorse essentially the ambitious density model for how we grow, and that we will then work on developing alternative growth options and scenarios based, and then run those through the evaluation criteria and look at doing that sort of assessment and modeling, and then report back to council in the fall with those results. And if council approves the staff recommendation in the fall, we will then go off to translate that into official plan policies and having further community consultation prior to bringing that actual official plan amendment before council for adoption, at which time then council can either decide to approve, deny, or modify the staff recommendation in terms of the official plan amendment to implement the GRIDS 2 process. And like I indicated, the target date for that right now is April of 2022, based on the GRIDS approved timeframe.
Okay, so we can get off up to April next year. So my last question is, I suspect I'm running out of time. Do you not recall, Steve, when 3 years ago we bought the Book Road area, everything from Garner to one concession south of Book, Fiddlers to Shaver into the Greenbelt also?
Yes, I do recall that. That was yes, I do. That was.
I just want to make sure that doesn't get missed.
That was the first growing the Greenbelt exercise. Was when we added those lands to the Greenbelt, and then in subsequent to that, we did the 20 Road East. So yes, you were instrumental in leading the Book Road area during the Greenbelt discussions.
Yeah, so we are protecting the agricultural land by putting the necessary areas in the Greenbelt. And if I got time for one more, why do you want to bring 10 acres? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, it's Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think where Councillor Ferguson might have gone next is where I'm gonna pick it up. I want to talk about the water down Binbrook comments in the report of potentially moving some greenbelt lands there into the urban area. What's that all about? Which lands are you thinking of? To whoever can ask or answer it, I should say. Thanks.
Maybe Steve Robichaud. Before Heather gets into the specifics for the Information Committee, the Greenbelt Plan allows for up to 10 hectares of land that's currently within the Greenbelt to be added to the settlement area on the one condition that 50% of those lands must be for non-residential purposes. And the other 50% could be for residential. So essentially, over the course since we've been working through the GRIDS 2 process, we received multiple requests from individual property owners to have their lands considered to be brought into either the Bimbrook or the Waterdown area. And in order to respond to those with a complete fulsome response, we wanted to take a look at those sites and do an assessment on the individual merits to determine whether or not they make sense to consider bringing those lands into the urban area. And I think rather than looking at it at the lens where the property owners are saying 50% residential and 50% other, we want to first determine, is there an other land need that's needed? Is it for institutional, commercial, or some other consideration? And if we can justify it on the basis of those other lands, then there may be consideration to bring in some of those lands for residential purposes. But in order that we can respond back to the property owners with an answer as to whether or not it makes sense and under what conditions such lands could be further considered, we need to do that assessment. And that's essentially all we're looking at, is the ability to do that assessment and respond back to those property owners' requests. I don't know if Heather, if there was anything you wanted to add as well.
So this is just about doing an assessment. It's not about actually doing it. It's just about doing an assessment. Because, I mean, my understanding is the 10 hectares we need to be able to show that it's going to create jobs that are sustainable jobs.
That is correct. That would be part of that assessment criteria as to what would be that other consideration. If only half of the lands can be for residential purposes, then we have to give consideration of what would be the balance of those lands used for. The province is giving us a bit of flexibility as to what the balance of those lands could be used for, but we want to do that assessment in order to report back and then say whether or not those lands should be considered for any residential or non-residential purposes within the urban area on a go-forward basis.
So this is to be able to do that assessment, to be able ultimately to just provide an answer to the homeowners who have been requesting that their lands be taken out of the green belt and put into the urban area. Is that a pretty good assessment there?
That is correct, yes. In order to do that analysis, to provide a fulsome planning response back on whether or not those lands should be considered, presented to committee and council for consideration to be brought into the urban area and taken out of the green belt and redesignated to part of the town or settlement designation.
Well, thank you, Steve. And Madam Chair, I certainly appreciate that explanation. I'm not on to add any more residential development to Waterdown. It's under a tremendous amount of stress and has been for many years, as you've heard me say repeatedly, even with the bypass being built, which, by the way, is going out for tender, yay, in the next week or so. That is still not going to alleviate the stress of the traffic in that area, just by the way of the design. When would you do that assessment? Were you looking at doing it in a phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3 that's laid out in the report?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that would be done and reported back by October of this year as part of when we're doing that assessment of those growth options. So we'd be running it concurrently, looking at it both from a land use and an infrastructure perspective. And generally, the lens we want to look at, like I've indicated, is does it contribute to the creation of a complete community, and does it also result or complement and result in the creation of a complete community? Just to simply look at something that is residential, that doesn't really, we already have some issues in Waterdown and from a growth management perspective, and that would not be a sufficient basis from where we're sitting as the planning staff to recommend consideration for just a straight residential development on those lands. Thank you.
So thank you. And Madam Chair, so if I understand, the assessment would be done, it would be come back to council as part of the fulsome report sometime in the fall. And not be done kind of, after the approval of the report, then they would look at doing that. So I'm feeling a little bit better about that. Madam Chair, I listened very carefully to the delegates, and I heard two things. I heard them in some cases say that they definitely, most of them said they wanted us to delay the deadline, to request the province delay the deadline. But I also heard that they wanted us to wait until COVID pandemic was over. So I'll wait for Councillor Clark's motion to come forward. But I mean, similar to Councillor Ferguson, I feel that we need to have public consultation. We need to have a face-to-face and allow the picks to happen. It's tough to do right now with COVID, but You know, I think it would be better to have the in-person and allow people to be able to really take in the information, really learn about the complexities of it, and then get the correct information to be able to provide their comments. And I also really appreciate the explanation and the further information on Halton's motion, because there is some misinformation out there in exactly what that motion was for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Lorius, if he's still on the line, please. In his earlier statements to the committee, I wrote this down. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing because I don't take shorthand. There is no need for apartments in new greenfield development areas as there is a surplus of lands for apartments in the built-up areas. A, did I capture that right? And B, can he explain further?
Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, it's partially correct. The LNA simply does not show a land need for apartments because there is a surplus of apartment unit sites inside the existing DGA. So the choice was to either essentially over-designate an expansion area to provide for those apartment units, or do a more detailed rationalization of the existing supply to make the most efficient possible use of the remaining land supply within the current urban boundary, freeing up, so to speak, some apartment units that could be transferred to the expansion area. So the secondary planning process anticipates planning for a full range of apartment units, but it was felt to be prudent that since it's a fairly substantial surplus, I think in the order of 5,000 units within the existing DGA that would have been effectively stranded as unused supply if we had added that additional land to the expansion area. So it's just not shown for the purposes of the LNA. That supply will be rationalized through the more detailed work to be undertaken in the evaluation of the growth options, is my understanding. Hopefully that helps.
It does help. May I ask a supplemental?
Please.
I've heard from a number of planners, and they're arguing that there are lands in the built-up area of Hamilton that are currently underutilized, whether or not they're brownfields, whether or not they're parking lots, whether or not they're empty fields that haven't been developed, that would make the need for a large urban boundary expansion smaller if we were to concentrate on those lands, similar to your argument about apartments. Would you care to comment?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, there is, the outlook for intensification is quite bright. And there's no question that there's room for intensification downtown. If I recall correctly, the staff report has identified a very large potential theoretical supply of opportunities for intensification. Most of those will likely be in an apartment form, which I should add includes the high-rise forms that are obviously most visible on the skyline, but also a very wide range of the missing middle types that we've talked about, the low-rise apartments, the stacked towns. And if you look at the allocation of growth to within the built-up boundary, that's 60% of units, which I think is 66,190 units. Most of those are expected to be apartment units of all types, which would include stacked towns, but there is also some ground-related supply that will need to occur through intensification, including potentially laneway suites, which can function as single detached homes. But the nature of demand, as we discussed in December, is such that the greenfield market and the intensification market are driven by different dynamics. And even if we were to put in place a frozen urban boundary or to plan for 100% intensification, that would not necessarily force all of the other greenfield units into apartments. It would more likely push growth into other locations beyond the greenbelt that may not be in as sound a position as the city of Hamilton as a major metropolitan area to accommodate that growth. So it's because of that risk that we are recommending that a balanced approach be taken with substantial amounts of intensification. I do feel the urge to repeat that 60% intensification over the period is a substantial amount of building activity to be undertaken. So It does, to a certain extent, reduce the amount of lands required in the greenfield area, but there are limits to how far you can push that before it just goes to Guelph. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, it does. I have one more question for Mr. Lorius, and I'm glad you stuck around. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Are you familiar at all with the plans that are being proposed in Mississauga and in Burlington with regards to how they're tackling this very same issue that we're tackling?
Somewhat. I wouldn't say that I have intimate knowledge, but if you have a specific question, I can comment.
Would it be fair to say that their intensification targets are much more aggressive than Hamilton? Because I heard it described by a developer's representative earlier in this meeting that Hamilton's intensification is the highest, or targets is the highest in the province. And yet I look at Mississauga and Burlington and see that they have actually gone higher.
The comments, I believe, from Mr. Lowe's were on a regional basis, and I would agree that the targets that we're proposing here are quite high. They are very aggressive. In December, I recall we discussed how challenging it will be for them to achieve. For a place like Mississauga, it has to be all intensification because the land supply is fully consumed. So this is a state that Hamilton will eventually achieve when it becomes a more mature urban community. But again, in the interest of having a very aggressive approach to both intensification, and greenfield development, the targets are intentionally very high to reflect both the opportunity in Hamilton and a planning desire to push the envelope as far as possible.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Robichaud, if I have time, Madam Deputy Mayor, or Mr. Thorne. The White Belt, I'm looking at the potential urban boundary expansion for Hamilton, phased as it will be, and it seems to be consuming all of the White Belt, which is currently agricultural lands, that the provincial policy statement enables to be converted to development, because the provincial policy says, as I understand it, prime agricultural land should be preserved unless there's no other land available to develop. I'm paraphrasing. So is it fair to say that we are eating up the remaining agricultural land because we are choosing to develop the remaining White Belt?
Councillor Clark, was that to Mr. Robichaud?
Mr. Robichaud or Mr. Thorne?
Thank you.
They might be thinking about it.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, in terms of the lands available for the White Belt in Hamilton, the airport does represent a constraint that is not available in other municipalities when looking at their White Belt expansion areas. Using the ambitious density option, it would take up essentially 3/4 of what's available in the White Belt for community land needs. In the sense, and then 25% would not be required to accommodate growth to 2051, at which point a decision will have to be made on council either to set those lands aside for some growth post 2051, or what staff had suggested was there might be an opportunity to have a conversation with the province to put those lands that are not required for growth based on the ambitious densities scenario. All or part of those lands could be added to the Greenbelt if that was the decision of council and the province so agreed to it. And that is all predicated on maintaining the existing noise exposure forecast contours in and around the airport, because they do represent a significant constraint to any residential or other sensitive land uses being able to encroach into those White Belt areas. So I don't know if I answered your question, but essentially what we're saying is under the ambitious density scenario, 3/4 of the lands available within the White Belt would be required to accommodate future residential growth. Thank you.
And just a quick supplemental, and you did answer the question, the lands around the airport, which for all intents and purposes can only be utilized for commercial, industrial, institutional type development, can't be used for residential. Is that land around the airport included in the 25% that we're not going to develop?
No,
for
sir.
residential?
Madam Chairman. Through you, Madam Chairman, no, Councillor. Those lands either have already within the AEGD secondary plan area, so they've been so designated for employment type uses, and we are not proposing any conversions of employment lands to residential purposes. There is a portion of lands that we referred to as the AEGD Phase 2 lands, and they would be on the other side of Highway 6, and there is a small portion of lands in and around that area that's within the White Belt, but they are generally encumbered by the NEF noise contours and would not be available for residential purposes, or they would only be able to be used for commercial or industrial type purposes. Schools, parks, churches, and some other uses, they're all considered to be a sensitive land use under the provincial policy statement. And in order to maintain the 24/7, 365 operations of the airport and our official plan policies, sensitive land uses would not be permitted within those NEF contour areas. Thank you.
Thank you. As always, you provide very comprehensive responses. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, if you can come to me at the appropriate time, I will be proceeding with my amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Moving on with the speakers list, Councillor Wilson, followed by Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Nan. I just want to make sure I understand some of the fundamentals, and so I think my first question or two might be directed to Mr. Lorius. Mr. Lorius, could you explain to me, I'm focusing now on some of the population forecasts and the methodology that was used to inform that. What is the difference between Ministry of Finance population forecast projections and that of the growth plan forecasts, please, through you?
The difference, to make a long story very short, and thank you through the chair. The difference, to make a long story very short, is that they are prepared for different purposes. The Ministry of Finance forecasts are prepared for finance purposes, and the growth plan forecasts are prepared for growth planning purposes. If you look at the overall total for the metropolitan area, the Greater Golden Horseshoe or the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, you'll see that they're roughly the same. What the Ministry of Finance forecast does is essentially straight line current demographic and growth trends without taking into account land supply and housing choice and PPUs, to overgeneralize a little bit. The forecast for the Greater Golden Horseshoe do take into account land supply. So, for example, the population forecast for a municipality that is fully built out will be somewhat lower in the finance forecast than they are in the, somewhat lower in the GGH forecast than they are in the finance forecast. So they take a bit of a different approach, but the total metro-wide areas are roughly, the total metro-wide figures are roughly comparable, if that helps.
So may I just summarize what I think I heard back to you, just so. So the Ministry of Finance, you're saying they're basically the same, but the Ministry of
Distribution
Finance
is different.
Yeah, the Ministry of Finance looks at, you said, demographic, immigration, migration, whereas the growth plan forecasts look at the redistribution of that very data and where it goes throughout the province. Is that an accurate understanding?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, that is accurate. They're somewhat different distributions because one takes into account land supply, the effective land supply, because it's a planning-based forecast, and the other does not to the same degree.
Okay. So could you help me on the next supplementary, Chair Nan? Where does the Hempson report fit into that?
The Hempson report is the forecasts through you, through the chair.
Okay. And so is it a statement that I think I read in one of your reports or one of the appendices that the Hempson data is accurate? The forecasts you have is deemed to be accurate?
Well, thank you. And through the chair, in both the 2005 forecast and the 2012 Amendment 2 forecast and the most recent forecast, a set of population household and employment forecasts are set out. In both the 2012 and 2020 reports, there are some comparison tables that show how the Hempson forecasts have tracked against the actual census. And generally speaking, they are they have been pretty good. One of the things that happened for the 2012 forecast is that growth in the period from 2011 to 2016 was slightly overestimated because of the prolonged recovery from the recession and the migration out to the Western Canada for the oil patch. But in terms of the total growth, the Hemson forecasts have been quite accurate. They've been shown to be quite sound over time. And those forecasts were subject to quite a lengthy period of technical and municipal stakeholder review. So, notwithstanding discussions about are the forecasts right, they, under the growth plan, happen to be the forecast that municipalities must use for long-range planning and growth management. So they have been fairly accurate over time, and it's quite a detailed report which explains all the impacts and all the inputs and all the factors that come together to produce the population in the household. And those are the forecasts that appear in Schedule 3 to the growth plan. And discussion of other forecasts is very interesting, especially for an analytical fellow like me. But at the end of the day, those are the forecasts that must be used by municipalities for their growth management and long-range planning.
Thank you. So if I could, through you, Chair, I think someone's mic is on because I'm hearing where you landed on that last statement is the forecasts could come under critique, and there has been critique of them, but they are the forecasts which we must use. And would you acknowledge that there is a considerable risk to municipalities if those forecasts are not accurate in the future?
Yes, through the chair, I would agree there is a risk.
Okay, thank you. So in one of the appendices, it talks about further to that forecast that there was an anticipation that we would see a considerable amount of shift away from Toronto and Peel. And I know Pamela Blais and others have written about the hyper concentration of commerce and knowledge in Toronto that in fact didn't happen according to what was forecasted. Can you comment on that through you, Chair?
Perhaps, and through the chair, can you clarify the shift that you're speaking about?
Thank you. I'll try. Through you, Chair, my understanding is there was some scenarios which saw an exodus of employment and then with it population out of Toronto and Peel. But then I also thought I read in your report that in fact there has been a hyper concentration of knowledge and employment activity in Toronto and Peel, that those shifts have not materialized as anticipated in some of the population forecasts.
Thank you. And through the chair, yes. Although the 2012 growth plan forecast did underestimate growth for a lot of municipalities within the Greater Holston, it did not expect the surge of office employment that eventually occurred in the City of Toronto. So that was largely unanticipated. And in the updated forecast, as we discussed in December, in the short term, the attraction of downtown Toronto is generally expected to continue, and the office market continues to perform very well. The new CIBC tower down by the GO station is almost fully leased, at least the first tower. I think they have half a floor left. So in the short term, that attraction is expected to remain, but under the new forecasts, the office market is expected to return to a bit more of an even distribution between the City of Toronto and the established suburban nodes along the QEW corridor in Southern York region, and of course emerging nodes in Durham region and Hamilton. And that is part of what underlies the very optimistic expectation for office growth, especially in the downtown, which is included as part of the LNA.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how much time I have, but I'd like to shift some of my questions to some recent market housing trends if I have time.
Councillor Wilson, you have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to understand within the time I have left, in your appendix, Mr. Lorius, it talks about, let me see, I think on page 29, it talks about the building activity in Hamilton by building type. And if I'm interpreting the figure 18 correctly, I'm actually seeing, well, there's a few waves. I'm seeing a downward trend in, yeah, am I seeing a downward trend in the demand for, or is it just the build of singles, please, through you?
I'm not sure. I don't have the document in front of me. Can you tell me a bit more about what you're looking at?
So my understanding, and please correct me, is the market a market demand approach is based on what we think is it what we think the market is. Is the market telling us that there has been over time an upward trajectory demand for singles, or has it been actually going down since 1940?
Well, yes. And through, thank you, and through the chair, yes, we have. The housing market broadly has shifted away from ground-related forms to more intensive forms of development, smaller and more affordable units, and that's been in part in response to the affordability challenge. So yes, we have seen a broad shift in the market towards apartments and higher density ground-related forms such as row houses. In terms of the notion of market-based demand, for the purposes of the mandated method, really all that market-based demand terminology means is that the forecast of housing needs to be based on the age structure and age-specific household formation rates and age-specific occupancy patterns, and that is really what defines, what is termed the market demand in our LNA report, which I think is on table 4. That demand is then redistributed in order to shift units further away from single detached units and into apartments in order to achieve the intensification target. And the higher the intensification target, the greater that shift is, because there's just not enough land to accommodate ground-related units inside the built boundary. So the profile of demand has to be shifted into apartments. So the higher the intensification target goes, the more units have to be accommodated within an intensified form, which for the most part is apartments of all types, and increasingly high-density row houses.
Which you said we have a surplus of.
No, apartment units, you have a surplus of apartment sites within the existing greenfield area.
Right. Okay. I have some other questions. I'll put myself back on. I probably near the time that have to do with some of those demographic cohort demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next is Mayor Eisenberger, followed by Councillor Farr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. And just on a kind of going back to, I think, something that Councillor Danko raised, which was the previous standards for the density issues. So, we had, I think, maybe to Steve, we had some pretty ambitious targets last time. I mean, I think we're calling these ambitious targets. We could have called the previous targets very ambitious targets as well. Could we not have, Steve? Just in a kind of a general sense, because we didn't quite get anywhere near fulfilling those targets the last time up.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Mayor. Yes, you are correct. Based on the 2017 growth plan, those were the ambitious density scenario that staff have presented in today's report, more or less aligns with that 2017 growth plan. That plan actually, and then it got repealed in 2019, so it never really got a lot of traction in terms of us being able to move forward and implement it. But essentially, for planning purposes, based on that we used that 2017 sort of as a framework for developing that ambitious density scenario that we presented today. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Steve. Don't go away. So lots of folks have raised the issue of 2051, which is essentially a 30-year planning horizon for growth. Is that particularly unusual in terms of the province's standard, in terms of requiring municipalities to have a 30-year horizon for growth projections?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the provincial growth plan has always sort of envisioned a 30-year time horizon. When the first growth plan came out, although I think the first growth plan was more about a 25-year time horizon, it contained from the 2001 to 31 time period. And then every 5 to 10 years, the province updates their population forecasts and updates the growth plan accordingly. So the 2021 to 2051 time period is 30 years is more or less consistent with that 25 to 30 years that was in the previous versions of the growth plan. Thank you.
Right. So it's not a vast departure from previous growth plans that we've been required to do, or that the province has actually asked municipalities to do right across the province of Ontario.
So that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. I I ask these questions for clarity because I think a lot of folks have concerns, and I think they have questions around why these things are happening. I think it's worthy of us to answer them. When we get back to the notion of if we were to do a freeze and deliver no change to the province of Ontario, even though they're mandating that we're required to demonstrate a growth options coming forward, what does that what's the net effect of that? So how does that play out in terms of what the province would be allowed to do or what developers would be allowed to do? That would lessen the control for the municipality. How do the mechanics of that work?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So there's a couple of options or scenarios that could play out. Council could adopt a municipal comprehensive review OPA that has a firm urban boundary, and that would go to the province as the approval authority. The province could overturn council's decision and build an urban boundary expansion into that final OPA, since the province is the approval authority, without the municipality's benefit of having a some growth management strategy to support it. The second risk is by not having by not responding based on the provincial land needs assessment methodology. And as Mr. Thorne indicated earlier, there's a risk that the development industry would take advantage and pressure based on the current growth plan that allows developers to do privately initiated urban boundary expansions. And those could be a series of incremental ad hoc traditional true sprawl type urban boundary expansions. We've already had pressure by some of the landowners where they wanted to advance their applications, and they would be looking at sort of, it's hard, they could be random and haphazard where those expansions would occur, and that would be a true definition of sprawl. There's a risk that the municipality would align our infrastructure master planning and our other documents on a full no urban boundary expansion opportunity, where we would then be having to identify those intensification sites that are theoretically possible, do the infrastructure upgrades to accommodate that growth, because our lessons have learned that not all sites can intensify. There's been numerous examples where developers have come in, they've gone through a planning approvals process only to discover that they need to upgrade the infrastructure, and then they start looking at the municipality to cost share to do that infrastructure upgrades. We could be in a situation where we have to do a lot of infrastructure upgrades based on a theoretical potential of where intensification is to occur. And then if that intensification does not happen, we would have stranded debt where we have made those infrastructure investments and we are not recovering the costs on development charges. And that could be up to 37,000 units of unbuilt development, and we would not collect DCs on that. And that would be in excess of $1 billion of risk the municipality would assume by planning for a full urban boundary expansion. Or the alternative scenario is the city would not grow to where the provincial targets are, and that we would become a smaller municipality than what is planned. And that would cause other issues in terms of supporting and reinforcing our existing neighborhoods and communities, simply because we would not achieve those provincial growth targets. And then the final risk is, GRIDS is more than just an urban boundary expansion exercise. There's also a series of infrastructure master plans and financial strategies that align with that. Those infrastructure master plans help move us to being a shovel-ready situation. So when there are those provincial or federal stimulus dollars coming available, we can say that we have done all of the pre-planning. We have put in we put everything in place to take advantage of those sort of other partnerships with the province or the federal government, and show how both our growth management strategy in terms of those infrastructure master plans, the land use policy, and the financial strategy and the other considerations enable us to make the business case for those certain key considerations when we're having the negotiations with our provincial and federal partners. Thank you.
That's a very fulsome answer, Steve. Thank you very much. And so, I would anticipate that if we were to support Councillor Clark's motion, which is to get more public consultation and to put a essentially a no urban boundary expansion option assessment on the table, that all of that information that you just shared, including whatever else comes up, would be included in the reporting back that will identify some of the inherent risks that are associated with that option, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you. And, one of the areas that kind of perplexes me a little bit is the apartment land supply. So when we talk about the apartment land supply, we have factored that into the growth assessment, or is it somewhat separate and apart?
There's a significant potential of apartments, through Madam Chairman, for apartments and medium and higher density forms of housing within the city of Hamilton. And that supply that we have exceeds what we anticipate is the demand for those units. And that results sort of, because the supply exceeds the demand, you have a negative number. If we were to carry that negative number into our final land budgeting considerations, it would actually artificially inflate the size of any greenfield area, because you would be taking that negative, would say that negative 500 you would add to the demand. So there's that consideration there. So it actually, by excluding any that oversupply from the land budgeting calculations, it helps constrain the size under the ambitious density calculation. In planning for new neighborhoods and new communities, we would want to ensure that we provide for that full range of housing types. So we would be looking at a transfer of some of that oversupply of apartments from the existing urban area into those designated greenfield areas in terms of that consideration. And also we would be looking to ensure that we rationalize and align our apartment supply along those areas that maximize the public benefit. I often refer to it as this term of where you can have intensification sprawl, where intensification is occurring, but you don't get the same public benefit as if you would direct the intensification to certain areas. So we've made the downtown a priority, we've made Pier 8 a priority for intensification, and along our primary corridors. That is where we want to have intensification occurring. We don't want it happening in those secondary areas where, yes, you get a net increase in the number of dwelling units, but there is no public benefit associated attached to that in sense of reinforcing existing communities or aligning with our capital budget and those other infrastructure considerations. So at the end of the day, it's that rationalization within the existing urban area to ensure that where we have that apartment supply, there's a public benefit attached to it, and then also reassigning some of that apartment supply to our designated greenfield areas so that within those new communities and those new neighborhoods, we can plan for the opportunities for that full range of housing types, whether that be with a single family home, semis, row houses, block townhouses, low or mid-rise apartment buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how many seconds I have left, but one last question, and thank you, Steve, for those very fulsome answers. And I let me just, first of all, compliment our staff that have done I think a thorough look at some of the issues that are impactful. And it's not certainly not on them in terms of the issue that we may add another layer for them to look at and review. I think that's not inappropriate, but I don't for a second doubt that they've had a thorough and fulsome assessment of what our needs are going to be going forward. In terms of getting information to people, I've heard a lot today about the only way this can actually move forward is if we have personal, one-on-one, face-to-face meetings with folks. We've been essentially running a city for the better part of a year virtually. And I wonder how have we shared information on this to date? There were an awful lot I don't recall a time when we've had as many people delegate on a one issue as we've had today. And so information is certainly being shared out there. So how have we shared this information to date? And if we were to go to Councillor Clark's, I think, wise motion, that doesn't necessarily say face-to-face meetings. It says more consultations with surveys and ways that we can do that will not necessarily hold up the process. So how have we done that to date, and how effective has it been? Evidence, in my view, has been pretty darn effective. We've had a lot of people delegate. What is your perspective on that, Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Mayor. Generally, we looked at it through two lenses. One was to build awareness of the GRIDS process. So that is why we used electronic media such as the billboards and social media in order to help make people know that there is this GRIDS MCR process. What is it? What are we doing? And then where can you learn more? And then we provide those opportunities, whether it's through the Engage Hamilton portal or virtual stakeholder workshops, emails, phone calls, and having those one-on-one individual discussions with people to answer any questions, discuss what we are dealing with, what is being proposed, allow them to go away where they can get more information, then come back if they want to have those further discussions. As Heather Travis indicated earlier in her presentation, for the PICs that we held virtually, we had the same or higher attendance than when pre-COVID. So I think we've been doing a good job in trying to maintain and build that awareness of what we are doing, and we will continue to look to develop and maintain that awareness in the public as to what we are doing, using both traditional print media and electronic media, both to promote the events and build awareness, and then to provide that framework in which people can participate. We are finding that some people really do like the virtual meetings because it provides the flexibility. We heard from individuals today said they were working and it enabled them to monitor the situation. And then when it came time for their delegation, they could just pop into the meeting and then go back to what they were doing, as opposed to, we used to hear that criticism about having to sit in the council chambers for 8 hours and not being able to participate for those reasons. So I think we've been overall fairly successful from using digital media and social media to build awareness and allow people to participate. Thank you.
So as a and let me finish with that. As a practical matter, the virtual process and the one that we've engaged to up until now might in fact have improved public engagement as opposed to hindered it. So I'm thinking back to you were part of the previous GRIDS process, and I do recall many PICs where we had public information sessions and 10 or 12 people showed up or nobody showed up, depending on where you were in the broader community. This actually opens the door to a much broader audience that can do it from their home or from work or from anywhere else. That opens up that broader audience to more information sharing and more detail that they otherwise might not get. Isn't that reasonable to suggest?
And that's your time, Mayor Eisenberger?
Thank you.
Through Madam Chairman, yes, I would agree that the digital media platform has enabled us to reach more people at a time, place, and location that's convenient for them. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Farr, and then followed by Councillor Danko and Councillor Pearson as first time. Councillor Farr, please unmute yourself.
I was just giving accolades to the previous speaker, but now I have no time. No, to the good point he made at the end, the report suggests, as far as engagement goes, we had over 1 million points of contact. I don't know exactly what that means, Madam Chair, but it sounds pretty good. And I'm up for beeping things, and we'll talk about that in 8.1A. Steve, real quick, through you, Chair, where do these current appeals factor in? 20 Road West, 20 Road East, and Elfrida. They start, it's my understanding, imminently. Roughly how long would that take, and where would that factor in the outcomes? Where would that factor in on what we're working on here?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Board Councillor, yes, there are still outstanding appeals to both the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the Rural Hamilton Official Plan as they relate to the city's growth management strategy and or any description or identification of Elfrida. There are sort of two general groups. One group that is looking to have the Elfrida designation retained, enshrined, or alternatively converted into a redesignation to urban. And then there's another group who are outside of the Elfrida area. They're either opposed to Elfrida having any sort of status within the official plans, or conversely that their lands, whether they be 20 Road East or 20 Road West, be redesignated to an urban type land use. We had canvassed the various parties before the city withdrew its appeals against the provincial modifications, and we identified that we would need a 13-week urban boundary expansion. If those parties who are still have appeals to the city's official plan want to proceed with that hearing, there is a potential that the LPAT could schedule a hearing to deal with those appeals. And those appeals, if some of the landowners are successful based on what their desires are, would result in a possible redesignation of land based on the 2006 growth plan and the work that was done at that time. But that is one option, or alternatively, all the appeals could be dismissed and then we would continue on with the GRIDS 2 process.
And what has through you, Chair, the infrastructure investment been in those two areas to date?
There's been Through you, Madam Chairman, the city has been looking at the extension of the Northwest Trunk Sewer, and then eventually it'll move in an east-west fashion to service the AEGD area. That has been the primary wastewater infrastructure that has occurred in that area. There are other areas within in proximity to the urban area that once that the servicing around the AEGD, we move forward with the implementation of those servicing strategies, it can create some servicing capacity in the Red Hill system and the other trunk systems that could allow for all of those areas outside of the existing urban boundary to be serviced, either based once the Dickinson Road trunk sewer gets constructed, which is yet to commence. But right now, the north-south piece has been constructed along the Centennial Parkway area. Thank you.
And roughly to what cost? Through you, Chair.
Sorry, I'm off the top of my head. I don't know.
Tony or
Tony or Dan McKinnon Mr. McKinnon may have a better on terms of the magnitude of that cost.
There's a method to my madness. It's okay. I'll wait on that, Madam Chair.
GM McKinnon is on the line. He's on his cell, and I see he's unmuted.
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I don't have that information in front of me at the moment.
Through you, Chair. Steve, and Madam Chair, we didn't have an opportunity to ask questions of clarifications for the many delegates, but I can see that you've offered us the latitude so far in the questions. And this kind of comes from a number of delegations, and certainly with the downtown secondary plan alluded to throughout the plan. There may be, for some, an assumption that if we maintained growth within the existing boundary, that our infrastructure is good to go. As Steve's alluded to it, but the reality is we have some major challenges. We have some very old infrastructure, and we noted that when we did the secondary planning. And I think in answer to Mayor Eisenberger, you had noted it again, though. So is there any way going forward we can get a real handle on that in this process through you, Chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Council, we have been working over the last 5 to 10 years in terms of the infrastructure requirements to facilitate and support intensification and redevelopment within the existing urban area. It is a very slow process in the sense that intensification can happen in different locations. It doesn't always happen in the same very linear consideration. And as a result of that, it may often respond to individual development applications, or there's the issue as to how do you assign the cost. I think there was the one example on Barton Street, the redevelopment of that development, that commercial building, and the owners went through the rezoning process. They thought that the servicing would be there to accommodate them. When they came in at the site plan stage and did more investigation, it was determined that they would have to do a substantial infrastructure upgrade to accommodate that development. We have another situation on Charlton, where a developer is looking to redevelop the site, but they're finding they were into stormwater considerations with requirements to separate the combined sewers or with changing parameters. We suddenly find out that the existing storm sewers are not sufficiently sized to accommodate that development or redevelopment, and the developer either has to come up with an on-site source controls, or they look to the city in terms of upgrading the infrastructure. So those are all very expensive items. In order to accommodate a no urban boundary expansion, like I indicated, there's a risk about 37,000 units would be planned for, not built, assuming a very conservative estimate on the development charges that those would be predominantly one-bedroom units. That would equate to over $1 billion in development charge revenue that we would not collect, but that would be the cost of some of those infrastructure upgrades in order to plan for that intensification that may or may not happen. So that is one of the risks of the municipality under a no urban boundary expansion option. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I know we're having an offline, you and many others, in about maybe it's at the end of this week, but it really is truly a challenge, especially in the older parts of the city, and to be able to maybe step up what has been, and I agree, important work, 5 years of work led by Mr. Sergi on trying to get almost like an index on exactly what our challenges are as it relates to this aging infrastructure. It might be helpful moving forward in this particular process. In December, you had that draft. There was about 4 pages, Steve, through you, Chair, where you laid out all the reasons why you weren't pursuing. You suggested we not pursue an urban boundary freeze. if we go forward and include that, which it looks likely that we will, would those 4 pages, like, how much work is that? Additional work, or have you already essentially done the work to defend what is it? Is it obvious that the staff is just going to come back with the same thing you shared with us in December? That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chairman, we will revisit the work that was done in Q4 of last year that was reported on in that December report. If there's any new information or any changes to the assumptions, we will then report back on that. But based on the information that we have and staff's review of this matter, I don't anticipate that even if we go out to the public, and unless there is some new information that we're not aware of, and the public comes back and says no urban boundary expansion based on the predominant response back, we as staff still have a professional obligation based on the provincial planning framework and the provincial planning methodology to report back to council what we think is with our best opinion, and that would still be that we do not support a no urban boundary expansion based on the provincial land needs assessment methodology and the framework under which the province is requiring that we do our growth planning going forward. Thank you.
And through you, Chair, how much time?
You have 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Any way we can get an analysis, Steve, that includes, as part of a citywide consultation, shows how the proposed housing mix, detached, semis, rows, apartments, and projected units per hectare for each housing type in Hamilton compared to the current and planned housing mix of similar neighboring municipalities? Touched on before, but would you require a motion to get that information?
Through Madam Chair, we can just take that as a friendly direction to staff to report back on how our housing mix compares to the existing and planned housing mix compared to other communities, just so that we have a sort of a touchstone to see if we are more or less dense or how that mix deviates. But we can undertake that just as a part of the reporting back. We don't need a formal motion at this point in time.
Okay. Other similar communities, right?
Other similar communities.
Okay, that's key. And I'm out of time, so I can't ask the question of Jason Thorne what he was thinking with that tweet that didn't give any credit to any of my colleagues from so many years ago with respect to what we're doing with vacant parcels and how we're turning them into better, higher uses of affordable units. The one that he's gotten 600 likes on, 55 retweets, and 11 comments as part of something that was born on the council floor 2 terms ago, went to CHH for many years, part of the bigger Jamesville plan, which sees a net gain of affordable housing of about 130 units. But that's okay, Jay. You can give us credit next time. But I really love the tweet, and I do appreciate your progressive nature of promoting this city. So there you go. I'll save him having to answer. I know I went over, didn't I?
No, that was the use of your last 20 seconds was how you're not going to use your time talking about it. But
I got my dig in.
Notice, I did notice that General Manager Thorne sent you a few digital thumbs up in the platform here on WebEx. Moving forward, we have Councillor Danko. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'll try to be brief. It's been a long afternoon. I thoroughly enjoyed all the delegations this afternoon. I thought they were just tremendously well done, well researched, and presented, and provided really valuable information for this council. And also, as the mayor said, I think staff's work on this to date has just been absolutely exemplary. All the public consultation that's been done, and trying to fit into the box that the province has provided us when they continuously changed the size of the box for the past 2 years. It reminds me of kind of a game of Tetris where they're trying to figure out what shape piece is gonna fit into to meet the requirements. And it's very much a mathematical process in my mind, going from the land needs assessment being a technical exercise, and then identifying how many hectares of land that we need, and then based on how many hectares of land that we have available, working backwards to dictate the densities that we are we don't have any choice. We have to go with the ambitious density plan because those are the only densities that will fit in the amount of developable land that we have, again, excluding the Whitechurch lands on the other side of the airport contours. So just a couple questions on the report. I wanted to touch on kind of Councillor Wilson started poking at the accuracy of the provincial population forecast. So my understanding is that Hamilton has never met the current population forecasts. And I'm wondering through you, what kind of variable were built into, I know that we have to plan for 820,000 people to 2051. It's in table 1, page 4 of the report. But what kind of variable realistically is there for maximum minimum within that forecast?
Oh, my video seems to not be cooperating at the moment. I apologize for that. I do have a copy of the report in front of me as well. Thank you for your patience on that. I had a minor technical difficulty. The Greater Golden Horseshoe forecasts are based on an age structure-based model, which includes immigration patterns, both internationally, interprovincially, and age-specific based household formation and propensity to occupy units. So the forecast itself is a demographically driven forecast that's structured around the age structure going forward. And it's what's called a cohort survival model, which means that age groups through single years this time. Previously, it's just been prepared by census period, but the most recent iteration is much more detailed. It's a single year age structure forecast that ages the population throughout the forecast period, taking into account the age structure of migrants, which tends to be younger because it's newcomers coming for economic opportunity. And that forms the basis for the household formation, and then the household formation forms the basis for the resulting population figures, which are shown for all of the single and upper tier municipalities in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. There is a high and a low forecast that is provided in that report, and so that would probably give you the range that you may be looking for, and those are all provided in very convenient summary tables at the back of quite a detailed report.
So when I'm looking at kind of variable range there, so even a difference of 10% on that 820,000 would, if I just prorate, which is a very basic, mathematical exercise, but if I just prorate a 10% difference in population growth, it changes, the swing of land needed by about 150 hectares, which is pretty significant in the long term. And we've just seen in this past year, a significant black swan event in COVID and migration patterns. So, understanding that as a municipality, we're required to plan to 820,000 people, how we're building in some variation into that in our growth plans, because as it is now, we're building out to the maximum amount of land that's possible and then working backwards. So how are we planning for future black swan events within those population projections?
Thank you, and through the chair, it's impossible to plan for black swan events. There are things like obviously the COVID pandemic was impossible. Well, some would argue it wasn't impossible to predict, but I think it was largely unexpected. The surge of office development in downtown Toronto similarly was, impossible to predict. The longer than expected recovery from the recession. These are all estimates based on the best available information, and the expectation, I would say, under the growth plan is that those Schedule 3 forecasts are intended to guide municipalities in setting the long-term framework for growth, and then through the very careful phasing of greenfield areas and regular 5-year reviews are what gives you the opportunity to adjust and correct for those black swan events. And the new forecast that we have, the 2020 forecast, incorporate the COVID impacts. They incorporate the downturn, and generally the expectation in that report is for economic conditions to return to some type of new normal around mid-2023. So it's the regular review of both the provincial plan and local municipal plans that allow course corrections, if you will, within a broader long-range planning structure.
Thank you. And I'm just going to, go a little bit closer to our current planning horizon on page 27. And the next report in our agenda today, we talk about phasing a bit more. So let me know if I'm getting off topic here. But on page 27 of this report, it talks about the initial phasing from 2021 to 2031 for 300 hectares. So urban boundary expansion. My understanding, if I remember this right, is that as a city, we're required to have, I think it's like a 10-year supply of developable land. Am I remembering that right?
I believe so, yes.
So in the 10-year supply of developable land, so then in order to accommodate the growth projection, we need to add 300 hectares to the urban boundary within those 10 years. Is that follow from that?
Thank you. And through the chair, not exactly. The PPS requirement for the 10-year supply of designated lands is really to ensure that there is a short-term supply of available lands to accommodate some of the fluctuations in demand. If it's higher than usual, then you have the supply to accommodate that. The 300 hectares that you may have in front of you, that is the forecast land need under the LNA for the ambitious density scenario, just broken out by period. So it tracks the forecast growth more so than the provincial policy requirement to provide a specific amount of designated years of supply.
Right. Okay. And then, so in Ward 8, we have the full range of growth from the early 1900s through to current development right now in new subdivisions. And a lot of the new subdivisions that are being built are from plans that were approved in the 80s, 90s, up to 2000s. And we're still building out subdivision plans that were approved as single family homes or sometimes duplexes, which end up being mostly $1 million, 2,500 square foot McMansions. So are we going back in our what is currently approved and increasing our target densities for that, or is what's currently approved that's already locked in and there's nothing that we can change? So if I've got 2-3 blocks between Stonechurch and Rymal, that's right now going to be single family home subdivisions or duplex subdivisions, are there opportunities to increase that density to meet the 77 people and jobs per hectares for new growth area?
Thank you. And through the chair, just a couple of points on that. The land need assessment, to the extent that it's based on a comparison of supply and demand, the currently designated supply of greenfield units would include some of those older plans of subdivision by unit type, and they would be included in the supply that we're counting for comparison against the demand. The density figure of 77 residents and jobs per hectare, that is only what's expected for the designated greenfield area, the new expansion area. And you are correct that it falls out of a calculation of net unit densities and PPUs and the amount of land that's being proposed. So the density within the existing DGA, which I understand staff is estimated to be roughly 60 residents and jobs per hectare, that would include all of those units. However, I would suggest, without pretending to be able to predict future development activity, especially considering the state of the housing market at this point, there may be an incentive for older subdivisions to pursue higher densities. There may be opportunities for the city planning staff to identify opportunities within the existing supply for a denser form of development, possibly as part of the rationalization of the surplus apartment unit supply in the next stage of GRID. So without prejudging any future development opportunity, I don't see anything that would prevent there being opportunities for adjustments within that supply on a site-specific basis going forward.
Thank you. I've never met a developer that didn't want higher densities in their development, so I'm sure there's opportunities there.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. That brings you to your time. I'm going to add you for a second time, anticipating you have a couple more comments or questions there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next first-time speaker is Councillor Pearson, then I'll add myself to the list there, and then we'll go into second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. You've been doing an excellent job in keeping us on the straight and narrow. I want to also thank staff for a lot of work that's been done and great answers to the questions today. And the presenters obviously were excellent. I am going to make one comment though, that was quite intriguing to hear as far as the presenters is loud and clear message: build up, not out. And I'll tell you, and I'm sure my colleagues are aware, I'm dealing with a lot of intensification and coming in the Winona area. And when I'm getting opposition to this, it's frustrating because I say I can't talk out of both sides of my mouth. So I can't say we'll freeze the urban expansion, but I can't support intensification. So I mean, this is where I think we're all going to get caught at some point in all of our wards. And I'm just putting that out there for what it's worth, because I was quite taken to hear that comment over and over again about building up. I did want to just clarify, if I could, to staff, and I remember Heather Travis raising that even with this plan, and once it's approved, and maybe Mr. Robichaud can just verify, or Heather, that it's at least 16 years out. We're almost halfway through what we're going to put in place before we can do anything. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, generally that's correct. We know there's a very big time lag between when any urban boundary expansion is approved and when we'll actually see shovels in the ground with the requirements for secondary plans, block servicing strategies, draft plans of subdivision, and the like. So we know there'll be a delay, and that's just something that we have to factor in when we're making our plans.
Right. Thank you for that. And I mean, I think we have to be cognizant of that, because even if we approved it today, we aren't anywhere near it getting put in place. The other part I want to ask also is just to clarify, is this the first time that with the plan going forward that we'll be doing a phasing in of the areas as we move forward, so we have more control of where and how the growth occurs over this 30-year period?
Through you, Madam Chairman, it's not the first time in that sense, in that the previous versions of the regional official plan, it did talk about phasing strategies in terms of where different areas were going to go. The original, I believe in the AEGD, when that secondary plan was first prepared, it talked about the phase 1 and the phase 2 lands. So even we start looking at, based on the ability of the municipality to plan, deliver, finance, and deliver essential infrastructure, combined with the development approvals process, to ensure that we are actually targeting growth and investment to align with those developments. And it's no different than the staging and development program that Tony Sergi in the growth management section develops each year and reports, or every 3 years, and reports to council, where we look for an expression of interest from the development community so that we can align our capital budget with that planning process. But what we're suggesting here in terms of how the treatment of the urban boundary is, we would actually ensure that our planning processes are aligning with what the needs are. So when you consider as it relates to, say, the Scooby area, we did an initial urban boundary expansion, and then we went away and said we were going to do the secondary plan, and then we were going to do the block servicing strategies, and then the development approvals process can play out. So that was sort of a similar kind of model, where in that case, the lands were all needed for urban development sooner than later. But through those various combinations of development approvals processes, council was able to control the timing and the sequencing of when development occurs, and to assure that development occurs in an orderly fashion, and that we don't end up with sort of that leapfrog situation or in a haphazard situation. So we've been trying to get more and more sophisticated in the approach to how we deal with growth management. And as much as the same way when we did the original grid study, we did not move the urban boundary expansion. We said we eventually will need to do an urban boundary expansion, but we are not going to move that urban boundary expansion until the city is ready to move the urban boundary expansion. One of those elements that we do want to consider is we don't want to move the urban boundary expansion and then start having all these development applications, and then they go off to the LPAT and they bypass the community's ability to participate. So by balancing that sort of community planning, development approvals process, and when lands are needed, we ensure that development occurs in an orderly fashion and it does not overwhelm the city, or that there's a significant infrastructure deficit in response to new growth happening and the inability of the municipality to deliver the infrastructure like roads or parks or schools with our school board partners in terms of supporting those communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent answer, Steve. I appreciate the comprehensive answer. So I just want to touch on, so you mentioned earlier, there's a fear of this not being approved. What's the worst case scenario if this was not approved? We say, no, we're freezing it all. It goes to the province. What's the, other than the fact that was mentioned by the gentleman earlier, Anthony, that, it means that if we're frozen here, growth will go to another community. So what's our fear here? Is there a fear that the province would put something, would dictate what they want to go in place?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the worst case scenario from a staff perspective is, as you're aware, the province right now is proposing to amend the Planning Act where the minister no longer has to have regard for the growth plans or the PPS when making decisions around a ministerial zoning order. So the worst case or the fear scenario would be where the minister is lobbied effectively by one or more landowners to do a ministerial zoning order, which would then effectively rezone lands outside of the urban area with no municipal input, and that would then facilitate the development process without the city having any say in what that form of development would be or that type of development. The next sort of tier of fear would be where we start seeing development applications to expand the urban area, and then we get challenged, and then the development community is doing these ad hoc urban boundary expansions all over the place, and the city then gets pressure to either start approving those applications or that something happens and that the development community is able to get their way through these one-off ad hoc urban boundary expansions, and we lose control of it. So then we get into that situation where we're not able to effectively align our infrastructure planning with where growth and development is occurring. And then the other option is that the city would adopt a growth management strategy that has to go to the province for approval and implementation, and the minister could simply rewrite that strategy based on what they see as fit, and there would be no local input or guidance into the development of that strategy, and then we would have to respond to that. And I think that is what Mr. Thorne indicated happened to the City of Toronto. Toronto adopted an official plan that the province did not like. The minister rewrote the City of Toronto official plan to align with what the minister wanted to see happen, and then the City of Toronto was then forced to have to implement that. So those are some of the worst case scenarios that we are looking at. And then the other scenario, like I said, is where we would be planning for a level of intensification that did not occur. We would do a series of infrastructure upgrades to accommodate that development, and essentially it would be stranded debt. We would spend money on infrastructure that would not be capitalized, and that would put a burden on the municipality as well. So those are sort of the range of continuums of worst case scenarios that if you ask what would keep me up at night, any one of those four scenarios would keep me up at night worrying about a possible outcome. Thank you.
We're going to try our best to make sure we don't keep you up at night, Steve. Thank you for that. And you're right. I mean, it's where we see the growth should be and where the money should be spent for the infrastructure, as opposed to somebody dictating, and it's almost like creating, I hate to say it, another hole in a donut. And we don't want to see, and we don't want to see that. I won't prolong longer, and I'm just going to put just a little bit in. I do remember when we had Chris Hadfield come to the City of Hamilton a few years ago. I sat with him at a luncheon, and I'll tell you, when residents are saying that, we may not see the growth, I can tell you without a doubt, he said, we will be seeing the growth over the next 20 years because these will be citizens coming from other countries where they're getting away from the effects of global warming. So, and he said Hamilton at that time was very well positioned for the growth from immigration. So lastly, I just want to ask, please just give me a little bit of comfort level here, Steve. Today we support Councillor Clark's motion. It doesn't preclude this moving forward because I'm seeing the list on page 7 of the scheduling. So we're still going to be moving forward on the processing because it's mentioning further consultation down in November, etc. You mentioned April 2022. So please just give me some peace of mind on this going forward.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Yes, the Councillor Clark's motion does not stop the process. We will continue to do additional work on the process based on the approved sort of work plan so that we can present a full package of information to committee and council in the fall. In addition, we will then, assuming the councillor's motion is carried, we will undertake the additional surveying and or consultation with the public and stakeholders and report back on that information, as well as any other information requests that we receive at today's meeting, such as one the Councillor Farr was referring to, so that we have a fulsome package to bring back to committee. It will essentially be asking committee to make a decision not only on the quantum of growth, but also on that preferred growth option in October, as opposed to today just making a decision on the quantum of growth for translation into where we grow to be presented in October. That's the only difference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much for all of that and everything that has been clarified and re-stipulated today. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Next up for first time is Councillor Marula, then it's myself, and then we'll move to the second time speakers list of Councillor Jackson and Councillor Wilson. Councillor Marula, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, I just want to focus in on a couple of what I believe to be very important issues. Firstly, on February 28th, 2005, the Greenbelt Act was passed by Ontario, with the Ontario government, and it was Dalton McGuinty actually that was Premier. And we can all recall how negatively some of us felt about Mr. McGuinty, but his decision and the Liberals' decision back in 2005 led to protecting 2 million acres of remarkably productive farmland. It's the largest greenbelt in the world. Something I think we're not really concentrating on how that played a role in the Renaissance Hamilton has experienced. So through you, Madam Chair, when you incorporate the Red Hill Creek Expressway and the Greenbelt legislation, those two things are the reason why we're experiencing all of the difficulties in trying to accommodate the most vulnerable in our community. So through you, Madam Chair, to Steve, had we, as a province, not incorporated the Greenbelt legislation, and it was a free-for-all of development in Ontario, where would Hamilton and some other older cities in Ontario be today?
Through you, Madam Chairman, one of the things that if you look at the way the growth forecast sort of radiated out from the City of Toronto, you saw sort of when Toronto, Peel, Halton, Hamilton in terms of that. Those provincial growth forecasts were predicated on the Greenbelt Plan. And essentially, Halton, Peel, we're going to build out, and then the next growth would sort of move it in towards Hamilton's case. So I think in some cases, Hamilton is benefiting from the growth as it sort of radiates outwards from the City of Toronto. Then the question is, how do you respond to that growth between intensification, redevelopment, and greenfield development? But that is sort of the lens under which growth has been occurring in the last 25, 30 years. Alternatively, what we're seeing, though, was some growth did leapfrog over Hamilton, and it went to Brantford or along the 403 towards the London area. There was sort of this quote-unquote drive to qualify where people would continue to go further and further out, and you are hearing about people, commuting from London or Woodstock into this area. But those are some of the issues and the considerations. But that was one of the issues that the Greenbelt works by having it in terms of making available some land for future urban development, and also then in conjunction with the growth plan policies, which strongly support intensification and redevelopment within the existing urban area as part of the provincial lens under which growth management occurs. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So thanks to the expressway and to this Greenbelt legislation, we as a city have come a long, long way, and we should be applauding all of our efforts. Now, pinpointing the affordable housing crisis that we're faced with, and I heard some mention earlier that not all farmland is created equal, meaning some of it is just not developable. How can we pinpoint or focus in on the land that can't be developed because it's protected because it's really good farmland versus bad farmland that can be developed? How can we go down that route in order to combat the affordable housing crisis without impacting our infrastructure deficit accordingly?
Through you, Madam Chairman, when the city we took sort of the next evolution in the treatment of the agricultural areas when we developed our rural Hamilton official plan, and that's why we developed the LEAR system that not only looked at the class 1, 2, 3, and 4 agricultural capability of the lands, but looked at other considerations. If there was ribbon non-farm rural residential development, land fragmentation, or other considerations that would impact on the ability to farm those lands. And that resulted through the rural official plan designating lands either as agriculture or rural. They are all viable agricultural lands, but that is sort of that lens under which we designated the lands. And part of the evaluation framework and the provincial planning framework says that we are to sort of avoid agricultural lands unless there are no other reasonable alternatives. Now, in our case, you know, the Greenbelt obviously says those lands aren't available for urbanization. Then those lands within the White Belt, we will look at both those lands that are designated as agriculture, and we will look at as rural, and then we will look at which lands make sense to bring into the urban area when, based on agriculture, and also looking at those other considerations, such as infrastructure, the ability to take advantage of those. Can they use existing infrastructure, or does it require the extension of new municipal infrastructure, looking both in terms of road infrastructure, as well as the other considerations, stormwater management, natural heritage considerations, all of those, and then with the lens of creating a complete community. So that'll be part of that evaluation assessment of those different growth areas and making a recommendation on the sequencing and the timing of those growth areas, whether it be east, west, north, south, some areas, a little bit of different areas. We have not even really looked at all of that, nor have we come up with the various different combinations and permutations of those growth areas because, as we've indicated, there's 4 potential areas. There's Whitechurch, 20 Road East, 20 Road West, and Elfrida. Even Elfrida itself is probably 2 or 3 sort of sub areas within that. So we will be doing all of that combination and permutations of different areas and making a recommendation, looking at trying to how we bring growth forward and also providing certainty for the agricultural community by knowing when and where growth will occur. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Steve. And just lastly, do you believe in your professional opinion that there are enough checks and balances in place from now to 2051 to protect the process moving forward to ensure that all of the aspects are protected that could be considered to be vulnerable, including but not limited to the environment?
Through you, Madam Chairman, based on the strategy that we are starting to, articulate in this report, and plus the other considerate things that we have talked about today, yes. We can put together a growth management strategy that ensures it respects the natural environment, it considers the social economic implications, as well as represents good land use planning, happens in a fiscally sustainable manner, and it minimizes any risk to the city. Those are part of the evaluation criteria, as well as that lens of developing complete communities. And that will be both as we look at urban renewal and revitalization projects, as well as within these greenfield areas. Like I said, the GRIDS process is not just an urban boundary justification exercise. It is a broader growth management strategy that looks at how we accommodate growth, how we provide the infrastructure required for that growth, and what is the financial strategy to support that growth. And we will be making the reporting back on that. And if there is one area that is particular concern, then we will identify what that concern is and provide some recommendations on how to respond to that particular area of concern. Thank you.
And lastly, Steve, you had mentioned that the alternative creates some anxiety and fear of if we weren't to pursue a very sage approach to our GRIDS plan. Can you elaborate on your concerns again?
The concern I said is that the municipality could essentially lose control of the growth management process to the province or one of those provincial bodies such as the LPAT, where the province could essentially take over the planning process and supersede the local controls, i.e. they could do a minister's zoning order to bring in 500 acres for residential development, and we would not have any control over where that would be or when that would happen. Or it could be the province adjusting our plans based on what they see as a preferred way of growing. So they could do that, and it could be contrary to our growth management strategy. Or there's always that risk that it would be through privately initiated development applications or lobbying of the province in order for individual developers to get their lands brought into the urban area. Each of those would be put the city at risk or make it much more difficult for us to control the timing and the servicing and the sequencing of how growth occurs. So that's why it's important that the city adopt and implement a comprehensive growth management strategy with supporting infrastructure master plans and financial strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So clearly the staff's recommendation is ultimately in the best interest of the city and the environment. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marilla. I will pass the chair on to Councillor Wilson. I have a couple of questions related to the presentation and report based on some of the comments raised by delegates.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. So through you, if I could, to staff, in the presentation, climate was referenced from the perspective of wilder, wetter, warmer, hotter weather, and in the reference of extreme weather being understood as the context. Yet there was a point raised through the delegations, and I believe also in the consultation feedback, that there is a missing climate lens in the recommendations before GIC today, and particularly as it relates to emissions and factoring in how we plan as a municipality for development that takes into account the highest GHG emitters and emissions from buildings specifically, and single house buildings primarily, as well as vehicles. Through you, could staff comment on how a climate lens was applied to the recommendations that are before us?
Mr. Robichaud or Mr. Thorne?
First of all, I'd like to clarify through Madam Chairman, the Speaker, the information that was presented was actually for the GTA as opposed to the Hamilton specific greenhouse gas emissions. When you look at within the Hamilton context, based on the most recent Toronto Atmospheric Foundation report, 55% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions come from industry, 26% comes from buildings, and the 16% comes from vehicles. So Hamilton has a very unique GHG emission profile compared to the GTA because of our industrial sector and the emissions associated with our industrial sector. The evaluation framework, which is report 8.2 attached, and we are asking council authorization to release the draft evaluation framework and have consultation on that framework. It does have evaluation criteria relating to greenhouse gas emissions, whether directly or indirectly. In some cases, it's surrogate measures relating to travel distances. Other ones, it's very difficult in the city in terms of new construction or building form or housing types. So we will be looking at greenhouse gas emissions through that lens. We are currently also working on development of the community energy plan, and that's sort of a joint initiative between planning and public health. That community energy plan is looking at a lot of the emissions in buildings relate to the existing housing stock. And we do have a council direction to deal with the home energy retrofit program, or especially deep energy retrofits, in order to provide for more energy efficiency within the existing housing stock. Once we have a little bit better understanding of what or where the different growth options are, we will be taking that sort of climate or community energy plan lens and applying it to those different growth areas to see what the implications of that are. But at this point in time, the terms of reference and the framework for the development of the community energy plan was really more just to look at the existing city of Hamilton and how the city of Hamilton grows at an aggregate level, as opposed to looking at a, say, neighborhood by neighborhood comparison in those different growth options as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions. But it is an important consideration. Both the climate change lens and our community energy plan or community energy plan reduction plan are going to be things that we will be looking at in the later phases of the growth evaluation once we know what those different geographic based growth options look like and what they mean from both a GHG and a climate change lens. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Through you, just if I could dig a little bit deeper there. So the lens that you're describing then coming in a later phase of the work, is that similar to the city of Edmonton? I understand has a land use planning guide that is specifically about planning for climate resilience. Is that where staff are headed in the later section of what you're saying?
Through you, Madam Chairman, there's also a series of parallel initiatives we're doing in terms of developing a green development standard and looking at it from a climate change lens at both a micro level and at a macro level. So at a micro level in terms of just an individual building and how it's oriented on the lot, where the outdoor amenity areas are, the landscaping, looking at passive solar energy, those sorts of opportunities, looking at how we deal with impervious surface, the parking lot treatments, the greening, the type of vegetation that is going to be used. So that all sort sort of helps to inform through the site planning process. We can also then sort of elevate that up into sort of looking at it at a neighborhood level in terms of how we organize and design the neighborhoods. And then ultimately that gets then rolled up into the broader official plan lens. So we do try to look at the different scales of geography at which development occurs, in recognition that at on a site level, it might be simply where you put the backyard in terms of its use or the orientation of the backyard, whereas at a neighborhood level, it might be the street pattern and the arrangement of land uses. And then at the macro level, it becomes much broader in terms of supporting the communities from a transit perspective, as well as other considerations such as the work that's being done on the biodiversity strategy and the urban forest strategy to inform about how our broader communities develop and redevelop going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Robichaud, through you, is that then in terms of the planning for climate resilience, you're saying that will get embedded in the evaluative framework and the way in which we make some decisions on a micro and macro level, but how does that get how do you see that intersecting with what's before us as committee in making decisions about expanding into that 3,000 acres of Class A soil?
Through you, Madam Chairman, through the evaluation criteria, we will look at those different growth options to determine is there a, we assume, is there a difference between those different growth areas, both in terms of the form of development and the location of that development. And based on that, we will then be able to identify where we've done the evaluation and what the reporting is one area or is one growth scenario better than the other scenario in terms of at an aggregate level and in any one particular element. So that is how we anticipate reporting on that climate change lens component of the process. As well as and then like I indicated, once a preferred growth model option has been selected, we will then do the analysis under the community energy plan to further elaborate and detail that information. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Next question through you is related to some of the projections and how staff or consultant determine the needs of the aging population. So as we all know, not only are we going to project out to 30 years in terms of newcomers to the city, but also we are facing the highest demographic of aging demographic that the city has ever seen as the baby boomers enter into the next phase of their lives. So from that perspective, how did either consultant or staff predict or project what the baby boomers are looking for as they choose to age and how that relates to their housing and what they're going to be choosing to invest in terms of the city? There was some reference at some point, and I apologize, it's late in the day. I don't remember when it was said and whether it was the report or the presentation, but there was a reference to our aging demographic choosing to age in place. So if I could, through you, just get clarification on how that context was arrived to.
Thank you. I think that one might be me.
Thank you, Anthony.
And through the chair, and thank you for the question. The age-related housing choice and age-related unit preferences are all embedded into the growth forecast. So in the LNA report on table 4, where we show that housing forecast, that is a housing forecast based on age-specific occupancy patterns, taking into account the age structure of newcomers and migrants, which tends to sort of make it a bit younger than it otherwise would be, because the age structure of most migrants tends to be younger, just by nature of what, especially international migration is. So all of those age-related housing choices, the elderly staying in their home longer, eventually the downsizing out of single-family units, all of those age-related choices are factored into the forecast already. They're all factored into the housing forecast that is explained in the Hempson report and is the associated housing forecast for the Schedule 3 forecasts. There is also the related issue of the downsizing of elderly households to free up single-family homes, which is a topic that has come up before. And yes, that transition does happen, but across the GGH and for the city of Hamilton, the downsizing out of single-family homes into smaller units doesn't happen until around the 80 to 84 age group range, and that's really not going to happen until about 2040. And over that time, it just isn't going to produce, enough units to make a material difference in the overall, just the sheer scale of growth that we spoke about a little earlier. So all of those housing choices and all of the occupancy patterns are embedded into the housing forecast that's the basis for the land need assessment. And hopefully that helps.
Thank you. It does. So you're saying that the 80 to 84 year age demographic that chooses to then downsize and perhaps move out of their single family home isn't projected to be at a mass scale until 2040?
Well, no, I mean, it sort of happens a bit. It happens a bit more gradually than that because, of course, there are, you can pick any age group and track it through to when like different age groups will be hitting that 80 to 84 sort of age group at different points in time. But the peak baby boomers, when that peak, which are sort of in the 50 to 59 group now, which are really in the peak single family home occupancy pattern, that large group really won't hit the 80 to 84 range until about 2040. So yes, the downsize does happen, but it occurs later in the forecast period, and it doesn't really deliver a significant amount of unit. And there is, especially now with the COVID pandemic, a lot of discussion about how there's an interest in aging at home longer, and these are all uncertainties that Hempson did their level best to incorporate into the forecast based on the best available information, but all of the age-related housing patterns are included in the Schedule 3 forecast, which we use as a basis for the LNA.
Thank you. Those were my clarifying questions on the presentation and context as they were documented in the report and commented on in the presentation earlier. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I'll take back the chair, and moving into second time speakers, we have Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Wilson, and then Councillor Clark has an amendment to the report that he'll be tabling. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Nan, could you again leave me on the list? I wish to ask a couple of questions, and then I'll give my commentary after Councillor Clark puts his motion. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I would like to, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to go back to the population projections and the statement that there are risks, but they are what they are, and they're provincially delivered to us. We have to use them. So, and I think there was an acknowledgement, and it's in the report by Mr. Lorius, that the employment growth that wasn't predicted to take place in the Toronto and Peel did in fact, oh, sorry, Councillor Nan, that was your timer. Shoot. Did take place. So, Mr. Lorius, in your report to this council, as part of your background, you talk about Hamilton's economic future, and you talk about the shift almost in talent migrating from the Toronto area into Hamilton and some of those knowledge-based sectors. I was wondering if you could elaborate back to the forecasting projection. I would assume that forecasting projection, in order to enable that growth and in order to draw that talent, is that predicated on some provincial investments occurring and some municipal investments occurring in certain amenities? Thank you, through you, Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes. As explained in the GGH forecast report that accompanies the growth plan, the expectation generally is that municipalities will make the necessary investments in infrastructure in order to accommodate the growth forecast in Schedule 3, and that's generally to be undertaken through the detailed implementation analysis through subsequent stages of the municipal comprehensive review. So in the case of Hamilton, especially for intensification. And given other competing communities like the City of Toronto, the Vaughan Metropolitan Centre, Kitchener, Waterloo, it really will be about improving the city's relative attraction for high density residential development. And part of that will include investment in the urban environment, infrastructure, transit, amenities, as the case may be. So while we see a broad economic shift occurring across the metropolitan area towards more of these sort of higher value tech service paying jobs, there's a lot of competition for those jobs. So yes, I mean that will be to the city of Hamilton to consider in terms of how to improve its relative attraction to compete for those uses.
Okay, thank you. So that's helpful. I'd like to drill down a little bit more. And I'm appreciative that you acknowledged that we are in a competition to attract that talent from Toronto. And in order for the HEMSIN forecasts to be realized, it does require provincial and municipal investments. And so you've alluded to it a little bit and referenced one is specifically that of urban amenities in order to allow that urban infrastructure to take place. And I was wondering if you would elaborate on the choices that would have to be made in order to make that happen with respect to we need the magnets to attract that talent. We need the housing to be built, quality urban environment, and you referenced transit. And I'd like you to, if you could elaborate on, because you have referenced LRT in your report, please.
Yeah, well, it's thank you, and through the chair, it's across a whole range of factors. I suppose it might be helpful to step back a little. On the employment side, while we talk about a shift towards the higher value sectors, that's not quite the same as the categories that we use to forecast employment in the LNA and in the GGH report. In both of those reports, employment is categorized into what we call land use based categories, which are major office, employment land employment, population related employment, and rural employment. For the major office employment, that is where you will see a lot of the tech sector and the creative, and that's where the downtown has a huge role to play, including transit and the amenities, and some of the comments that we heard before about the walkable communities and the cafes and the local markets. And, you know, really it's a lot of what's made downtown Toronto very attractive for the tech sector, the combination of the office growth and then the residential intensification. It sort of creates a virtuous circle. On the employment side, most of that demand is going to be accommodated by large greenfield sites with good transportation access. And that is why we expect the Airport Employment Growth District to perform extremely well over time, although it has been delayed somewhat by servicing. The city has a strategy in place for that. And then on the population related side, those jobs tend to grow in lockstep with population. So it's a fairly constant ratio that occurs over time. And so different parts of the city will attack different types of jobs. And so it depends on the nature of employment that we're talking about. But definitely for the tech sector, for the creative sector, for the innovation, the downtown is an enormous advantage, especially in a lot of the older industrial buildings that have been repurposed, like Westinghouse and I believe the Cotton Factory, into shared workspaces and office spaces, notwithstanding the short-term impacts of COVID. But part of what makes Hamilton attractive for those types of uses is the urban environment. It's exactly the type of environment that has been described by a number of the delegates. And it's a lot of what's happening in City of Toronto neighborhoods with relatively inexpensive space to accommodate startups and artists. And so it depends on the area of the city that we're talking about, but different elements are attractive to different components of the employment growth.
Thank you. I really appreciate your... Yeah, I do have one more question. I really appreciate your confirmation that investments in urban amenities are part of our economic development strategy and a source of wealth and competitiveness. Thank you. I do have a question, Chair, with respect to, and some direction through you from Mr. Robichaud on understanding 8.2 and this report in terms of the evaluative framework, because Mr. Robichaud said he was going to enable us to provide for outward expansion in a fiscally responsible manner. And my questions with respect to what we can, what we are doing to assess the options, is that going to be done then, or is it part of this part? Maybe I should clarify. I heard a lot of questions from delegates on they called it the cost of sprawl. And but I also heard one of my colleagues say that in extending the consultation, some people may not be knowledgeable about the subject matter and or the consequences of the different options. And will there be will there be moving forward an opportunity for there to be a costing of the various options that could come out in terms of long-term operating and maintenance costs, for example? Thank you. Through you, Chair, to, I guess, Mr. Robichaud.
Sorry, I was just listening to the councillor's question through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. So as part, we do have to do a fiscal impact assessment that looks at the costs for those different growth options, and that would be the full life cycle costs of those growth options, as opposed to just the straight linear cost to extend a pipe, or what is the city share versus a developer share. So that will be part of that consideration. We want to make sure that as part of the evaluation also to look at the risk associated with those various growth options and to consider that the financial risk as part of the evaluation of those growth options. So you may have to ensure that we don't get into a situation where an option that may on the surface appear to be a lower cost option, but if for whatever reason, based on land assembly, timing, sequencing of development, or some other consideration, there is it exposes the municipality to an unacceptable degree of risk, that at least that gets identified and factored into that consideration. So those are all elements that the fiscal impact assessment will be looking at and reporting back on in terms of how we evaluate the different growth options and make recommendations on those growth options. Some of this information will be dependent on the work that's done based on the infrastructure master planning, looking on where we grow and how we grow and what those different options are. And there may, we have not done that analysis yet, so there may or may not be a significant difference between the options, or there may be a significant difference between the options. But that is something that will be sort of, as we take the ambitious density growth model and apply it to different growth options, we will be looking at that information and reporting back through the evaluation criteria and the required fiscal impact assessment that would be completed as part of this growth management exercise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan, thank you for asking the questions about the baby boomers. And I guess the only comment or question I would make of Mr. Lorius, in order to age in place, and I know Andre Picard has been writing about this of late, given the crisis that COVID has revealed in our long-term care facilities, the need to enable people to age in place. Is there, did the population forecasts or anything, were they informed by some of those abilities so that people are staying in those single-family dwelling units longer? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair. Again, the growth plan forecasts are age structure-related forecasts that generate a profile of housing demand by type. So to the extent that the elderly are remaining in their homes longer, that pattern is certainly captured in the forecast for the purposes of the LNA, but no, how that would how that might be implemented on a household by household basis, it doesn't go down into that level of detail.
Thank you. I'm just thinking of the municipal government's responsibility in terms of what we have to invest in order for them to stay in their houses that long. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And just in time. So that exhausts the second time speakers list. So we now have Councillor Clark, who's putting forward amending motion to the recommendations that are before us in report 8.1. And then following that, Councillor Jackson has indicated to be the first speaker after that. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So
Please
I'm going to read the amending motion first and put it on the floor, and then I will speak directly to that motion if I may.
Can I pause you for 1 second before you begin, Councillor Clark? For colleagues, the amending motion is under staff presentations, 8.1A, amendment to the report PED. It's there if you need to follow along. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. Amendment to report PED 17010I respecting GRIDS 2 and municipal comprehensive review, final land needs assessment. That report PED 17010I respecting GRIDS 2 and the municipal comprehensive review, final land needs assessment be amended by deleting subsections A through C in their entirety and replacing them with the following in lieu thereof, and by relettering the balance accordingly. A, that staff be directed to conduct a city-wide mail consultation with a survey on the land needs assessment and the municipal comprehensive review that includes the ambitious density scenario, a no boundary expansion scenario, and that also allows residents to submit their own alternative scenario to be funded from the tax stabilization reserve number 110046 with a cost estimate of $35,000. B, that with respect to the mail-out survey regarding the land needs assessment and the municipal comprehensive review, staff be directed to include a postage prepaid return envelope as part of the mail-out, and 2, give residents 30 days to respond to the survey respecting the land needs assessment and the municipal comprehensive review. C, that staff be directed to compile the data from the land needs assessment and the municipal comprehensive review survey and provide an information report to be presented at a special general issues committee meeting no later than October 2021. And that staff be directed to prepare scenarios for where and how growth would be accommodated under the ambitious density scenario, as well as a no boundary expansion scenario, and to prevent these scenarios as well as staff's recommended land needs assessment, growth targets, and preferred growth scenarios at that same special general issues committee meeting to be held no longer than October 2021. And I believe items E and F remain the same. If that's not correct, the clerk can indicate.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, they do. The letters are just changed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may make my brief comments to the motion. I think we all thank you. I think we all realize that our residents have been distracted during this ongoing provincial and municipal state of emergency. They have been managing their health risks, trying to remain connected with isolated family, securing vaccinations, dealing with lost jobs and lowered household revenues. Some have lost their businesses. They have been distracted and confused by the frequent changes to provincial orders. COVID-19 has all but consumed our daily lives and the public discourse. It is fair to say that the public is seized with this pandemic. Not surprisingly, many of my residents were not even aware of the land needs assessment and municipal comprehensive reconsiderations or the province's planning law machinations. I am concerned that rural residents did not engage because most do not have basic internet service. I am concerned that many residents cannot afford internet services. I am concerned that the pandemic lockdowns eliminated free public access to Wi-Fi, which many residents have come to rely on. Therefore, I strongly believe that a citywide survey by mail estimated to cost $35,000 is a reasonable and pragmatic way to notify and engage our residents. Assuming 200,000 households across Hamilton, a 1% response would mean 2,000 completed surveys. A 0.5% response would mean 1,000 completed surveys, contrasted with a total of 266 responses to date, made up of 147 survey responses, 96 participants in 2 open houses, and 23 stakeholders. It is worthy of our attempt. If I may, I would like to speak briefly to the inclusion of the no urban boundary option on the survey. Given all of the new provincial rules, it appears to me that the province has stacked the deck to practically force cities to proceed with urban boundary expansions. I'm not naive. Under these changes, an urban boundary expansion may well be inevitable. But how much, how dense, how fast? Shouldn't we decide? What can be done to the minimum to minimize the development of the White Belt lands? Please don't misunderstand my position. I support development that is reasonable, sustainable, controlled, and equally distributed. I support the preservation of prime agricultural farmlands and encourage season-round growth strategies through greenhouses. I'm pragmatic in my approach, and it is really about finding the right balance while representing the widely varied opinions of our communities. To conclude, as we are all committed to civic engagement, all options should be on the table for discussion and consideration. Residents should absolutely have the option of commenting on a no boundary expansion option. Therefore, I respectfully submit my amendment for your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So opening the floor for comments and questions, Councillor Jackson is first.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan, and I appreciate Councillor Clark giving plenty of advance notice of what he has proposed here with his amendment. And this should come as no surprise to Councillor Clark, because we have directly engaged over the last couple of weeks, especially in light of the flood of emails I was getting, as we were all getting over the last month or so. And when Councillor Clark put his original motion about 3-4 weeks ago, the theme of what I was getting, Madam Deputy Mayor, at least, was that Councillor Jackson, please support Councillor Clark's motion. Please support his motion, which will freeze any future urban boundary from ever being expanded in our city. We need time to consult, more communication with the community, but please support his freezing of any future urban boundary. Through Deputy Mayor Nan to Councillor Clark, very respectfully, could you just get on the record what it is and what it isn't, please? Just one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. May I respond?
Yes, please.
My motion, let me back up a little bit. Staff have provided recommendations to council. We only had 266 respondents to our virtual surveys, open houses, and stakeholder meetings. It would be disingenuous to tell the residents that they can only respond to what's being proposed by staff when staff doesn't make the decision. Staff provides advice. Council can make the decision. And as I understand it, the General Manager of Planning has indicated it is within the purview of Council if they so decide to freeze an urban boundary. I have not advocated for freezing the urban boundary. I have advocated for a mail-in survey so that we can connect with all residents on what is one of the most crucial decisions that this council will ever take. It's a decision that will impact the future of this municipality to the year 2051. So I understand that some folks are advocating strongly to freeze the urban boundary, and they will likely continue to do that into September, Councillor. But I have not advocated for that. I've asked to hear from the residents. I've asked to ensure that the rural residents in my community and those who can't afford internet are also engaged. Stats Canada reports show anywhere from 4 to 6% of the population do not have access to internet. That's a lot of people in Hamilton. And we should be engaging, especially in the midst of this pandemic, in a more fulsome way. So that's the gist of my motion. What the final decision of council will be in the fall.
Thank you so much, Councillor Clark. Appreciate that, making that crystal clear. Deputy Mayor Nan, so now I can provide my commentary to wrap up.
Yes, you can. You have 4 minutes left on your speaker's clock. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. So I will support Councillor Clark's motion, knowing that there is a definitive final decision already circled on my calendar, October 2021 of this year, to for council to hopefully make a final decision after the next 4, 5, 6 months of additional community feedback, which I support. I always enjoy having community feedback. I've never shied away from it, Deputy Mayor Nan. I also, again, want to give a shout out to the staff and this incredible document of the land needs assessment, municipal comprehensive review, and where staff landed, in my humble opinion, being a balanced approach with their ambitious density preferred option that they recommended. I'm just going to say, Madam Deputy Mayor, as I was prepared to vote on it today, but again, supporting Councillor Clark's motion, I just want to get a few comments on the table so there's no false expectations as to where I'm coming from. I've always been for a balance. I've always been, you've heard me ad nauseum, but very sincerely and genuinely talk about choice and maintaining choice for families in our community. If there is no urban boundary expansion, Deputy Mayor Nan, quite frankly, we will be, in my humble opinion, confined to multi-residential developments existing in our established urban areas everywhere. In fact, I'll give a quick example. I won't name the exact territory or block, but I've got one proposal from a developer in my ward that is currently for a 14-story tower. The zoning only allows for 4 stories maximum, and already the outrage has been coming in loud and clear across hundreds, if not a couple of thousand families eventually that are definitely opposed to that type of density and intensification. We've got white belt areas of Elfrida, 20 Road East, 20 Road West earmarked, Deputy Mayor Nan, to accommodate, if necessary, the 3,400 acres that staff spoke of. And in this day and age of congregate living, I know people are trying to say it's a red herring. It's not going to last with COVID-19, but I feel part of the migration from the GTA to Hamilton, not only for affordability of our housing and the great quality of life we have here in Hamilton and just a few miles away from possibly work in Mississauga or Toronto, but is also the fact that everybody for an affordable price can get a little piece of land and have their families in a nice little home of their own versus being in congregate living, giving the whole issue of COVID-19. Madam Deputy Mayor, lastly, I also believe nobody's even talked about the potential thousands of construction jobs and investment in new taxes that potentially could come to our city by allowing some semblance and some aspect of the urban boundary expansion through the staff recommendation of the ambitious density program. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you for allowing me my commentary. I've waited almost 10 hours to provide it, but given our scorching red hot real estate market right now for existing sales and resales, I feel we need to provide greater supply to help to ease that scorching red hot market as well, Madam Deputy Mayor. And at the end of the day, I will always support choice. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, with 30 seconds remaining. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Ferguson and then followed by Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Ferguson, floor is yours.
Yes, just 2 comments. When I first read Councillor Clark's amendment, it struck me he was wiping out the staff recommendation except for 2 items, items E and F, and completely changing it. And it just raced through my mind. Staff probably spent weeks, if not months, preparing this recommendation. And now it's all been changed if this motion carries. So through you to, if I can, to Steve, what's your comments on this amendment?
I'm not sure that Mr. Robichaud is still.
Sorry, I apologize. I was just having to plug in my headset.
No worries.
Through Madam Chairman to the councillor. The motion as presently presented by Councillor Clark is acceptable to staff. We can work with the revised motion from what was originally circulated a couple of weeks ago. And like as I indicated, I think to Councillor Pearson earlier, essentially one of the effects of the motion is that we're just deferring the decision on the the growth model until we bring forward the evaluation of the growth options in October of this year. So we can continue. It does not delay the work we are doing. We continue to work, move forward with the MCR GRIDS 2 process, and we will be all of that information will be brought back in October of this year for a fulsome package and consideration by committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, and
Robichaud.
one last question to the mover of the motion. A number of the delegates today said they would prefer public information centers in that we delay until after COVID. I thought you were going to include that, but I don't see it unless it's on your next motion that's coming up on, I think it's 8.2. Is there any particular reason you didn't mention public information centers post-COVID?
Councillor Clark?
Yes, if I may answer the question, Madam Deputy Mayor. Two, I'm not convinced that we will have the ability to have public meetings by the fall. I understand that there's some projections that say that we may, and I hear from other expert medical opinions and epidemiologists that are saying we're in for this for a bit longer than that. Secondly, the response that I heard from our staff that the 266 respondents, so 147 survey response, 96 participants in open houses, and 23 stakeholders was in keeping with our standard level of response that we have with our open houses. If you contrast that with the potential response from just 0.5% of residents responding to a mail-out survey that only costs $35,000, we're going to have 1,000 responses. I think it's worthy of our attention and worthy of the investment to do a mail-out survey and not risk putting all of our eggs in one basket and that we're going to have additional public open houses in the future, given that we don't get great turnout to our public open houses to begin with. Thank you.
And supplementary, then I'll be my last question. We have approximately, I think it's 180,000 households. So your intent is to send it out to 180,000 households. How would we educate them on what's being proposed so they make an informed decision rather than an emotional one?
Thank you for that. What I have done is I have worked with staff, and I should, at the moment, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may, thank Jason Thorne and Steve Robichaud and the staff for working with me on this initiative. It has been very informative for me, and I think it's been informative for them in some respects. The way the mail-out survey is being proposed is that it would be a legal piece of paper with information explaining where they can find more references and explaining the options that are before them. And then the bottom half will have a tear off. On one side, it will be prepaid postage. On the other side, it will have the survey results. And if residents wish to add more information, they can always put it in an envelope and mail it themselves with additional information. So it does most definitely give them the opportunity to find the information if they wish to participate.
Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Mayor Eisenberger.
I want to thank Councillor Clark for his motion. I would never speak against enhanced public engagement on this issue, but and I'm with some others that I don't want it to drag on forever. At some point, we need a decision point as well, and I think the fall is an appropriate time for us to come back with that additional information and continue to move forward. For me, I've always moved forward on urban intensification, and I know that that's caused lots of people, challenges. Intensification is always desirable until it happens in your neighborhood, and then it's, I like intensification, but I didn't mean for here. I meant for over there. The reality is that intensification is a tool that we're going to have to use if we want to be a sustainable community. And one of the driving factors that I've employed and many members of council have supported has been LRT. And I'm trying to generate an LRT debate, but the reality is that the predominant reason to employ LRT is to actually drive the kind of intensification that we're talking about that would help move some of the development into the inner city as opposed to onto greenfield development. So, there are a lot of tools that we can use to actually inspire that to happen. At the same time, I think there's always that issue of balance and the need to ensure that that growth is equitable and fair and done in a way that that doesn't put all of the density in one place. And that has always been an issue that continues to be a factor in a lot of the decisions that we need to make going forward. So I'm looking forward to the end game. I'm looking forward to hearing more information about the no boundary expansion approach. I've never been a huge proponent of boundary expansions, but I can tell you that Councilor Marula raised some really interesting points around what we've already done in terms of green belt and the protection of agricultural land, protection of green belt lands. That is probably one of the most significant green belts that exists in the province. So there's many of those factors need to come into play here, and I think to look at it just in isolation is not, I think, particularly fair. And I want to see all those factors come into play to ensure that we're looking at a complete picture of how development is to play out into the future in our great community. And you know what? It is a defining an important issue, and certainly important enough to put rudimentary information or information in front of citizens by mail. I think is helpful. Give them the opportunity to find some links where they can get additional information if they have computers. To be fair, I hear the notion that not everybody does. Well, it's pretty close to everybody has access to the internet. Pretty close to everybody has access to computers or laptops, and I think that added part of a mail out survey that directs them to sites where they can get even more information, I think it will enhance, the responses that we're going to get back. So I support the recommendation. I support the notion that there's an end time to this, that we come back in October. I worry that pandemic may or may not end, the way we'd like it. So I want it to end yesterday. I'm probably as fed up and frustrated as anyone is. Everybody feels the same about the pandemic, but we have no assurance. Yes. We have no assurance that by September, October, that it's going to be all clear. But I hope it's true. And if that were to be the case, sooner rather than later, we could always add, public information sessions, over and above if that happens to pan out. And I certainly hope it does. And if by July or August we have a sense that September is a little bit more clear, and it gives the opportunity to do that, we can certainly organize that in short order. Our staff are brilliant at doing public information sessions. Having said that, my experience with public information sessions is pretty consistently poorly attended, very well advertised, very well promoted, not necessarily one that draws out a lot of people. And so I'm hopeful that this survey will actually reach a lot more people that might otherwise not attend a public information session. So I think I really see a lot of merit in this approach. So I fully support the recommendation, and I look forward to having the next iteration of report come back from our staff that will enlighten us even more as to what our next step should be.
Thank you, Mayor. That brings you to your 5 minutes.
Really?
Moving on to the speakers list. Councillor Pearson, followed by Councillor Wilson, Farr, and then Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and appreciate all the comments. And certainly Councillor Clark has certainly been a challenge, I know, in putting this together. And I'm sure getting comments from the industry as well, who are affected by this as development moving forward. I am supportive. I've read it and read it and read it over, and I am supportive. And I think one of the things that I do appreciate is the fact that it's a mail-out survey. It's not locking us into when COVID allows us to have a community meeting or public information centers. It's saying, let's send it out now. It's a 30-day period, and it gives our staff material to continue to work, bringing forward the final reports that will be coming forward to us. I am supportive of it. The question I want to ask, and I'm sure Councillor Clark is certainly well versed on how he feels this will roll out. My only question is, it's saying a 30-day response. Will we be giving a deadline as to the date on that response, just to eliminate any potential confusion of, well, I didn't get it. I got it a month. I got it 1 month out. So I got 30 days from when I got it. So I'm not sure how you've worked on that. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if Councillor Clark could maybe elaborate.
Madam Deputy Mayor, may I speak?
Go ahead.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I muted myself.
That's okay. Yes, the 30-day is my request so that the residents have that time frame. My understanding in working with Mr. Thorne and Mr. Robichaud is that the documents that will be mailed out will not only include information to assist them in helping them make a decision, references to other sites that are on the internet and phone numbers to get questions answered if they don't have internet. But it will have a very clear deadline, specific date as to when the documents are back, because we can't leave, assuming a 1% response, which is 2,000 responses, our staff now need to compile 2,000 responses, and we can't leave it as an open-ended response ratio. So the intent was to have a very clear date in the document saying it's due by this date in order to be considered. I hope that helps you.
Absolutely, and it does help me tremendously, and I think it will give some comfort level to everyone out there that we are trying to be open and accessible to the residents. I mean, I don't know the last time, well, it might be a few years back, where we ever mailed something out as a broad mailing to the whole community that asks for their input. So I'm really I'm very comfortable with this going through it. I think it is. It's responsible, and as you say, Councillor Clark, it affords the opportunity for staff now to put together and prioritize or list out, chronologize the information that's received, so they can better be informed on the wishes and the concerns of the community, which is what we were truly after. So I you know, as I think I said earlier when we were dealing with the report, we have to be responsible in looking at expansion. I don't want to be a community that's left out, that we lose growth and residents being able to call Hamilton home because we've said no to an expansion of the boundary, and recognizing that it's at least 16 years out before it's even potentially shovel ready. I think this is the responsible way to go, and it opens an opportunity for the residents to have. It's not just this time, there's another time after this that there'll be more input from the public. So I am supportive of this motion tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the motion, but I have a few questions of staff or comments, please. To pick up on Councillor Clark's remark, I think, to paraphrase, he said this will be most likely the most important decision that this council has to make. So given that, and given the comment made, I think it was Councillor Ferguson of, will people know what they're being asked to comment on, if you will? And given, I think, here inclusivity is being defined as internet access, but there are lots of other measures of inclusivity across our city, including language. Is there an opportunity for staff, please, to kick off, if you will, the survey with some sort of a communication campaign, so in order, when people get that letter, that they know what it's about, that they don't think it's a piece of that they're not suspicious of it, it's not asking them for personal information for no purpose. Is there going to be a communication campaign in and around this endeavor, please, through you, Chair, to staff, or could there be?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, or sorry, Madam. Yes, the intention would be that
Sorry,
prior
Jason, I can't hear you.
to releasing the survey, we sort of and social media.
Jason, I'm sorry, we couldn't hear what you're saying. It's broken up quite a bit. So I'm going to ask you to start again. Yeah, that's a little bit more consistent. Go ahead. General Manager Thorne, are you still there? Can you hear us?
Madam Chairman, on Steve Robichaud here. I don't. Well, Jason tries to
reconnect.
Resolve his technology issue. Yes, we will be working with.
No.
Sorry, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. We will be working in terms of how we provide that information out. I understand where Councillor Wilson is coming from. We've had people often ask, why are they getting this mail? What's it about? Is it illegitimate? Those sorts of considerations. So we've been working very well with our colleagues in corporate services and our communication staff in terms of, up to the point today, just in terms of some of the getting an estimate on the cost and the scope of the undertaking. And we want to make sure that we maximize the return on this investment in terms of soliciting for public input. So we will be working with all the various parts of the organization prior to the release of the survey. And then once the survey is out there, so people understand what is going on and why they're receiving this mail. And then we're also using, I think, some social media or other methods to remind people if they had not responded, some follow-up prompts as well. And trying to, again, building awareness and that people know what's coming, that once they receive it, and then hopefully once we get those responses back to continue so that we can maximize the number of responses we get back on it. But those are all very good suggestions, and we will be taking that back to the the working team that's been assembled on how we deliver, design and deliver this survey instrument to the general public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud, especially for pinch hitting as General Manager Thorne works out his connection. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Clark also made reference in the survey. There will be reference to where you can get further information. On that point, could we please, through you, Chair, work with our Hamilton Library system to provide for printed copies, maybe a couple of them, or put something on reserve so people who may not have that internet capacity or sometimes like me need the old-fashioned print form, and Councillor Jackson I know can attest to this, if they could be put somewhere in our library branch system. Is that a possibility through you, Chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman, are you printed copies of the survey or of the staff reports? In terms of making the reports and the agendas and all of that, we can work with our libraries and as well as some of the awareness information around that. We can do that and use as many multiple channels as possible so that people have access to the information as well as they understand what is going on and why it's going on. But that can be part of the strategy, communication strategy. Yes.
Yes, great. I didn't mean the survey, although maybe a copy at the library would be helpful so that folks can go back home and see to make sure they've received one. I did mean some of the research and the literature behind so that they can understand the issue a little bit better if they haven't been following it. Thank you. I did have one further question or comment. It's just a personal experience. In the Ward 1 office, we have been using video a lot to explain some infrastructure projects and issues. And we've been able to do that in such a way that we've built people's capacity to understand some pretty complex, even subsurface infrastructure work. I'll leave it with you if there could be consideration, and people learn differently of this issue. Consideration of a video segment. I know we did it explaining how our wastewater treatment system works, and I think those have been very helpful. And they're also, you can also share them online with residents. So I could leave that with you. And my final comment would be on the issue of accessibility. Will the survey be available only in English? Is that the thinking, please? Through you.
Through you, Madam Chairman, we haven't actually gotten to the details of the logistics of developing the full survey tool, but like I said, we'll be working with our corporate service partners, ensuring that the survey is delivered in the most effective fashion and means possible. And if that means looking at trying to provide it either in multiple languages, making sure that it's for people that have any other visually challenged or any other considerations, we will be looking at all of those mechanisms and tools and ensuring that we can design and deliver the most effective survey tool possible. And further on your comment, I think Ms. Travis did indicate at the beginning of her presentation, we actually do have a GRIDS video. So that may be something that we can also make if people want to, we're provide in that survey sort of package the necessary links. So if people want to better understand what it is, you're right, they're often visual learners, and that video becomes a much more effective tool for people rather than reading pages and pages of materials. So we'll be developing all of that in terms of what we message, how we message, and ensure that the communication strategy is the most effective. And if there's any other ideas that members of council have, we'll be more than willing to take them back to sort of the working group in developing the tool, and also how we start tabulating and reporting on the results. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Second time. Try that over again. Councillor Farr, floor is yours.
Yeah, the previous speaker, Councillor Wilson, sort of hit on it with her last question. I'm supportive, of course. I think it's going to be unanimous, actually. Notwithstanding all the wonderful questions earlier throughout the delegations. Yeah, I think even the mover in the past has asked questions about the validity of the approach we take to a survey. And I know he agrees with Mayor Fred, who said, quote, "This is a defining and important issue," end quote. And so I don't see anything here where the approach we're taking in this survey comes back to us before we send it out to every household in the city. So I'm just wondering if that at all was contemplated, or even if the mover through you can assure me he's feeling confident. And I did appreciate the previous answer just now, in that this is going to explain the options. It's going to be an impartial approach. He's talked about there's this tearaway aspect. I just learned of that. There's phone numbers. There's links to sites. There's link to other sites. I'm sure it's perfect. I'm sure a lot of work has gone into how we will approach presenting this to everyone. But I guess my question is the mover feeling, and then maybe staff could quickly answer too, that it's challenge proof, that we've had these surveys in the past. Once they're out there, even once they're done, some people in the public and frankly, oftentimes it's those who don't like the answers from the survey. They say after the fact, though, after all the work's been done and the results are tabulated, that it was pointed, or it pointed towards such and such directions for, slanted or skewed answers. So I'm wondering, and I don't see anything here, unless I'm missing it, whether the public or we representing the public or all of us get a chance to kind of get a look at the approach we're taking to getting the word out in this document. So through you to Councillor Clark, and then maybe even Steve too, please.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So my discussions with Mr. Thorne and Mr. Robichaud has been about the concept of doing a mail-out survey that would provide basic background information as to why we need to make a decision. It would provide, as I indicated earlier, references that can be found through the internet or a phone number where people can gather more information. And it will provide the survey questions itself in terms of the different options that are before people. I trust staff that the document is going to be developed in an impartial manner that enables the residents to provide their viewpoint. And how I can have a high degree of certainty to that effect is that the third option that is being provided is that each resident will have an opportunity to provide their own option if they don't like the density model that is being proposed. I'm using the wrong terminology. Forgive me, Councillor.
No, I understand.
It's been a long day. That was proposed by staff. The freeze the urban boundary model. If they don't like those, they can provide their own option in terms of what they believe would be something that they could support. So giving people that third option, which is wide open, it really does, I think, virtually foolproof anyone saying, "Oh, well, you were somehow guiding me in a certain manner." It opens the floor up to other options, which I think is important. It's not the same as a telephone poll. It's not the same as an online survey where you only get to answer, one of a number of ways, and that's the end of it. And this is going out to everybody, so it's not a question of I think the only thing that'll happen, Councillor Farr, is that there will likely be some people, as there is when we have development in our own wards, that say, I didn't get it. And yet we have the receipt from Canada Post saying that it was mailed to every household. So that will be, I'm sure that will happen to some degree, but for those who are willing to respond, I think it will be a fair process.
All right. Chair, thank you. Great answer. Steve, are you insulted by my question?
No,
yes
sir.
Or no answer.
Through you, Madam Chairman, no.
All right, and I'll just leave it with this. I mean, everyone's said some good things. I'm sure there's some more good things to say, and we still have quite a bit to get to. But maybe this is an opportunity. This one's for our communications lead to slide in a little postcard, a little bit of advertisements in these tough times, whether COVID or not related, unrelated to this. But if we're mailing out every single household in Hamilton, is this an opportunity to promote something? Rec centers, what you get for your taxes? I'll leave that with the experts. I don't want to confuse the issue. If we need it to be exclusive to the matter at hand, which is significant, which is important, that's fine. But something maybe a little glossy that we already have printed up, think about it. Thank you. I appreciate this motion, and I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Moving on to Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very appreciative of everyone who came forward today to speak, and our delegates and to staff as well. And I want to thank Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson, excuse me, it's been a long day, for the motion, which I do support. In the last 2 weeks, I've had meetings with the Greenbelt Foundation, Oakville Mayor Burton, and also the board that I sit on with the Food and Farm Alliance Board. And, they've been very concerned about land being taken out of the Greenbelt, and including discussions around the White Belt and just, what is that going to mean? And so in Hamilton, we're looking at 3,400, 3,500 acres potentially. And, but multiply that by all the municipalities across Ontario. And then that's where the concern comes in. We're talking about our municipality, but with these boards and agencies that I sit on that are province-wide or even more regional in nature, they're looking at what does that mean when you look at all of our surrounding municipalities. How much land, how many acres are actually being pulled out of the Greenbelt, and the farmlands, and that's what's really focused on is how much farmland are we losing? How many farm operations are we losing? And it is a great concern, and it is one that we need to focus on, not just within our own municipality, but I ask members of council to look at it on a much broader picture, because it is a much broader picture. And we are the breadbasket. In many cases, we're the breadbasket of Canada. And so we need to really think about where we're going, which is why one of the reasons why I really appreciate the motion, because it is asking us to kind of pause. We'll still be dealing with it in October. We'll get more participation, certainly through my e-news that goes out every month to over 4,000 people. I really promoted the Engage Hamilton. I'm hoping that my residents and others who receive it did indeed engage. The video, for the GRIDS video, I would very much appreciate that. I do a monthly video update. In fact, I have one tomorrow, to my residents about all the initiatives that are going on, that we're working on, not only within the ward, but across the city. And I would very much, I didn't realize that there was a GRIDS video. But please send it to me, because I would like to not only put it on my website, but circulate it on the Facebook pages, within our community. So I think that's about all I had to say, other than I want to make a comment. When we talk about the density, and there were comments made from some staff and I believe a consultant about apartments. We don't have apartments in Waterdown. We don't have nearly enough apartments in Flamborough and Waterdown to be able to provide affordable rental for residents. I've talked about it before, just what the cost of housing is in my ward. And, we're topping $1 million. A townhouse just went a few weeks ago for $1 million in Waterdown. It's absurd. It's absolutely crazy. And it's very harmful to our community and very harmful to our folks who want to stay within their community that they grew up in. And again, we are seeing a lot of people moving from the Toronto area where they're selling for $2 million and, raising some prices right across our city. So I want to say thank you very much for this motion. I do appreciate it. I do support it. And I don't remember seeing anything in any of these reports about LRT. So, let's just stay focused on exactly what these reports are about. Thank you very much.
Super focused on growth and development. Going forward to Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. And I know that it's been a long day, so I'll be very quick about this. I'm very happy to second this motion. Both Elfrida and the 20 Road East and West were in Ward 11 prior to the election. And I agree with Councillor Clark that we need more public community input. I think we can all agree that every one of the presenters today provided input that was very important for us. And there were some things I think we all learned. And most of them, and it was amazing, the theme was losing farmland. And lo and behold, Drew Spolster stepped up to the plate. It explained everything. This is how many acres, and this is how many loaves of bread. This is how much our livestock need. So, and if you take a look at the uptake in Hamilton for agriculture, take a look at Canada Bread, which is now BMO, Maple Leaf, look at our Hamilton Harbor, look at all the grain silos that are there. And I think that if we can hear from more farmers who are not totally opposed to development, as long as it's done responsibly, while choosing by choosing the correct areas to develop. So the one time I can remember we did a massive postcard mail out was through the Stony Creek Winona urban boundary expansion that both Councillors Pearson and Clark were involved with me. And we had hundreds of people show up at the PIC, and we had over 300 people at not one, but two public meetings. That just, and Councillor Farr and Councillor Clark did the chairing for those meetings, and they can tell you how long they lasted. It was absolutely blew everyone away that when you actually do ask your community for their opinion, don't be surprised at the smart and well thought out answers that you're going to get. So I'm very happy to help the staff if they want to throw the postcard past me. I can put it to and compare it to the postcards that we've used in the past that have been very, very effective. So I'd just be happy to help, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for all your hard work on this motion, and I am absolutely thrilled to second it with you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Vanderbeek. Good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Oh, could you bring your microphone? We can't hear you.
I'll put this on. Can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I truly want to thank everyone who spent a long day here waiting to speak their mind and share their thoughts with us. And there were several from my ward. And I want to thank them too, particularly. This is just such a crucial discussion for our future. And I just cannot see that we can rush into anything. It's So right off the top, I want to thank Councillor Brett Clark and Brenda Johnson for bringing the motion forward and for seconding it. I think that we need to hear from the most people that we can possibly hear from on this issue. The feedback is very important, whether it's during COVID or it's not. We need to find ways to hear from them. And I really appreciate the amount of work that went into this amended motion. I know there was a lot of thought, and I know that Councillor Clark reached out to staff, and staff have said that they're supportive of it. And so I am definitely going to be supporting this motion. It's a large part of my ward now is rural, and I didn't need my ward to be rural to understand the importance of farmland to our future. But I have a better understanding of just how important it is because I deal with the rural area and the farmers, and I'm really happy to be on the Rural and Ag Affairs Committee. And I thank Drew for coming forward with his information and his facts. And so I think that really it's about if and where and when and what kind of expansion we really require to have a sustainable community going forward into the future. So thank you for 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever that took. And but I did want just to take the opportunity to say that I am really pleased to support this motion, and I'm thankful that Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Beek. Second time, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'd just like to wrap up. I do want to acknowledge more extensively the role that Mr. Thorne and Mr. Robichaud played in helping me to walk through this process. It is a very complex and complicated file. They understood what my intentions were. They were fully supportive, and we simply brainstormed as to how we make it happen within the time frames that they understand that they're under and that we're all under based on provincial legislation. So I sincerely thank them for that. I want to thank the councillors for their kind comments and support on the file. I want to thank the residents. This is starting to sound like an Academy Award speech here. I want to thank the residents for I don't know about anyone else around the table, but I was blown away by the comprehensive responses that we were receiving from residents today. They were fully engaged, they were fully informed, and they really did provide serious input into the discussion. So I really am grateful for that. And finally, I do want to thank Councillor Brenda Johnson. She has helped me through this process. She has been the sounding board as I go back and forth. And she really has helped me make a difference in moving this motion forward. So thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. And with that, I would be happy to put the question.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And the speakers list is officially exhausted. And your chair is getting there too. The vote is going to be before you in terms of the amendment electronically. Thank you all for the very deeply engaged conversation. Okay. And the vote carries unanimously. Oh, Councillor Johnson?
And I know it's been said before, but you had done an extremely wonderful job. Thank you so much and I think we can all agree, good for you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. However, we are not done. We still.
I take it all back.
I'm keeping you here until this agenda is finished, people. Okay. So that was 8.1. The amending motion has been brought forward. So now we have item 8.2, which is GRIDS 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review, Planning. Oh, my apologies.
Sorry, me making monkey noises over here. No, sorry, we have to vote on the report now as amended.
Okay, right. Vote as amended, what she said before you. Do I need a mover and seconder for the vote?
I have the original. Let me see if I have the original. I do need a mover and seconder, sorry.
Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Danko. As amended, folks. 8.1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Votes closed and survey says it's carried 13-0. Thank you. Now moving on to item 8.2, correct? Yes. So the draft evaluation framework and phasing criteria. May I please have a mover and seconder to bring the report on the floor? Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Pearson. The report is duly moved. Any discussion respecting this item? Okay, Councillor Clark and Farr. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
I'm trying. Hang on there. I'm sorry. I'm toggling like crazy here. A quick question for Mr. Thorne, and I'm sure he has an answer to it. So I'm reading from the GRIDS 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review, and it says, following the final approval of the land needs assessment, the next phase of GRIDS Growth-Related Development Strategy 2 and the Municipal Comprehensive Review, there will be an evaluation of where and when the city will grow to the year 2051, yada, 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 yada. That's my paraphrase.
Very technically.
Oh, yeah, it was a very technical document. I'm wanting to understand how we reconcile the continued work on the land needs assessment and how the two will come together in October with the information that is coming from the additional consultation. Does that make sense, Mr. Thorne? Or Mr. Robichaud, I'm not sure.
Yes, through Madam Chair, it does. And I'm on the phone now. This is Jason Thorne. And you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Sorry about my earlier audio difficulties. Yes, so what 8.2 would do is it would release for public feedback and consultation the evaluation criteria that we would ultimately use to analyze the various growth options. So Mr. Robichaud has spoken to some aspects of that in some of his previous answers relating to some of the fiscal impacts, some of the climate change impacts. There are a number of other criteria that are embedded within those. In order for us to be able to continue to move along and to meet that timeline of coming back to you in October with some evaluated growth scenarios, we would need to in parallel have these criteria out there, be able to get some feedback on them. We'd be coming to council likely late summer to finalize those criteria so that we could do that evaluation and come back with that comprehensive report in October.
And at that point, the criteria would be applied against any additional new information that we receive.
Through the chair, yes. So once the criteria are finalized, we'd be evaluating, as the motion the now passed motion indicates, the ambitious density scenario. We'll be looking at the no boundary expansion scenario, but the criteria could also be applied to other options or considerations if those come forward.
Thank you very much. That makes prudent sense to me, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Farr.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I asked Dan a little earlier Because infrastructure feasibility evaluation is part of all of the feasibility evaluations, and I was wondering how much we've spent and committed to date with Elfrida and 20 Road East and West and other areas, and I found since it's about 200 million, 90 committed, I think, for Dickinson, and about 110 for that Upper Stony Creek stormwater management infrastructure that's in place. So through you to staff, and I just wanted to, for my own edification, is that factoring into this feasibility evaluation when you're looking at infrastructure resiliency? Brand new infrastructure? Through you, Chair.
So through you, Madam Chair. So the numbers we quoted you are for the wastewater conveyance system through the Dickinson trunk and for the Centennial trunk.
Right.
And to have specific numbers that we could kind of stand behind, I'd want to get back to you offline. But that's generally the quantum. So when you say resiliency, I don't believe there's any storm that was included in that.
I don't understand that answer. Sorry. You don't believe there was this, I'm assuming that infrastructure that has been built or will be as committed to being built would be resilient?
If I could,
Tony, thank you.
Through the Madam Chair to the Councillor, Tony Sergi, Senior Director of Growth Management. Dan's referring to exactly the sanitary sewer outlet that was part of the infrastructure that was required actually for both the Nash neighborhood, the frontage along the existing 20 or Highway 20, the Ropa 9 outlet, and the actual Binbrook. So it's been constructed to service the existing urban boundary area, along with the potential for any expansion. That was all done through a tunnel, and the tunnel size is dictated by the health and safety requirements to put in that kind of pipe. The intent of that infrastructure from a resiliency is to back in the I'm going to say back in the 2003, early in the process, council asked that we try to go away from installing pumping stations and things like that, so that it actually we're not relying on backup power and everything. And I think it was the 20 row or might have been Villages of Lancaster. So that is actually been built in a way so that it actually can last for 100 years. And that's what we're trying to build over there, that kind of infrastructure. You plan for 100 years. As it relates to that infrastructure that's in is for both the current urban boundary and allows for expansion in the future, if that provides some clarity.
Right. Obviously, if it's all of Upper Centennial right into Binbrook, there's currently developed parcels, but others are adjacent to it. So we don't know the percentage of what's there now and what potentially could be there in the future. Something I'll talk to you later about, Tony.
No problem, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine. It's getting late. I'm losing my voice, but I think Councillor Clark tackled the other thing. I mean, we've got before us here, I thought we were going to go longer on it actually, so I don't want to be the one who holds it up, but we have public stakeholder consultation and the staff presentation that I guess someone's got to move that we waive because it's on this agenda today for 8.2, which I will because it appears no one else wants to see it. But the stakeholder consultation for April 2021 doesn't jibe with the amendments we just made, in my opinion. But I think Councillor Clark got sufficient answers there. So I'm fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll waive the staff presentation if you need one. Or the staff presentation.
Councillor Frau, was there a question to the chair there?
Sorry, I thought I turned myself off. Comment at the end. I'll talk to Tony about what current wastewater infrastructure that's recently been built or has been budgeted for is servicing existing versus potential future land needs. And that's fine. I was just curious about that number, and I appreciate that Dan tracked it down for me. The other thing I was saying is I thought through you to the clerk that 8.2 had a presentation attached to it.
We were just talking about that.
So I was saying to you I'd be willing to waive it because I'm sure that would make me more popular than I am right now for yammering on these last 4 minutes. Clark seconds it.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we were just chatting about that because I thought that Heather, you can correct me if I'm wrong, did it right after 8.1 because I was just checking and I didn't see a motion to receive it. So it's been a long day.
Through the chair, no, we did not do the presentation for 8.2.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. No wonder I couldn't remember it. Fantastic. So where does that leave us now? Councillor Farr is suggesting waiving something?
I'll move to waive the presentation, seconded by Councillor Clark.
Got it.
Thank you. And Heather, thank you for that. Okay, hang on, folks, and I will be sending that right out to you.
See, Councillor Johnson, you shouldn't have complimented me right there. Look at that. Look what happened in the last 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, Councillor Farr, who was your seconder?
Councillor Clark was the seconder.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson and Councillor Danko. This is to waive presentation. All these pencil cigars being waved around. Okay, one abstention to waiving the presentation. It carries 10 to, or 12 to 1. So now we have to receive the presentation, or sorry, receive the report. It's been duly moved and seconded. We've had some comments on it. Are you guys ready to vote? Let's do it.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to put the vote up, but it's actually to approve the recommendations. Sorry, I just want to make sure everybody knows you're not receiving it.
What she said, folks. The vote is closed and that carries 13-0. Thank you, committee members. So now we have item 11 on the agenda, which is motions. Councillor Clark. Oh, it is a notice of motion. My apologies. 11 is the motions. Now we're on 12, notices of motion. 12.1 is a request to delay submission of the growth plan conformity official plan amendment suspension of the timetable for municipal conformity to the growth plan and an extension of the deadline for the growth plan conformity. Councillor Clark, you'll have to introduce your notice of motion with a waiving of the rules motion as well, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to forego the reading of all the whereases. They're in the public record so people can find them. Therefore, be it resolved, item A, that the mayor correspond with the Honorable Premier Doug Ford and the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to request the province allow the City of Hamilton to delay its submission of its growth plan conformity official plan amendment until proper in-person informed consultation with the public has been conducted on the growth concepts and the preferred growth concepts. B, that the province be requested to suspend the timetable for municipal conformity to the growth plan to ensure that the public can fully participate in the process of planning their communities for the growth planning period covering 2031 to 2051. C, that the province be requested to extend the deadline for the growth plan conformity in order to allow municipalities time to better understand and reflect the impacts of COVID-19 as it relates to real estate markets, housing demand, commercial and office development impacts, and overall land needs. And that this resolution be copied to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the leaders of the provincial opposition parties, Hamilton MPPs, and the neighboring municipalities. And I believe we provided a list to the clerk of the municipalities. Waiving the rules, it would be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the request to delay submission of growth plan conformity official plan amendment, suspension of the timetable for municipal conformity to the growth plan, and an extension for the deadline for growth plan conformity as it is time sensitive.
Excellent. Thank you. Duly moved and seconded. First vote is on waiving the rules. Second vote is on the motion that was read out. So on waiving the rules is coming. There you go. And if anybody can't vote, please show me your thumbs up or down. Votes closed, and it carries 13-0. And on the main
motion, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson, and if I can speak to it very briefly. There has been a remarkable amount of provincial change in planning legislation, regulation, and policies. The province has introduced market demand for the first time as a required consideration in determining the housing mix. They reduced density targets and revised the ways that municipalities fund growth. As I said, a remarkable amount of change in short order. The province is now requiring municipalities to present official plan amendments to the province by July 1, 2022, which effectively forces municipalities to virtually engage the public while they are highly distracted by the pandemic. The government's intransigent demands to municipalities to meet their arbitrary timeline in the middle of a provincially initiated public health emergency is not only unreasonable, but it borders on contempt for the usual municipal civic engagement. It is forcing municipalities to sidestep their normal, legitimate, and authentic civic engagement process to expedite decisions to meet this provincial timeline. While the province has the legislative authority to fast track these changes, it is wholly unreasonable to expect that there is enough time for municipalities to meaningfully engage the public in the middle of a pandemic. Our mail-in survey is innovative, and it is not an adequate replacement for in-person engagement. Yet it is the best that we can do given the challenges before us. Therefore, it is eminently reasonable for this council to request that the province extend their timelines and deadlines. Setting deadlines to meet the electoral timetable should not be the primary concern for the province. It should not trump in-person and interactive civic engagement by municipalities on such a long-ranging and crucial planning decision in the middle of the global pandemic and under the existential threat of climate change. I respectfully submit my motion for your consideration and that we ask the province to delay their timelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And no speakers on the speakers list. So the vote is before you, colleagues. Vote is closed and it carries unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We are moving on to general information, other business. Please don't say anything, colleagues. Moving on, there are no items for private and confidential. Moving forward to item 15, adjournment. May I please have a mover? I can't see you right now. All of you are moving and all of you are seconding. I'll pick Councillor Partridge for moving. Oh, you already got him? Thank you. The vote is before you. Thank you all so much for almost 11 hours on a very important conversation for our city. My pleasure. That carries. Enjoy your dinner, folks. Have a good night.
Great job, Deputy. Great job. Thank you very much.